the price at the pump is partially the oil price and then partially what's called the crack spread, which is how much money refineries make to turn gas into the actual gasoline that goes into your car. Because what you pump out of the ground, you can't put into an engine. That has to go into through a refinery, and that takes some pretty heavy industrial processes to take care of. And out the other end comes gasoline, diesel, industrial lubricants like the oil in your car, the oil in machines. And refining capacity in the U.S. in 2020, as OK City Ryan explains it best, has dropped by about 1 million barrels a day. And then, of course, the demand for refining has skyrocketed since the economy here and elsewhere reopened after the COVID pandemic receded somewhat and we got vaccines and things in. So there's a big bottleneck there, which means that even as prices come down, the price at the pump is coming down much more slowly because the bottleneck isn't directly how much is being pumped, it's also how much can be refined. But yeah, for now, oil prices are coming down, but I'm going to need to see it come down a lot more before I can start to say things like this might affect how much money the Russian government takes in or their profitability or anything like that.
Oh, no, I didn't mean at all about the Russian side of the equation. I was only thinking about the, let's say, the popular mood in the Western world, and obviously oil prices have a strong knock-on effect on prices of all sorts of other things, and therefore a strong knock-on effect on inflation, right? So if the oil prices drop, that means, and it's specifically if petrol and diesel prices drop, that can mean significant letting of the inflationary pressures as well, right?
Yeah. So hopefully this will help. So inflation in the U.S. just printed at 9.1%, which is, I think, the highest it's been, if not in my lifetime, at least
like 30 years.
Yeah, right. Like it's the Reagan era and like the high inflation that Paul Volcker quashed is the last time it was up here. So that has people flipped out. That's not unreasonable to be upset that inflation has finally shown up, and it's shown up in a pretty big way. That said, one, there is more oil capacity coming online, even as Russia is declining and under sanctions. Right, we're dropping wells here in the U.S. Yes, I wish we would drop more, but we are dropping wells. Saudi's increasing production. Other, OPEC nations are increasing production. So we're seeing increased energy production sort of across the board outside of Russia, and that's helping. We're also seeing, as far as inflation goes, the Federal Reserve is going to raise rates. My estimation of Jerome Powell, regardless of exactly what I think he should do, that's irrelevant. What's relevant is what I think he will do. Jerome Powell has made very, very clear comments that he wants to stop inflation, and he is going to keep raising rates until inflation is back under what he feels is control and the Federal Reserve feels is control. Whatever number that might be, it's not 9.1%. Maybe around 3.5%, 4%, where it's higher than the baseline of their declared 2% that they want, but it's clearly a much more reasonable to the U.S. mind number, then it's a discussion. But up here, he's going to keep raising rates, and he's going to keep going until inflation comes back under control. So I don't know that that's going to happen overnight. I don't think he's going to be prone to raising 2% all at once or something crazy, but he might raise 0.75, or more even, if he has to, maybe all the way go to 1% in a meeting to try to stamp out this inflation if he feels it's running and the other Fed governors feel it's running too high. These men and women do not want to be the ones known as the Federal Reserve that let inflation get out of control. It's just not what they do. So, yes, inflation's running a little high. I believe the people we have in charge, whether they're doing it too late, whether they're behind, regardless of the reason, they are going to raise rates. Also, oil prices, commodity prices overall are coming back. So we're seeing metals come down. We're seeing even some food prices come in a bit. So there's a lot of signs that commodity pressures might be easing up. Again, I want to see this continue to ease up. We're still above for pretty much all commodities. Copper's not true. That's a big one. But for many commodities, we're still above, say, the war start period. So there's still ways to come back before I can say, hey, a normal business that looks year over year is still going to see commodity costs rising. So we're still at that point. But it's nice to see these costs come back a bit for businesses to ease up on the commodity pressures. Sadly, we're also seeing that some economies, like the U.S., is having some economic struggles that's lowering demand. The UK is in really bad shape as far as the economy goes. They are, as far as anybody I read, talk to, or really trust, probably in a recession right now. So that's what we're looking at. Globally, these kinds of things do make a difference to pricing.
Thank you, Finance. See, I really wanted to ask you this 7 hours ago, but you had just left us. And actually, I really wanted to ask you this 22 hours ago, but we were starting with our series of interviews yesterday, and then I couldn't ask you, and I finally could. Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to Mark, and then Rayford, and mostly Cossack, and then Dryfly. Mark, go ahead.
Yes, hey, good afternoon, Doman. I wanted to ask Finance a question, if he's still available.
He's here.
All right, great. So, Finance, is there any reliable metric or measure that is published that cites Russian oil output? I was just wondering if there's any signs that maybe the sanctions working to decrease Russia's availability or ability to pump oil, whether there might be a downward trend of that or not.
Yeah, so it is hard getting data out of Russia, period, because they lie a lot. And since the war has started, they're lying more. And we no longer have Western companies in there who have to give public reporting on what's going on and like to about their major projects and investments, like the ones they had in Russia. So given that's the case, no, it's not directly easy. There's definitely signs that their ability to work all estimates I read about their ability to pump more oil is not very positive. They were supposed to, before the war, projected a 3 to 5% decline year over year as they sort of exhaust their earlier easy to get to wells, and they haven't gotten enough of the more expensive, more hard to get to Siberian stuff up and running to replace it at the same level. We're not even sure if they can. But since the war has started and they've lost so much foreign oil talent, and they do not generate their own at the same rate, that number is now estimated between 10 and 17%. I'd say that range is probably accurate for how much they're going to drop. I have absolutely no clue where in there they're going to hit. I think it's probably going to be impossible for anyone but the Russian oil minister to know. And quite frankly, given how corrupt and, Orwellian their bureaucracy is, I don't know if he's actually going to have good numbers. So as far as specifically demoing a target, I'm definitely going with the overall numbers suggest that there's definitely a serious decline, but it's not like a 60% number down. We're talking like 10%. But that's only barrels down. When price goes up by more than 20%, that will, on a dollar basis, make up for all the production declines. And that is sort of unfortunately where they're at, right? Price, even as it's come in, is still very, very high.
All right, great. Thank you, Finance. If I could, just a quick follow-up, Doman, and I'll get off the speaker list. Finance, do you have a rough estimate as far as revenues, a breakdown between what Russia gets for natural gas versus what it gets for its pumped oil? Any idea on that? Do they get more revenue from the natural gas, or is oil more of a revenue generator?
So oil has higher profit margins. It is more of a revenue generator. They are both important to exports for Russia. It's not like their economy makes so much money they can just give up a major business line, basically. That said, If you wanted more specific numbers, I'm currently driving, and I do not know any of this off the top of my head, so I can't get to any more drilled down details other than that right now.
Thank you very much, Finance. Raver, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, Finance. So a couple of U.S. domestic inflation questions for you. One, do you think the banking reforms made after the Great Recession will work, and the upcoming impacts to the real estate market? And how is the resumption of student loan repayments going to work in an inflationary cycle like we're in?
So we aren't looking at banks that are as unstable as they were going into the last financial crisis. Usually financial firms don't make the same mistake back to back in crises. They will often make different mistakes. It takes them a while to forget all the lessons they learned in the last one, and then they make that mistake again. So also Dodd-Frank, for as much as it has pissed off people on either side and is nowhere near a perfect or ideal piece of legislation, did require and force U.S. banks to become significantly better capitalized and more stable, especially the large ones. So, I have not seen anything that suggests mass U.S. banking failure, and there isn't the kind of derivatives exposure of which I am aware that suggests these guys are tied together if a major counterparty fails. So that currently isn't as much of a worry insofar as the way the last crisis went down. I don't expect this crisis will go down the same way. There is some worry that either Credit Suisse or Deutsche Bank could run into really, really serious issues, and counterparty exposure could be a problem. Anybody with half a brain in a risk department at a bank should be forcing people to cut all exposure to those guys. That would be an existential threat to the firm. Whether or not that's occurring, I don't know, but I don't think we have that kind of exposure. Again, there is no way to know that outside of either being a regulator or working in a bank itself. So the short version of all of that is, yeah, it's possible, but there's a whole lot of signs that point to, no, we're not going to have the kind of problems we had in the Great Recession. If we go into a recession right now in the U.S., we're going to have different kinds of problems. Probably won't be focused around financial firms failing. It will probably look a little bit more like, say, a 70s recession, where lots of other firms had issues and, oil prices were high, and it was hard to try to figure out the supply side of the equation. That's sort of going to be a better corollary to the kind of recession we're looking at, rather than the Great Recession or the Resolution Trust disaster at the end of the 80s, start of the 90s. That answered part of your question. You asked a separate question. I don't remember what that was.
How do you see student loan repayment restarting in August, given the inflationary pressures we're under?
So for anyone who has so a lot of student loans are in fixed payments. So in that sense, the inflation is good for the borrower.
Sorry, Finance, just a second. There's a connection warning and the space might crash. If the space does crash, just follow the Walter Report account. That's the Ukrainian flag with the WR in the top left corner that says host Walter_report, and we will have it back up in a matter of seconds. Sorry about that. Finance, please continue. We might not crash, and you can just carry on.
All right. Well, hopefully we don't crash. Okay. So it is on the margin slightly better for anyone with a bunch of fixed payment, fixed interest rate debt that inflation's running a little high. The bigger issue is that it is, when you're teetering on the brink of recession, you can sort of look at this as similar to raising taxes or raising payments to a whole bunch of people who you otherwise want to be spending money in your economy. You might all have to start spending money on student loans, and somebody's spending is somebody else's earning. And if somebody switches to spending on student loans from spending on literally anything else, then that's going to be a negative for the economy, and it's not really what we want to have as an effect Like that's an economic.
не предупредил человека. Ну, типа, он взял, официально.
Бухгалтерия. Нас четверо, нам будет тарифа. Все будет бесплатно. Давайте все. Вот это они три были. У меня вот шампанского еще полбутылки. Ну, массаж.
Да. Ага. Как Лена спросила, а в чем проблема, говорит, зарядить русского? Нам все гладко. Катя снялась. Да. Такие, что она хорошая. Просто Шевченко не говорит. Ну, типа, если Шевченко сказал Киев, ебаный год, ты работаешь в этом и получаешь всю жизнь. Я не то, что там везде смотрю YouTube, но я понимаю, что типа делать. Сказал. Да, Лена сказала. куда вы дальше? Смотри, я дальше еду в Волынь, зернопродукты. Да, блядь, агрополдинг. Глянь, как хорошо будешь выезжать кинуть, если плохо будет. Думаю, я буду в этом деревне. Рядом, сука, ездил всю Западную Украину. Я 4 дня был в командировке, приезжал оттуда лозовой. Он ни одного дня. Я не знаю, кстати. Причем, как мне Дима рассказал такой прикол, он говорит, наш Саша ушел, у Лукашина есть сын Максим, казахский. И он, Максим, делал примерно 70% казахского языка. Все про Россию. А казах закрывает. И он предложил им пролетарку. Так, естественно, вот. Естественно, если Максиму этой пролетарке покажет контакт, находящийся в Карабахском банке, то он делает какие-то лидеры. А пролетарка делала 26 миллионов в год. 60% 26 миллионов, блядь, 15. Образно. И Савенко говорит, типа, давайте возьмем Макса на Харьков. Типа, Савенко, Лукаш. А Лукашина поставим военную помощь под президентом. Потому что они еще не успевают все агрополки освободить. Потому что им хреново сейчас. Давай. Слышишь, там президент. Ровно комментирует подробно агрополки. Формула смотрите, агрополки. Типа просто Рома забрал его себе. Типа не отдал аккаунт, потому что Рома потому что Рома продавал. Рома, я могу, типа, Тасака. Это тоже агрополки. Рома продавал. Геннадий Павлович сказал нет. Дима, эти знают, что делать. Я когда-то общалась с такой девушкой, шеф сказал, считать кому-то помощь. Шевченко не откажется, если кто сильно дорогой помощь, Шевченко согласится забрать Рому в холдинг. Дима говорит, ты понимаешь, что продавал, грубо говоря, всеми площадями, $8 Я говорю, я тебя понимаю, блядь, ситуация такая, пойди чисто посоветовать. Не говори, что Геннадий Павлович тебе такой пост, типа, приди и предложи возможность. Да. Все равно, не Геннадий Павлович мешает. Блядь, смотри, что учителя. Я не имею права знать, если есть такая возможность. Да. Я знаю, с кем-то председатель. Мы когда-то это с ним обсуждали. Мы обсуждали обстановку, он меня спросил, кто справляется, там, кто шел.
delay, for lack of a better word, is the result of Germany trying to fix their resource situation, their energy. I mean, they're obviously fairly dependent on Russia. Do you think some of this might be due to Germany trying to get other energy infrastructure or logistics in place before they proceed with more military aid?
Axel?
Finance, I will get back to you in a minute. Let me do something here quick, and then I can revert to this.
I would like to hear Axel's response, but I would like to get back to you on the Chinese-Russian supply situation. There's actually a better article out that suggests that China is starting to supply Russia with some things like semiconductors and machine parts. China is trying to build a defense industry. They are trying to build they are obviously a more manufacturing and technology centric economy than Russia is, though they are not as advanced as they'd like you to seem, also much like Russia. But they are clearly steps ahead of them despite holes in their own economy. So I would like to hear what Jingyu has to say and read the article, but definitely the article as provided under the Wall Street Journal seems to suggest that certain Chinese imports for dual-use technology have increased. That would be bad news. I would not be a fan of that. Previously, Russia had heavily prevented anyone from using Chinese technology in a factory or Chinese machines because it did not want to be reliant on China, viewing it as a strategic enemy, more or less, from long history. But given the change in politics and allegiances with the last decade, and especially in the current war, that might be something that they were willing to do now, since China is far more friendly to them and doesn't care about genocide. Please see the Uyghurs, than the rest of the world. I do not like going against Jingyu when it comes to China, so I would much rather hear what he thinks about this than give my own opinion. So that's what I see on first blush, but I would really like to hear what he has to think because he understands the topic so much better as far as Chinese-Russian relations and any of these reports of critical machinery hitting it. So Jingyu, thanks for coming back up.
Let's go to Jinggu, and I'll then respond to the other issue, okay?
Okay, so yes, the what funny is what you have talked about is really that's one major incentive. So here's really what many people don't know in the West. China has a lot of industrial capacity. However, its understanding of the modern technology, especially the military technology, is actually a step behind Russia. So China would love to, if there's opportunity that comes with it, love to, let's say, be the, let's say, OEM for the Russian military equipment. Why? Because by doing so, China would gain the expertise to the know-how to build things it has long been coveting to build. For example, the jet engine. Okay, the typical jet engine in American jet fighter, the design life is about 4,000 to 5,000 hour. Then after service, it can be doubled. So you can say that it can be used for 10,000 hours. A typical Russian jet engine, the design life, expected life is about 1,500 hours. A typical Chinese jet engine, the life is 300 hours. So all of a sudden, if China has the opportunity to, let's say, become an OEM for Russia, all of a sudden it can at least have the opportunity to gain the know-how to leapfrog its own technology. Now, this is definitely something China will be very interested. So if I look at, for example, China's interest, there are two areas. The first is this type of OEM for Russia. The second is really coming down to Europe. We right now have notoriously have two big European power. They kind of just want to cut the deals on their side. And you know what? China wants to kind of to work with them. Anything that leads to undermining the Western alliance, you bet China will be on it. So, but with that said, these are things not that easy to execute because you leave your fingerprints everywhere. And if you leave your fingerprints everywhere, you rub the West in the wrong way, you can get yourself into trouble in China from China's perspective, right? China relies so much on the West to run its hijack police state. So right now, it's basically everybody should keep a very watchful eye. The assumption is whenever there's an opportunity to do it without major cost, China's on. But it's just not that easy to do it without the West noticing what China will be doing. So because of that, is China going to stick its neck out to help Russia? Probably not. China wants to help Russia at the minimum cost, especially not to jeopardize the Chinese Communist Party staying in power. And we haven't read, there are a lot of speculation, but we haven't read concrete example. For example, like China is right now doing massive OEM for Russia. China is producing 152 howitzer shells. We haven't read that yet.
And there's also the practical concern with that, right? It's Russia still has quite substantial stocks, we presume, of the 152 shells. There's also shells a lot closer to the front lines in Belarus. Anything that they get from China, the logistics train is just a lot longer because, literally it's a longer distance to cover by train. So maybe that's also partially why they're not really trying to get them yet.
Exactly. Now, there could be some kind of a help in some other way. For example, right now we know Kazakhstan is not really they're turning against Russia. Kazakhstan share the border with China too. So as Russia is focusing on Ukraine, it's depleting its military forces used to kind of put the Central Asian nations under the thumb. Can China step in to kind of whip everybody in line or do something like that? Very possible. So China is definitely going to. So if China goes in there in Kazakhstan to help Russia, will that free up more military assets to go to Ukraine? Yes. So these are the things I don't think that basically if you want to do the OEM, because if you want to do the OEM, you can get caught because the Russian army their performance is terrible, right? What if the equipment, the howitzer and the shells were seized by Ukrainians, and all of a sudden your fingerprints is everywhere. That can lead to very
And we lost Jingo again. That's okay. We'll let him know. We can just go straight on to Vega in the meantime, and then Luca Vega.
Yeah, thanks. Well, actually, I had a question for Jingo, so hopefully he's still.
He'll be back up in a second.
Yeah. So, just following on the track of okay, here you are. Yeah, he's back. But Jingo, I have a question for you. As you know, there is quite a lot of concern within China about the 20th Congress of the Communist Party, right? Where that is scheduled for the second half of this year, where Xi Jinping will be re-elected, right? And there's been tensions in Beijing. There's been a bit of a coup environment, if you will, also with political different representatives in different provinces. Particularly with the last COVID measures, they had Beijing take over control over the protocols in Shanghai and a number of other things. And there's a very tight grip on how things are operating internally within China. So my question to you is, how realistic do you think it is that China or Xi would be willing to actually stick his neck out for Russia, whether even considering as attractive as it would be to become, say, an OEM manufacturer for the Russian military? I personally think at least until the 20th Congress is over, I don't really see Xi really making much of a move that would put his condition at risk. But I would be very interested in knowing how do you see that current situation, and particularly the current status versus a potential prediction of what would happen after the Congress is over and Xi has been formally re-elected.
Yeah, that's a good question. So basically, you are looking at the impact of the 20th Congress, and is Xi going to stick his neck out, maybe do something like rush to do an OEM for Russia? So your conclusion is probably that's not something he wants to do it now. Even he wants to do it, he wants to wait for an opportune time. Do I understand you correctly?
That's right, yeah. And I'm curious about your view of that.
So there are two things. The first is that Xi is very, very unpopular, even inside the Chinese Communist Party. So the Chinese Communist Party, they have basically, you can look at it as different factions. They have ideologues and they have technocrats. Okay, Xi represents ideologues. So these people are not very well educated, although they carry the PhD title. These are things that actually, the Chinese universities would love to give you a PhD title, even if your real education is a sixth grader, as long as you are party boss. But Xi himself is the most common laughing stock on Chinese social media. They talk about his stupidity. He cannot read a sentence. His understanding of history and so on is just a laughing stock. With that said, the thing is really coming down to, in the Communist Party, you need to basically get hold of 5 pillars. If you get hold of 5 pillars, you can stay in power, even if you are very unpopular. So that goes down to the military, the police, basically the propaganda, money, and intelligence. And right now, the most important among the 5 pillars is actually military. This is actually how it is run. So, for example, in the Chinese system, they actually, every senior communist official leader is assigned some bodyguards, just like the security, right? And you know who signs them? The military controlled by Xi. So Xi is going to say, okay, whoever, let's say the Excel, I'm going to send 3 bodyguards to protect you. Guess what? These are also 3 people who can take out Excel anytime. That's my wish. So as long as Xi controls the military, it's a very, very hard to stage a coup. Very hard. The Chinese system, it's basically the secret police. Its the number one job is not to monitor its citizen, but to monitor its senior communist leader. If you are a senior communist leader, basically everything you have is completely transparent. They know everything about you. They monitor you 24/7. Whatever. So if you, for example, you get a different cell phone and start to make a phone call, people will question, why did you go ahead and get a different cell phone, right? You called Excel, so we need to record the whole conversation. What's going on? Maybe you guys are plotting something. Maybe it's time for us to throw you into the jail. Maybe it's the time to ask Excel's bodyguards to arrest him. That's actually how the communist system is run. It's a complete crime syndicate. So with that said, right now, you're right. Before the 20th Congress, because Xi wants to stay in power. Why? Because he is so unpopular. If he cannot get re-elected, quote unquote, he's in a world of hurt. But at the same time, because of that, it's going to be very, very hard for other factions to stick there. Because if Xi wants, even if Xi wants to do an OEM for Russia, he cannot do it because his guys are a bunch of ideologues. These guys don't know shit. He needs to get the technocrats under other factions to get the job done. And you know what? These factions are not really.
I lost him. I can't hear him again.
Yeah, same.
While we're waiting for him to come back, could somebody I noticed that 2 or 3 speakers have used the term OEM, as in China being an OEM for Russia. Now, I'm familiar with that usage from my past life in engineering, but it is used by various people to mean various different things. It might be handy for some members of the audience if the panel members who are using it could give us a definition of what it means for China to be an OEM for Russia.
It means an outsourcing factory. So they get the specification and then they manufacture for them. Domen, can I make my intervention now, given this is about China too? And then actually I have to go for dinner.
Yeah, look, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Domen. Thank you,
today
Paul.
anyway.
Coincidentally, this was about China because I was just reading about the so-called American Manufacturing Act of 2021, I think it's called, which stalled for almost a year in Congress. And it's a bipartisan plan that was approved by the House of Representatives in a broad bipartisan manner. But, as usual, Democrats and the Republicans are bickering about other things, and it got stalled in the Senate. And to give some background about it all. So first of all, the biggest opposition to this plan is China itself, that said something to the extent of like, oh, this is like the typical Cold War mentality by the Americans. The reality is the following, and also why it matters to this group. 90%, so we discussed about it again, but I'll repeat it again. 90% of the advanced semiconductor, which would be the 5 nanometer, process node, which is what you have in your iPhone 13 or the latest generation mobile phones, is made. So 90% is made by a single company, TSMC, Taiwan Semiconductor Corporation in Taipei. The potential war over Taiwan, I've been saying this to my friends for years. It's what I call a TSMC war. Strategically, that's the price. Now, this bill provides $52 billion of funding to effectively move some of those factories, not just TSMC, but also Samsung. Samsung is like, a little bit behind TSMC, but not much, to the United States, specifically to Arizona and Ohio. I think, to stick it to the Chinese, if we look at this group here also as a political action group, the best thing that we can do, and of course it also has like big strategic implication for the war or future military conflicts, is to call your senator and tell them to, move their buttock and get this bill approved. They're pretty close to get it approved, but then it stalls. So American Manufacturing Act of 2021, again, provide funding to move some of the advanced manufacturing for the semiconductor back into the United States. That's my statement.
Thanks, Luca. Right, and that's very significant because it takes away a possible, what should we say, power, position of power, position of the ability to exercise greater power and greater control over the world's economy. Right.
Yes, certainly. The TSMC war would have like a huge impact, on the world economy. It's very strategic, and of course on military technology as well.
And if I could just, I'd read something recently about that that suggested that it might be possible that Congress somehow will find a way to separate that from the other bills that are the other items that are tied into that bill, kind of helping to avoid some of this, this bowl of spaghetti, this congestion that is the U.S. Congress. I think maybe the Department of Defense or somebody in the defense industry had to go to Congress and say, hey, look, guys, stop fucking around with all your partisan nonsense. This needs to get done now. So maybe there will be some movement on that. But that's an excellent point that you brought up. Thanks for bringing that up and discussing that.
Thanks, Perpetuatum. Thanks, Luca, and thanks everyone else who, for this delving into the importance of China as a Russian partner and a Russian's possible, much greater military supporter. in this war that Russia is waging against Ukraine. Matt?
Yeah, on the subject of chips, I was listening to Pat Gelsinger this morning, and he was telling Congress to not go home before they get this chip deal settled. And, Gelsinger, the Intel CEO, he's real big on, building up American resilience. And, he said if it gets passed, that Intel would spend up to $100 billion in manufacturing capacity. So basically, Intel just waited for that bill to get passed, and they're going to look to. Oh, sorry, I got a phone call.
Vega?
Yeah, so to I think it was Luke, I believe, who made the comment about the semiconductors. Before Russia invaded Ukraine, there was this recurring topic on geopolitics where people would be talking about that World War III would be fought over semiconductors, and of course, then Putin got ahead of things and is pushing to accelerate that. But the one aspect which may sound a little bit too far out there, but I've been following quite a bit. It's the ongoing space race that's been reactivated, where, by the way, China is being extremely active, and it's being quite prolific and quite successful, I may add. Just like people would go to the Kennedy Space Center in Florida in the United States to see the launches over the last few years, populations in China are doing exactly the same thing in Sanya, in the islands in southern China. They've planted they've landed on Mars. They're talking about space mining, and why I'm talking about this is because on the Earth, all the technology that we're developing, all the semiconductors, all the chipsets, everything that goes on, all the technology that is actually pushing towards the development of global economy and you would say sort of hegemony, right? It's dependent on a limited, very finite amount of materials that are located on very specific parts of the planet. And it just so happens that some of these very scarce materials on Earth are rather plentiful, say, on the moon, for instance. And so now this turns into a new space race, if you will. We're talking about semiconductors and chipsets and rare earth materials and minerals and whatnot. So there's all of these things happening on the background. And again, I'm sure that Jingo also knows much more about what's going on in China. I follow it quite closely, but these are some of the aspects as to we can try to move things from manufacturing and production, but the actual extraction of a lot of these minerals and materials, they are within the very specific nations in the world, right? So just some food for thought, I guess.
Thanks, Vega. Actually, I see Portland joined us, and I'm going to take what you said and segue strongly into very different kinds of space launches. Portland, any new videos that you might want to comment on by any chance? And then I have a very specific question for you.
So nothing that I want to comment on right now, but I do have a request for the listeners, which is I have been trying to figure out why the S300, S400 suite has been so hopeless against HIMARS. On paper, they should be able to pull those intercepts off relatively easily. So I now have 9 videos with 26 or 27 separate counter launches and 0 hits. And what I need is if anybody has known good video showing a SAM launch against HIMARS, I would really love to see that video, because if I get enough of those videos, I can get onto the analysis and try to figure out what's going wrong, or in our case, what's going right. So that's what I'm trying to figure out right now.
Thanks, Portland. And I've got a question for you about air defense, but I think Timo's coming up because he has something to tell you first about the SAM ones. And then I have a question for you about manpads and the utilization of manpads. I'll explain why and what. Timo, if you can hear me, you can go ahead.
Yeah, and then also M31 rocket, it costs a little bit over 100,000, and the S400 rocket supposedly costs like 2 million, so there is also that factor. If you can't even hit with that price disparity, then it's pretty bad.
Yeah, but how many, how many Russian oligarchs get to build their yachts because the S-400 missiles 2 million? Sorry, had to say it. Right, so Portland, I've got a question for you. So earlier today, there was a note from the Ukrainian Air Force. Maybe it was the Defense Ministry. Doesn't really matter. There is a note from a Ukrainian institution that said that Ukrainians shot down two Su-25s, two Russian Su-25s in Zaporizhia with manpads. Can you tell us a little bit, because I think you have some experience in this realm, of what goes into shooting down a close attack aircraft with a manpad? How much time do you really have to react between hearing it, seeing it, and having to shoot it down before it's too late?
Okay, so how much time do you get? That really depends heavily on the skill of and the specifics of the manpad system. If you are up against somebody that is canny and patient and armed with Starstreak, generally
Portland, you're gonna have to unmute yourself again. I don't know whose fat finger it was, but it wasn't mine.
Okay, sorry about that. Where did I lose you?
No, Starstreak. It was literally a split second before I told you. So.
Okay, so if, for example, you're up against somebody that's canny and patient with Starstreak, then you'll notice that you are being shot at is when 3 heavy tungsten darts rip holes in your airplane. Because that's a passive seeker. It has a laser guidance mode, or rather it's primarily laser guided. But that laser is not actually terribly powerful, and usually, unless you get really unlucky, that thing won't ping any kind of defensive aid suite, because it's not a radar beam, it's a laser. With infrared surface-to-air missiles, similarly, those are passive seekers. You usually find out that you are being shot at if you either see the launch or somebody blows your wings off. You get more warning with radar-guided missiles, and that basically will be when your radar warning receiver detects that you are being painted with a radar beam. You will usually get in a manpads engagement on the order of 10 seconds if you're lucky. Now,
Very lucky.
Yeah, very lucky. If you are flying in the kind of flight regime that you would generally want to be flying in, where you've got the higher medium altitude spaces are denied to you because of the deployment of missiles like Patriot or S-300. You're flying relatively low. You're flying in the draggiest bit of the atmosphere. You're not getting great fuel economy. You can't accelerate all that well. You can't turn as well as you might otherwise want to be able to turn. And also, your freedom of movement is actually very significantly limited by terrain. Right? So I don't actually even need to hit you with my manpads. All I need to do is scare you so that you maneuver so violently that you hit a tree or don't notice that power pole or whatever.
They're at 400 kilometers an hour at that point in time when they're breaking through to the hard deck, and they're slow, they're easily distracted, and they have 8 to 10 seconds. Portland, what does it mean as to the reaction time of a normal human being even if he is a real well-trained fighter pilot?
I mean, just the thinking time for knowing what you've got to do is 0.4 of a second. In that 0.4 of a second, that star streak, for example, has gone from 0 to Mach 4.5. If that
and then you have another 2 seconds.
Yeah, then you have about another 2 seconds. Okay, like your ideal situation, if you're being engaged with manpads under, realistic engagement envelopes, is you might get 8 to 10 seconds if you're really lucky. In all likelihood, you're flying nap of the earth, because if you climb high enough to really get a good look at what's going on around you, then everybody and their sister is going to be telling the local air defense commander where you are and can they please kill you. So you're flying as low as you can into this cluttered environment to stay protected from those extremely capable long-range missiles. But in doing so, you make yourself vulnerable to short-range but extremely hard accelerating and violently maneuverable missiles, where if you're doing something like a 500-foot flyover, so you can dump a bunch of Fab 500 parachute retarded bombs, you are looking at 0.4 of a second to realize that you're under attack, probably another 0.4 to 0.6 to decide what to do about it, by which time you've got about 1.5 seconds left. You crank hard on your stick, pop your air brakes, and try to execute either a notch or a split S. You get about halfway through that turn, because the instantaneous turn rate on the frog foot isn't terribly good, and then somebody rips your wings off or punches a hole in your fuel tank or otherwise expresses their displeasure in the medium of high explosives.
So Portland, if you're the manpad guy, right, the infantryman, that's what I meant. How long do you have to figure out that there's a plane approaching you? And
so you will probably actually have lots and lots of warning, because you won't be at the front edge of the battle area. And people are going to be calling in and letting you know, hey, there is an Su-25. Pardon me. Sorry. I have to cough. I'll be right back.
So, by the way, I don't know where you lost me, but essentially there's 2 options for the pilot if he has 2 seconds left. Go sky high, which the Su-25 simply is not good at, or eject.
yeah, I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see if there's any capture pilots as a consequence of this. Sorry, Portland, carry on.
Yeah, sorry about that. So the thing is that when I was talking about, a patient and canny operator, the thing is that if an air defense engagement is running well, you will probably know, not exactly where the enemy is, but you are going to know that an enemy is coming in from roughly this, that, or the other direction for a not insignificant period of time before they are even in, conceptually plausible range, ignoring, terrain features and all of that jazz. Because terrain masking and notching and so on can do a pretty good job of disguising your approach, but they can't occlude it entirely. Like, somebody's going to notice you coming in, and they are going to move man-pads into your path. And they will probably do two things, which is they will move one man-pad's team to cover your approach and one man-pad's team to cover your likely avenues of escape. So they'll either get you coming in or they'll get you going back out. So from the time that you cross the horizon, say you're doing, let's just say we've got a 6 foot tall guy. I think the horizon's 3.5 miles away. So let's say they're doing, I don't know, 450 miles an hour, just to make it easy. I'm sorry, guys. Just bear with me for a second.
Easy to do some mental math. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
This is mental math on an F-150.
Yeah, it's the most gripping of radios. That is, excellent. Just the best. No, it's fine.
No, it's when you're waiting for the pilot to call back in after the strike. You're waiting and waiting and waiting.
Okay, sorry about that. So your total area in the likely engagement zone, given that you're going to have a guy covering the likely approach and a guy covering the likely exfil, right? So you're also going to have some time maneuvering as you're trying to get weapons on target. So generally speaking, each of those guys is going to have around 12 to 15 seconds. And the thing is that the ideal engagement, if you've got an aircraft coming basically directly over your head, is to wait for the last second that you can get good tone, which is a thing that you sort of learn by art rather than by technique. You just have to do it a bunch. Because what you're trying to do is maximize maximize your closing velocity and minimize the pilot's opportunities to counter maneuver. Right? If the pilot doesn't have time to crank on his stick and just sails merrily on into the missile's flight path, then that's kind of the ideal solution. Now, there are exceptions to this rule. For example, Starstreak is such a mind-bogglingly fast missile that if you are up against Su-25s, you can take a tail shot, which is a kinematically easier shot to take, but the speed difference between you and the target is minimized. And what you want to do is maximize that for the most part. That's not really true with Starstreak in particular because it's so goddamn fast, and Su-25 is actually pretty slow. But in general, you want to take the shot at the last second as they are approaching you and before they start to move away from you. And if that's what you're doing, you've probably got 6 seconds from the point at which they cross the horizon to get that tone and launch that missile.
Thanks, Portland. I think it's really good for a lot of us to hear occasionally, how these things look like in practice, right? Not just 2 Su-25s taking down with manpads. I mean, good, but it's nice to have that mental image as well. Thanks for that. Oh, I thought Axel might have a comment on it, but he dropped instead. Very well. Perpetuitatem, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I saw Axel was back up, and I had a question about Germany and their arms defense contributions to Ukraine regarding resource procurement, but then now he's back down again.
He'll be back in a minute. He'll be back in a minute, no worries. Or maybe 5, but he'll be back in a reasonable period of time, that's for sure. And while we wait for Axel, we're going to get Omar back up as well. Omar, go ahead.
I believe the S-400s, there is a problem since 2019 where Israel strokes targets in Syria 100 times without being detected. So they never detected it. So I'm not sure if it's a problem of detection or if they actually tried to and it like the interception failed. But there's no footage of anything being fired on the HIMARS rocket, so I'm not sure if they didn't even see it.
So we've actually got quite a few videos of attempted shoot downs from S-400s. I'm just trying to get a bigger sample so that I can do a kinematic analysis and figure out if this is these are just big, dumb, stupid missiles that we have been bullshitted on, which I think is probably accurate. I knew that they were overhyped, but the question of how overhyped was an open question until now. And so I'm just trying to get a bigger sample so that I can do a better analysis.
But it's fair to say, Portland, that the hit ratio of the S-400 so far on the Ukrainian Air Force has been low because the Ukrainian Air Force has avoided it neatly, that its use for other targets has been absolutely limited, and there's currently no reported, no verified shoot down of any kind of HIMARS missile.
On the last point, I can say for sure, I have seen 26 attempted shoot downs and no hits. So, yeah, Russia sucks at war.
And engineering, and science, and culture. Oh, they all go together, sorry.
On that downstream of culture.
Portland,
Hey,
did I already say how much I love you?
Love you too, bro.
No, seriously. I like what you've done in recent weeks for the space. It has been very helpful for people. Sincerely appreciated.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. It's great to hear such positive words being said to other people around here. Perpetuitatem had a question for you, Axel, about
Enough
Germany.
of this happy banter. So you had another question. I apologize.
Perpetuitatem, go ahead.
Yeah, earlier I was wondering about Germany's and their kind of seems like slow pace of getting some of their pledged and promised military equipment to Ukraine, and I was wondering if that might have anything to do with Germany trying to change their procurement, logistics, whatnot regarding energy, because obviously they get a lot of it from Russia. So to what extent do you think those two things might be related, if any?
Well, they're certainly in sync and in parallel, and I would call this cross-pollination more than linkage, but that doesn't make it any better.
So if Germany is able to somehow get their resource needs met through other means, that could have a positive impact on the much needed flow of arms to Ukraine, I guess.
Well, if you were to look this as a matrix, then Germany has limited the outcomes or the potential outcomes by simply limiting the room of action or the space of action by putting artificial restrictions on itself. And we discussed this when Benjamin Schmidt was on here, and again with Mark Nelson, that there are many different ways Germany could significantly accelerate, and by means of complementary establishment of different routes of creating significant energy, as well as different procedures and processes for emergency action with households in Germany, which otherwise would be left behind, because currently the government is trying to address the so-called preferred customer under the emergency rule, the emergency regulation for gas, which is an EU mandated planning, and which Germany obviously converted into plans in 2019 yet again as regulation, and then now it follows and executes it since March, when this was invoked, and had to, because obviously it was clear that they had to act. But the unfortunate thing is that the current government obviously has both ideological and strategic bent to an extent that it invalidates other options, and that's a problem. They are not as pragmatic as a proper, sensible, even toffee-nosed British government would handle it, or any American government for that matter. Nick?
Just on this S-400 versus HIMARS question, not knowing anything about this, but from what I've seen, the S-400, and more even than the S-300, seems to be this absolutely huge, what the Americans would call Rube Goldberg, we would say Heath Robinson arrangement in the UK of, there's trucks and command centers, and the rockets seem to be absolutely huge. I think they're like 600 millimeters in diameter. And I'm just wondering how long it takes to get something that huge up to speed against the HIMARS rockets, which appear to be, what are they, 220 millimeters or something? Maybe there are, maybe there's absolutely enormous amounts of propellant involved, but generally speaking, the sort of it feels to me like you intercept a big thing with a small thing, and I'm wondering what the logic is of shooting down what is basically not much more, as far as I can tell, than like a double-length 8-inch shell with something that looks like it could get you halfway to the moon. So obviously things are vastly more complicated than that, but it just looks inherently imbalanced from the most kind of elementary principles of engineering design. But, what do I know?
Have we lost Portland? I hope he comes back up. So I was half expecting already. Sorry, I was distracted a little bit, and I was expecting to hear his mellifluous chords already by the time Nick finished, but alas. So Portland's coming back up. I have no idea, Nick. Honestly, my understanding is that they're not meant to really be good against ballistic missiles in the first place, and a Gimler is a broadly ballistic trajectory kind of missile. They should be pretty good against cruise missiles and planes, but the cruise missiles basically behaves kind of like a small plane, because that's basically what it is. Now, Portland, did you hear Nick's question?
I heard the tag end. I don't think I heard the body of the question.
So basically, when I look at the I remember right at the start of the war, and they said, this is the S-400 system, and it's this huge kind of white elephant of multiple vehicles and, multiple people sitting around. And it seems like the kind of thing you might use to try and say, okay, we've got an incoming air raid of, B-52s 200 miles away, but it doesn't seem, just intuitively, it doesn't seem like you use a 600 millimeter diameter missile to shoot down an 8-inch rocket. But maybe what am I missing?
So you're not really missing anything. The thing is that the S-300 was designed for exactly that engagement envelope of hitting B-52 raids coming in from stupendous long ranges. The thing is that it, by virtue of being a very big missile with a very large motor, it is supposed to have tremendous acceleration. It is, in theory, it should have, really astonishing capabilities against ballistic missile threats. And you really have to look with ballistic missiles at the fact that they have relatively high trajectories and they are usually coming in very fast. HIMARS has that high trajectory, but isn't going anywhere near as fast as you would generally expect a ballistic missile to be going. So, in theory, S-400 should be capable of engaging these missile systems relatively easily. I'm less confused about why they are failing against low-flying, Su-25s and cruise missiles. That's always been a little bit of a stretch for this kind of a system. I am more confused about why are they performing as badly as they are against HIMARS. And really, all I'm trying to do here is gather enough data that I can actually do a kinematic analysis and figure out what the root of the problem is, rather than having a sort of more or less educated guess, if that makes any sense.
As a kind of follow-up, I noticed yesterday there was some chatter because India is apparently buying some S-400s, and the last two purchases of S-400s have been denied access to an American program called CATSA. And the Indians have said they're buying the S-400 and they've not been denied this access. And I just wondered if this is because the Americans have gone, hey guys, you know what? The S-400 is actually not something we need to worry about.
It's possible. I think that they may get hit with CATSA anyway, which is countering America's Enemy Through Sanctions Act for the audience, if anybody doesn't know what CATSA is. Even if S-400 is no good as a weapon system, it is still a means through which information can be gathered on sensitive weapons like the F-35. Now, the thing is that India is not a serious candidate to receive the F-35, for example. And therefore, CATSA might not be invoked on the basis that we don't actually care about the Russians being able to gather information on India's aircraft fleet, because India isn't going to get any latest generation American fighters. But I wouldn't rule out CATSA being invoked anyway.
A couple more questions for you, Portland. With the S-400s, S-300s not doing anything against the Gimlers right now, Do they stand any chance whatsoever against the ATACMS?
I mean, based on their performance so far, if they can't intercept gimlets, they have approximately 0% chance against ATACMS, which is a higher flying and much faster missile. It's more than twice as fast. I don't see that being a factor at all.
Did you just say 4 parts of gin, 1 part sweet and lime juice?
I mean,
Yeah,
that's
6 of those, and then you need a kebab.
I mean, no, you have the kebab first, and then you get drunk.
I was just talking about the gimlet. I'm sorry, I apologize. Domin and I were playing cocktail jugs for at least 4 weeks.
Okay, Portland, another question.
Yeah, sorry, go on.
Portland, another question for you. One of the listeners is asking, in a video, when you're looking at all of these failed attempts at taking down a Gimler, is there any way for you to tell whether it was an S-300 or an S-400 that was being used to fail to take down a Gimler?
Unfortunately, no, there really isn't any way to tell. But the reason that there's no real way to tell is that.
Is it because an S-400 is just an S-300 and somebody scratched off the 3 and put a 4 on it?
Pretty much. I mean, S-400 is basically just S-300 PMU-3 with a fancy bumper sticker.
Okay, so basically from a video you can't tell. And I'm guessing a lot of these videos are in the night anyway, so it's really hard to see such detail anyway, right? In the nighttime videos.
Well, yes, it would be, but the primary way that I would tell the difference would be looking at the color of the rocket exhaust, because the S-300 was their missiles for the most part, or rather the older S-300 missiles use a propellant called butadienyl, which has a slightly yellowish cast. And the newer manufactured S-400 missiles, have a nice clean gray-white color to their smoke because they're using hydroxyl-terminated polybutadiene as a propellant. The problem with this is that in many ways, well, actually in most meaningful ways, the S-300 and S-400 are interchangeable. You can hook up, these systems are so similar that you can hook up a launcher full of S-300 missiles to the S-400 command and control system and use them without terribly significant problems, as long as you remember which missile you have and therefore what your engagement envelope is.
So the difference between the missiles is how far they can shoot, basically.
More or less, yeah. It's what color smoke do they make? What's the exhaust velocity of their, or specific impulse if you're American, of their propellant? Russia is, I mean, they claim that they operate S-400s in complete battalion groups. I'm not totally convinced that that's true.
Portland, what about other anti-air systems that Russians have? You know, the Tors, the Buks, Pantsirs, etc. Would any of those be more suited to taking down these, kind of ballistic-ish missiles?
Well, okay, so when you're trying to intercept a ballistic missile, what you want is the longest duration, fastest flying missile you can get. So, in theory, if S-400 can't engage HIMARS, then there's really no hope for Buk, Tor, Pantsir, etc. To be able to do so successfully. I haven't seen any successful interceptions from any other Russian missile systems, but this is a large part of why I want to collect the evidence that I'm after, because I want to understand a little bit more about how these weapon systems are behaving once they have begun an engagement, so that I can figure out why they are not working. And once I know exactly what the problem there is, I should be able to apply that to lower tier air defense systems and figure out what are their options, and therefore what would we expect to see going forward.
Fair enough. So don't Pantsers have some sort of like an autocannon type thing? Might that be more effective at taking down these missiles in kind of like a CRAM fashion?
Yes, they do. I believe it's 230mm cannons. I can't see how that would work, to be honest. Those things are designed to engage very low flying targets with extremely high angular velocities at low levels. None of these things apply to an M31A1.
Okay, thanks for all that, Portland. I just exploited your presence a little bit and tried to clarify some things about air defense against Gimlers. You know, if you remember back a month ago, maybe more, we were talking about, you know, how it would be for Ukrainians to try to hit Snake Island with HIMARS, right? And you were saying, you know, oh, we're not really sure. Maybe their air defenses are better. Maybe they can actually take out a bunch of these incoming missiles with the Taurus they have there and with the command and control module. I keep forgetting what it's called. You know which one I mean. And it's really interesting, right? How we found out that all of this Russian kit actually thus far hasn't done anything at all. Right? There's a big difference between the specs, right, of what it could do, and then what it actually can do in the end, especially when it's Russian technology, it seems, right?
Yeah, I mean the extremely wide delta between the theory and the fact here has been it has definitely been interesting.
It's like you're fascinated by it and shocked by it. I'm fascinated by it. All the Russian military bloggers are losing it over it for obvious reasons, because they were all told, "Oh no, our stuff can, right? Our stuff can take all these HIMARS nonsense out of the sky, and they're not gonna hit any of our ammo depots." And then what happened? All the ammo depots went up in smoke. You know, we're happy that we were wrong and we were overly cautious, and they're devastated.
Yeah, I mean, I've never been so happy to be so wrong. Although in the case of Snake Island, my concerns actually wound up being borne out in many ways by the way the Ukrainians chose to engage that target, because what they wound up doing on the day they decided that they had had enough of Snake Island and they were going to start rubbing that one out was they used a combination of ballistic missiles, sea-skimming cruise missiles, and fast jets in a multi-directional attack, because just by the sheer density of air defenses on that island, those missile systems should have been able to make a much better showing than they ultimately did. They should have been able to make a much better showing, you know, from the analysis that I've done, you know, I thought that they should be able to get something on the order of 72 missiles out, and from what I can tell, they got 8. Now, my theory here is that they got 8 missiles out because they only had 1 tool running because they were running out of diesel. But that's, you know, that's a problem all on its own. What is surprising me a little bit here is that we're now operating in the operational regime that S-400 was supposedly designed for. This is what S-400 is meant to do. It is meant to kill incoming ballistic missiles. It's meant to kill incoming ballistic missiles up to about Mach 14. I mean, the M31A1 only has a terminal velocity of about Mach 2.5. You know, I could hit that with basically $5,000 worth of commercial equipment. So I think that on the whole, we can, on some level, be forgiven for having looked at that and gone, okay, the delta between the actual and the promised is going to be substantial, but it's not going to be whatever the delta between Mach 14.3 and Mach 2.5 is.
So you say 14.3 and 2.5?
Yeah.
Wait, where does Mach 14.3 come from? Is that the terminal velocity of a Gimli?
No, Mach 14.3 is the claimed maximum speed at which an S-400 can engage a ballistic missile threat.
Okay, right. Wow, that's faster than I would have thought.
Yeah, and they are absolutely shitting the bed against dumb rockets on predictable trajectories coming in at Mach 2.5. I think everybody's surprised by that. I'm definitely surprised by that. You know, I've been pretty consistent on here, not really respecting the quality of Russian engineering or Russian soldiery. But even I thought that they'd do better than that.
Can we go back to the S-400 and its incapacity, seemingly even dealing with any aircraft with high mobility, flexibility, dive and capacity beyond what the Russian current aircraft systems and air platforms currently provide for? Because they seemingly, whilst they always have projected that they were essentially protecting against Western aircraft, they've been modulating their sensors only roundabout ways in regard to their own frogfoots and flankers and the likes and their MiGs. And even those they can't catch. Now just imagine what this means if the F-15 Strike Eagle is in place. It'll whiz right past them.
Listen, if you can't hit a dumb ballistic missile at Mach 2.5, then you sure as shit can't hit a highly agile, violently maneuverable, you know, incredibly capable at medium and low altitude platform that can pull 9 Gs, plus 9 Gs, negative 8.5 Gs, with an instantaneous turn rating of like 35 degrees per second. If you can't hit a non-maneuvering ballistic target at Mach 2.5, you sure as shit can't hit a highly maneuvering target that can do the same speed.
Absolutely, and just imagine if we were to give the Ukraine what we should really give them in order to completely, utterly trounce them. We should give them Raptors.
Honestly, I think Raptors would probably be overkill because they do take
Did
they
you
do take
did
on
you
a
ever
lot of.
did you ever say that there's no such thing as too much ammunition? And you just said to someone to someone from the Air Force that there's such thing as overkill.
Well, okay. There is no
Come
such thing
on.
as
Okay.
overkill. What there is target destroyed and time to reload. Okay, let's
But
be fair.
okay, let's be fanboys. But no, of course. Explain to people why you think, from a ground perspective, the F-22 would be overkilling, given what the Russian capability is.
I mean, I guess overkill's not exactly the right term. So the thing about the F-22 is that it's a dedicated air-to-air platform. It doesn't yet have a built-in infrared search and track. Its radar is not well optimized for ground search. It's got some features. And also it's an absolute massive maintenance hog. Also, the thing is that it actually carries an astonishingly large airplane. I've actually seen them in person. There are some based in Portland. They are extremely large airframes, and they are large airframes because they carry an absolutely massive amount of fuel because they are designed to operate without external tanks. Because so they've got extremely
Why
long.
is that good? Why is that good if you want to take Sevastopol?
Because it means that you've got the range to do the entire run on full burner without external tanks, which means that you don't have to compromise your stealth profile.
Sweet. Thank you for saying this. What does that mean for air superiority and suppression of other aircraft?
So, I don't want to. I don't want to dwell on the F-22 very much because what I would rather get onto is what I think the Ukrainians would actually get the most use out of, which is the Block C. The Block 52 F-16.
Yeah, but they're getting both the F-15 Strike Eagle and the F-16.
I mean, so when I was in Afghanistan, there were two platforms that we knew we had close air support on tap from these two platforms. We knew we were having a good day. And that was the Strike Eagle and the Tornado. They have incredible ground search sensors. They have stupendous kinematic performance. Like if you are in the shit and you need close air support now, those assholes will go to full burner and you will have top cover in 90 seconds if you need it. They have incredible.
Did you just call the Air Force assholes?
Yes, delightfully so.
Thank you. Thank you.
Just what you really care about is you want that close air support available right now. You want a lot of it, and you want it to be accurate. You want bombs on target quickly and accurately. And the platforms that do this, I have a lot of love for the F-16, but they didn't have as long legs. They couldn't hang out for as long as the F-15s could. So if you are in a situation where you're Ukraine, you know that the maximum range that you reasonably might want to strike targets is, call it 1,100 kilometers. Okay, an F-16 can do that with one drop tank. You can.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm still reeling from the moniker.
What? Weapons grade assholes. Listen, like 97% enriched, pure uranium, weapons grade assholes, every one of you. But
wait,
you're
who
making
now?
my day, mate.
Well, what?
Who's that? Who are you calling 97% enriched?
The people who come in when they call in airstrikes, the people who come in and fly out, and which then they believe they are never at risk. Which of course in other theaters where there was significantly less air
Fuck
defense
glory boys.
capacity.
You come in, you steal all of the credit, you just glory boys. Okay, stop trying to pretend it's anything else. Go back to your hotel. It's nice there.
Oh man.
No,
I
fighter
love it.
drivers. Listen, fighter drivers are, they are absolutely
necessary.
Absolutely the most awesome people in the world. When I was a kid, okay, so 3 of my great uncles and both of my grandfathers flew fighters during the Second World War. And I more than anything in the world when I was a kid, I wanted to fly Tornado. As it happened, I wound up not having the grades at that point to get to that, so I went off to be a paratrooper, and that was great. What I'm saying here is, you know, if you are a poor bloody mudfoot and you are taking heavy fire and you need a 500-pound bomb through that window over there, you don't have a lot of time to wait for that. Okay, you don't have time. You're taking fire, people are dying, you know, you've got rounds coming over your head. You need that round on target now. And as such, the things that we prioritize are fast planes carrying lots of bombs with really good sensors. And
I'm still with you.
Yeah,
I'm having a field day for a Friday.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, you get that best, you get that fastest with Strike Eagle and Block 52 F-16s, which, because they are extremely well proven, incredibly well understood platforms, have extremely low costs per flying hour. Like 1/5 the cost per flying hour of an F-22. You get 3 times the uptime that you would get off an F-22. And the main advantage that the F-22 would have, which is the combination of stealth and huge drop tanks, can be mitigated, 1, by the fact that Russian air defenses are not that good, and 2, by the fact that your area of operations in Ukraine just isn't really that big.
Now that somebody made my day, given the fact that at that point in time, unfortunately, the F-16s and F-15s were unavailable to us, I've got to tell you, Jesus Christ, I think even the A-10s in theater would wreak havoc on these guys. Anyway, Doman, take it away.
Yeah, I think we got Omar off of his clock completely. For it's not yet Heimer's clock, shockingly enough. Gunther, go ahead.
Oh, hi. My question is, what is the likelihood that they can fix their issues with the S400, S300 with the software?
Essentially 0. This is as Nick pointed out, this is basically a giant-ass Rube Goldberg machine. It's got a very, very powerful radar, and as such, that radar is extremely sensitive. And as far as we are, it's so sensitive, in fact, that they have to use a moving target indicator to separate out interesting targets from air currents, birds, bats, swarms of insects, thoughts and prayers, the kitchen sink, or whatever else. As far as I can tell, most of the changes to the way this system works have to be executed mechanically rather than electronically. So I am not seeing any current prospect in the system as currently configured to be rendered more useful by simply changing software, because it's just not running that much in the way of software.
Yeah, understood. Also, what are the effectiveness of like Panzer and Buk systems against HIMARS?
As far as we can tell so far, basically zero. I've only got 3 videos showing attempted shoot downs from Buk, and they all failed. I don't currently know why. The fact that the failure rate is so astronomically high, in that it is 100%, seems weird to me, because I was anticipating at the start of all of this mess that that Russia would probably be able to shoot down 2/3 of incoming projectiles. I thought that I was being excessively charitable. I didn't know I was being that excessively charitable. You know, in the scheme of ballistic missile threats, the M31 missile just isn't up there. It's a non-maneuvering ballistic missile with a predictable trajectory and a terminal velocity of Mach 2.5. I could literally go to a high school class, and if you gave me a budget of $50,000, I could build you a system for intercepting these. I have, at this stage, I am confused as to why they are this bad.
Is it a perhaps an issue with just timing? Like, because they don't have long flight times, so maybe they just don't have enough time to warm up systems before it's too late.
Yeah, I think that's a theoretically plausible explanation. The flight time on these things is not very long, even at maximum range. I think it's something on the order of 5 minutes, 11 seconds, depending on whether my measures of their apogee have all been accurate. But 5 minutes, 10 seconds for an air defense engagement, you know, we were just talking about the fact that some rando with a manpads has about 6 seconds, right? Like he knows that this airplane is coming, but he's got about 6 seconds from when this airplane crosses the horizon to get the ideal shot. So 5 minutes, 11 seconds, that should be plenty of time.
Question from the floor, Portland. Is it possible that the S-400s were somehow electronically compromised by Ukrainians, you know, electronic warfare type thing?
Theoretically plausible. I don't have any solid evidence to dismiss or support that theory at this time.
Fair enough. Thanks, Portland. Gunther?
So I know we've covered this before, but it sounds like I mean, it sounds pretty shocking that if they're not able to intercept HIMARS, then that's like all their air defenses. That's like, I mean, everything. So I mean, it's massive.
Yeah, I mean, the strategic implications of this really cannot be overstated. That's why I want as much evidence as I want, because I don't want to reach a conclusion with this massive of a set of implications without knowing absolutely for sure that I'm right.
I saw someone's comment about HIMARS saying like, well, Russia's going to find out why we don't have universal health care in the United States of America.
And why would that matter?
Oh, it's a joke. It's just focusing. We
I
focus a
know,
lot
but
on defense.
I
That's
get
all.
it. I know, I get it. But the key thing is, whilst it is a joke, at the same time, that's not true, because the defense budget of the United States of America protects the freedom of the whole free world, and it's an absolute necessity. However, at the same time, you have HUD and other wonderful federal agencies and ministries which consume a substantial amount of boondoggles. So why don't you cut those boondoggles and make sure that you can provide healthcare as your democratically elected representatives allow you to vote on?
Yeah, clearly we can do both. Yes, agreed.
100%, Gunther. So, and for all those who haven't yet caught up on us, yes, it is called Gimlet, and it's a 1920s cocktail. And no, you do not necessarily have to drink for every hit made by a Gimler, but at least once a night you should have, in memoriam and in remembrance of and in praise, or at least as a cheers and a toast of it, for HIMARS o'clock, one toast. And if you are a teetotaler, you can do this with a cup of tea. I don't care. But please praise the wonderful assistance given by the arsenal of democracy to Ukraine and the capability of the Ukrainians in mastering how they select their targets and how they manage to mask their HIMARS systems and the M270s in order to eradicate the logistical capacity, the attacking capacity, and the destructive capacity of Mordor. I think that's worth a drink.
You don't have to drink one for every strike, but there's nothing preventing you from doing it.
Well, alcohol poisoning will stop you eventually.
Those are lots of strikes.
Yeah, I have taken on a policy of having a drink every time Ukraine sets a new record for the most Russians entered into low Earth orbit.
Omar.
If confirmed that there is no defense against HIMARS, isn't the most logical thing to do now is to destroy all S-400s and S-300s, and then it's open season for KYIV and all the other missiles that should have been intercepted. So basically, it's like, yeah, why don't we get them themselves?
I mean, that's what I'd do. It's possible that Ukraine is still focused on cutting logistical throughput, which we've seen has had a distinct and measurable effect on Russia's ability to maintain its terror bombing attacks, to maintain the round-the-clock, absolutely stupendous amount of ammunition that they've been pouring into the areas where they intend to advance. And, I think, given the situation, I would probably keep hitting those logistics targets, and air defenses would probably be third or fourth on my priority list. Top of my priority list would be command posts, then logistics hubs, then large concentrations of artillery where I could find them, and then air defenses.
Thank you. Makes sense.
Thank you, Portland. Thank you, Omar. Anyone else?
Domin, I have
Yes.
to do another public service announcement. For those who are teetotalers, they can, of course, have a cup of tea at a point in time of their choosing after HIMARS o'clock hits them, and whenever HIMARS o'clock hits, you can do that. If you are in keeping with your significant other and want to make sure that they can just be teetotalers, you can have your tea and you just add what the Frisians call köm to it, meaning a little shot into it. So you can both sit together, have your cup of tea, you enjoy it, and the other person has it.
Like a hot toddy. Oh, minus the honey.
Te mit köm.
Yes, very well. Excellent. So, public service announcements. Since we're on public service announcements, if you'd like to jump up, ask a question, make a comment, it doesn't have to be on air defense systems. It's okay. There are other elements to this Russian invasion of Ukraine and the war that Ukraine is fighting to keep the genocide at bay, so to speak. It's okay. It doesn't all have to be in the defense systems. You're still welcome to jump up and ask a question. Just jump up, request to speak using the mic in the bottom left corner of your screen, and then raise your hand. If you'd also be so kind, and that's all of you, regardless of whether you want to speak or not, to share and retweet the space, that'd be fantastic as well. Axel, when is our next guest? Are we having some logistics experts soon?
I would think so. Such a tease.
Maybe I was hinting that I didn't exactly remember when and who's coming, so maybe you could help me out.
You were hinting. I love it. Okay.
I was
well,
gently trying to tease out the actual information.
I think we do have a logistics expert coming, but if you refer to General Ben Hodges, he has not yet agreed a time, but our logistics expert is coming back soon.
Oh, very well. I'm being told that our next special guest is tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern, 8 p.m. Kiev time, that is 6 p.m. London, 7 p.m. What's the correct... Actually, who should we say? Because Paris and Berlin are both awfully disappointing as of late. Vienna even more so. Who should we pick? Warsaw, maybe, in the Central European time zone? Okay, Warsaw it is. 7 p.m. Warsaw. And that's going to be tomorrow. We're going to be talking to Sergio Olmos, who's a freelance journalist currently in Ukraine. To make the... what's four? A full house? Is that 4 cards? I guess.
You're having Sergio Olmos on?
Yes, we do have Sergio on, and we also have Mr. Tao on the day after. Why?
Mr. Do you mean Justin Yao?
Yes.
Yes.
Rad, both of those guys are from Portland, right?
We do know, yes.
Yeah. Actually, I know them both. That's really cool.
Well, you should be there, because Sergio, by the way, was the guy who actually lent his car to Bryce Wilson and Guillaume Ptak so that they could go to Donbass, whereas Sergio, as I understand, didn't quite go to Donbass. But we'd be pleased, and we'll have him on tomorrow, and Justin on Sunday.
Fantastic. That'll be really exciting.
Well, then
and
join us.
Also tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern, 10 p.m. Kiev, that's 9 p.m. Warsaw, 8 p.m. London. We'll also be joined by Senior Lieutenant Anatoly Kharchenko of the Ukrainian Air Assault Forces. I'm expecting more comment on that. Very well. That's our next 3 guests, indeed. Thank you very much for that. Thank you, Axel. Thank you, Portland. Let's go on to John, then Gunther, then Parker. John.
Thanks, Damon. I've just come back up a couple of minutes ago, so I'm sorry if this has already been said. But in terms of the Ukrainians targeting Russian air defense, specifically S-300, S-400, I mean, what that says to me is they're fully intending to integrate fast air and rotary wing into this counteroffensive. And they maybe feel like they can achieve local air dominance in terms of fixed wing. And if they can swap the long range, the more capable air defense now, that clears the way for them to use their gunships a lot more effectively.
And there are other air assets as well, right, John? And I think we've been seeing that on the Ukrainian side, haven't we? More sorties, more destroyed Russian assets being claimed to have been struck by Ukrainian Air Force.
And the really impressive thing, in many ways, on this particular front, is how persistent and determined and more importantly survivable Ukrainian air defense, offensive air assets have been, especially when you consider that they are for the most part using unguided bombs and rockets. They're doing these very, very ballsy low-level penetration missions, hitting very precise targets with, astonishingly primitive weapons, and they're still getting through. And it makes sense to me that if Ukraine is, as you rightly point out, continuing to knock out major air defense systems, they would only be prioritizing those targets if they expected to bring their own air force more into the mix.
Sorry, I had to step away for just a second. Gunther.
I have to sign off. I'll be back later. Sorry, guys.
Thank you, Portland. Thank you for spending your, I don't even know what time of day it is. Morning still, I guess. Just about late morning with us. And talk to you later. Always fun talking things that go whoosh and boom with you. Gunther. Hope your question wasn't for Portland. If it was, tough luck, but we're going to have to figure it out with Adam.
So this is more of a general question, unrelated. What is up with Serbia? I don't, and in regards to this war, and I understand why historically they might want to keep associating with Russia, but I don't know. I'm curious about that, particularly because my partner is Croatian. Thanks.
Oh my, okay. So I would really like it if 007 would jump up, because we can maybe get another little bit of a perspective from the, the other side of the powder keg, as he likes to say. Right. So Serbia has long-standing, let's say, pro-Russian sentiments. Not everyone in Serbia by any means. But definitely the current leading politicians in Serbia, including the President Vučić and a few others. Plenty of civilians in Serbia do as well. This is a very long-running, what shall we say? This is a very long-running situation. They rather like Russia from back in the late 19th century. When Russia can help them and the Bulgarians to get out from under the Ottoman's yoke, and they sort of feel a very strong historical historical bond with Russia. Okay, right. Sadly, my friend can't join us right now. That's a shame. So I have to do this on my own. So it's a very interesting situation. Let's say we'll skip over the communist years, but just remember that during the period when the First World War started, one of the reasons why it was indeed the World War is because Russia stood on the side of Serbia, right? The Russian Empire stood on the side of Serbia. Some stuff happened. Yes, Tito, Stalin didn't love each other exactly, but then after the dissolution of Yugoslavia. Again, Russia, now the Russian Federation, was very much standing on the side of Serbia. They weren't standing on the side of Serbia 100% of the time when Serbia was doing all manner of unspeakable things in the Balkans throughout the 1990s. But they did, veto quite a number of things in the UN Security Council. They voted with Serbia in the General Assembly. They generally supported Serbia. There's a reason why there was a race to Kosovo at some point. Right, between the let's say Russian peacekeepers, quote unquote Russian peacekeepers, and the Western peacekeepers. So it's kind of complicated. right now, Serbia is trying to exploit the situation a little bit for their own gain as well. They're one of their airline is one of the few that can fly to Moscow from Europe. It's basically Turkish Airlines from Istanbul and Air Serbia. And I think that's pretty much the only ones that fly to Moscow. Obviously,
And how
the
much
Russian
more
airlines.
kerosene do they have to burn to get there?
No, they don't, because they can fly straight over. Right, Air Serbia can fly straight over your EU airspace to get to Moscow. That's kind of the whole point.
Not anymore.
Not anymore. Wait, when has that changed?
They can't fly over EU airspace anymore straight to Moscow.
Really? When did I miss?
At least for a week.
At least for a week. Okay, well, I clearly missed something last week. Okay. Until recently, Air Serbia could fly straight to Moscow, straight-ish, and that was quite convenient, and they've got lots of traffic that way as well. Anyway, there's a strong historical attachment. It's not just a historical attachment, it's also a modern attachment. There's also similar political tendencies, similar attitudes to a lesser degree, obviously, but similar attitudes to the domestic situation. And Serbia also quite enjoys Russia's support when it comes to the question of Kosovo. Serbia also enjoys strong Russian
Did you
support
just
when it
say
comes
similar attitudes to domestic violence and rape?
No, I didn't. I said the domestic political situation, but
it would have been true anyway.
It would have been true anyway. So either way, had you misheard me in that way, that's fine too.
Always happy to help.
Yeah, thanks, Axel. Always glad for you to have me back here. They particularly enjoy the Russian support when it comes to the question of Republika Srpska and Bosnia and Herzegovina, right? The Serbian entity in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
You mean the entities where they elevate the status of domestic rape to raping of others?
Yes, that.
So they
Moscow
have that in common with the Russian soldiers as well, right?
They do, and Moscow quite likes having the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina being as complicated as it is, because they can leverage the domestic situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina by supporting Republika Srpska to the hilt, and thus destabilizing Western Balkans, as more broadly as well. So that's kind of where it is. Axel, I'm sure that you want to add things additionally to this. I'm sure Nick does. I'm sure Kafteli does as well. Who do you want to go first? Do you want to go first, Axel?
I just loved the way you managed to race through this without actually saying anything wrong, ever. It's like parkour.
Yeah, I think I'm much better with the verbal version than the one where you jump off roofs and stuff. I think I'd break something, twist an ankle at the very least. Kafteli, do you want to comment on this?
Oh, Serbia? Yes.
Yes, excellent. Go ahead.
Yeah, I would not overemphasize those historic ties, because, if they mattered for Russia, the closest nations for Russia would be Ukrainians and Georgians, based on so-called historic ties. But they are currently at war with both, pretty much. Russia doesn't give a shit about this, and I think...
Why would they, Alex? Please explain to our American audience, because not everybody is Canadian of Georgian descent. Why would the Russians pursue Georgia, the country which brought them Mr. Djugashvili?
Borjomi, obviously, and wine.
Well, Djugashvili was he was Russian imperialist. Like when he was a part of like
Lavrov.
Like Lavrov, yes, or Primakov before that, or Ivanov. They are like the whole slew of them. They, even though ethnically they are not Georgians, Lavrov is, for example, Armenian, but he grew up in Tbilisi, which is capital of Georgia. And like Stalin, they use these connections basically to raise within Russia, like Stalin himself. So Stalin was, when he was he did grow up in Georgia, and he was growing up as a small criminal. Then he became big criminal, like stealing, robbing banks for Bolshevik party. And then he grabbed the power in Russia.
No, no. Alex, explain this in more detail, because none of our American friends knows this, because Mr. Duranty hasn't told them that in the New York Times.
I have not read that article, but basically, yes, he was born in Georgia. He actually, when he was 15, he wrote a very small rhyme, quite nice one. When he was 15, he was learning in Georgia in Gori. He was born in Gori, grew up in Gori, and his education was Church Academy. And by the way, in Church Academy, back at that time, Georgian language was prohibited. And he actually was growing up as, he was not perfect, like very obedient student there. There was a story where he was he got from some official, he got, I think he was speaking Georgian or something. So he actually slapped the headmaster or something and ran away. And he was like barely 14 years or 15 years old. Very young, he started robbing banks. Well, banks probably came later, but he joined Bolshevik party, and he was along with his friend Terpetrosyan, who is known as under the name Kamo. They were robbing banks, and actually were quite famous for that. They were very bold, and yeah, they robbed the biggest bank in Georgia back in that time. And when I say bank in Georgia, I'm speaking about Tbilisi was the
the Beirut of the Caucasus.
Major center for Caucasus. So Tbilisi was center of operations of Russian military operations. They had like war in North Caucasus for like decades. They were managing the whole territory of South Caucasus, which is Azerbaijan and Armenia, from Tbilisi. It was a major. This is where like the how they call it, Vice Tsar, or it wasn't called Vice Tsar, it was called so basically he was fulfilling the orders of a Tsar in whole Caucasus. So that was pretty big bank. And aside from banks, he was very famous criminal, and got a lot of money for Bolshevik party. He was sent to Siberia like 11 times. Now, Siberia was different, very different from later what Stalin made as Gulag. But he was sent there 11 times, and 11 times he ran from there. It was not like an easy feat. But anyway, he made his career when he invaded Georgia. So in 1918, Georgia declared independence. There were a few wars with Russian, with White Guardia, with Denikin, and with communists too. In 1920s, there was a peaceful agreement with Lenin that Georgian Menshevik Party signed, and that had much broader territories than Georgia is today. Sochi was recognized as part of Georgia. It had all the crosses in the mountains. It had territory that was later given to Azerbaijan and Armenia.
But remember, Alex, that back then, Kuban was where?
Well, Kuban, I think it was Ukraine, Kuban. It was under under Denikin. Bolsheviks didn't control that. I'm talking about time when everything was moving and very fluid. So I'm not sure about Kuban. I would not. But that agreement signed in 1920, that was actually a big deal. And I can tell that, Bolsheviks had a kind of stronghold in Baku in Azerbaijan, and Georgian army was about like 30 kilometers from Baku. They had to go back. Like, the government really insisted that we have peace agreement with Russia, with Bolshevik Russia, go back. And there was a kind of conflict with army general. His name was Georgy Mazniashvili. And so when Stalin invaded just a few months later in 1921, they invaded from three parts, and local Bolsheviks, Georgian Bolsheviks, did help them. But Stalin invaded the country. He led and there are telegrams, between Stalin and Lenin, where Lenin's main concern was, yes, invade, but make sure you do not really anger Brits, because he was very afraid of UK, going back. But UK did not. Was not interested. It was like everybody was tired with First World War, so that thing was successful. But basically, Stalin made a career at the expense of Georgia. He killed the independence of the country. The territory was Sochi was given to Russia. Abkhazia and South Ossetia were created. Like, historical Abkhazia was there, but they changed the borders too, and also created them as autonomous republics. Territories were given to neighbor countries, and there was actually agreement also with Turkey to take some parts of Georgia. And Mazniashvili, like that general, which I said, he had a conflict. Well, Georgian government fled to Paris. He actually stayed. He came to Bolsheviks saying, give me a very small unit, I'll save Batumi for you, because Turks entered Batumi. So, and they did this. He returned Batumi and Ajaria for Georgia, but he died in extreme poverty. He did not go to Europe. He was for the last few years he was raising potatoes and selling them at the market, and died in extreme poverty. The man who basically was the best general probably in the whole region at time of war. But anyway, this is. But Stalin did make career in Russia at the expense of Georgia. So this is all BS. That Stalin was Georgian and he did good things for Georgia. That's not the case. Like, again, he destroyed independence of the country. Like, what could he have done that counters that? I have no idea. But at the last, and by the way, when he was asked his nationality, he was always saying, "I'm Russian."
Alex, let's go back to Serbia now.
Yeah. Now, going back to Serbia, those historic ties are kind of, I would not overemphasize that. They are useful, they bring sentiments and whatnot, but I would follow the money. I would follow the money. I would follow how Russians were trying to build those energy flows, because that's their main tool for bribing countries. Maybe there is some sentiments because of that, Milosevic thing, because Russians, basically, they did not recognize the genocide. And they could not do much for Milosevic, but essentially they deny genocide that Serbs committed. And like Milosevic for them was viewed as a hero, not because he's Serb or because he is nationalist, but essentially because he was killing, essentially exactly because of genocide, because those methods of Serbs, they appeal to them. And this is now I'm talking from the perspective of, those same people who now want, basically who want to genocide Ukrainians. They are willing and ready to genocide anybody and everybody. They think this is the glory. And whatever they were doing, or their grandfathers were doing in 19th century, they think they can do it again, and nobody will do anything because I don't know, because of fearing them, I don't know what. Anyway, I would follow the money. All those sentiments, they are nice, but the reason I brought, Ukraine and Georgia, because, I grew up in an environment where the propaganda was saying that, in 17th century, Ukrainian nation said, we want to be part of Russia forever. And 200 years later, in 18th century, Georgian nation, vowed, we want to be part of Russia forever. Russia, please come with your troops and save us. And then when you read the historical documents, there is nothing of that sort even mentioned there. Basically, Georgian king Irakli was at war with Ottoman Empire, and he was looking for allies. He spent he sent a delegation that spent 3 decades in Europe, and essentially died in Europe. They couldn't find anybody, and then Russians said, okay, we will send you 2 battalions. As they sent this Totleben, and in the most critical battle, Totleben betrayed king, and he had a secret instruction from Catherine to basically let Georgia fall and then grab the power.
And why are you surprised?
King Irakli win that battle. And he actually went after this Totleben, who was already near Russian border. And Totleben was very frightened when he saw Irakli. Now, Irakli did not do anything for him because he still, I guess, wanted to maintain good relations with Russia. But just imagine, they had to be in a battle, and they betrayed it in that time. And that was
but Alex, isn't this exactly?
They
what
backstab
Ukraine,
their ally, and they always backstab.
Of course. This is exactly what they would do if anyone were to appease them. But back to the crocodile, it's the same thing.
And then later, a decade later, when King Irakli died, there were a few of his heirs started war to who will become the king, and one of them, I guess, called Russian troops to help him. And they decided that you don't need any kingdom at all. None of the Iranians or Turks ever did that, or Mongols. They would decide who would be the king, but they never abolished kingdom. But the Russian Tsar did not want any other kings near him. He was they did not recognize any kingdom. So they abolished and annexed Georgia and tried to ban Georgian language and Georgian church and all that stuff. All that jazz, the same with Ukraine. The only difference was they badly needed Georgia because they were at war for decades in North Caucasus. And they could not allow, there were some uprisals of peasants against Russians, but they eventually had to conduct a more liberal policy in Georgia, allowing things that they wouldn't allow elsewhere, because they needed that place to further expand. Their plan was to expand it to Turkey and eventually take Constantinople, and eventually to go to India. If you read the Russian historical documents, they needed Georgia to invade into India. that was kind of plan. But Georgia was close to the area, like Iran, and then Iran was neighboring India. Anyway, yeah, I don't want to go too further into those stories because I know for average Americans this is not probably something they are willing to hear for too long.
But Alex, it's okay. It's okay.
Yeah.
We do not have any average Americans here.
Okay. So yeah, so that story that Stalin was Georgia is complete BS. You know, if anything, like he used Georgia, he killed Georgian independence to make career in Russia, and same with Primakov, by the way, he was raised in Tbilisi, but they are using their connections, you know, and criminal connections, by the way, too. With those, you know, so-called
See, Alex, by
warring
having
laws.
highlighted,
Yeah.
see what happened? By having highlighted with a question as to why they do it, those who aspire to leave their own nation and not build anything, they could always rely on the court of the Duchy of Muscovy to be receiving them, to then help them to gain power to suppress others. That's exactly what happened. And it happens all the time. So you must avoid being compromised.
Right, right. But interestingly, so the Russians, after Stalin's death, Russians were using Stalin's name to basically make people in North Caucasus and others like hate Georgians because they always stressed his, you know, ethnic origin of being Georgian. And as if it was Georgians, you know, responsible for Golodomor or whatnot, or, you know, deportation of Chechens. And in Georgia, they like that KGB thing. They allowed people to basically cherish Stalin. So official line was that Stalin killed too many people in Gulag, but they did not go into details. And unofficially, they allowed some, you know, old generation. You can still find Stalinists, you know, who, and basically, what they are saying is, you know, under Stalin there was less corruption, the prices were falling, that kind of stuff. So, but it's only with people who, like, who were still alive in 50s. My grandpa was Stalinist, by the way. Not Stalinist. He didn't have a clue, honestly, about ideology or whatnot. But yeah, old people were Stalinists. Not all of them, of course, but some of them. Anyway, so there is a museum of Stalin in Gori, where he grew up, and that's it. That's our relations with Stalin. But again, you know, to me and to many of those, again, the main thing for me, like, there was an independent country, part of League of Nations, and this guy basically killed it to make career in Russia. And anything after that, again, if you read in details what Russians blame him for, you would find that mostly because he was Georgian. Had he been Russian, there are no, you won't find many, like, many accusations against Stalin, because it's their ideal, you know, like ideal ruler is Joseph Stalin. That's they even made icon, you know, of Joseph Stalin. They even wanted to make him saint, but that didn't work because, like, Stalin was officially what's the name of those, atheist. They couldn't go that far. Something, but they are icons of Stalin. You can find them if you look for them. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you, Alex. You know, I could listen to you for literally 16 hours a day, 14 of which awake. Nick.
I just for Axel, I went to try and find news of these sanctions on Air Serbia, but I couldn't, and I found a flight path from this morning, flight JU-650 from Belgrade to Moscow, which flew over Hungary, Slovakia, Poland, Lithuania, and Latvia. So yeah, if you have a link,
So that means
if
it's
you have
not
a link to these,
consistent.
pardon?
That means only that it's not consistent because evidently it's not being exercised at full throttle. At least half the flights were already blocked out last week, and they couldn't start. They couldn't get through the. Well, okay, I'll have a word with someone.
Yeah, send me a link to the because apart from anything else, it's entirely surrounded by Serbia is entirely surrounded by the European Union, and so they don't even have I don't think they even have a bridge out like to the Adriatic without crossing over either NATO or EU airspace.
We had the discussion when the Chinese flights came into Belgrade with
those early April with the supposed air defense assets.
Yeah, and none of them should ever have actually managed to get into Hungarian airspace. But okay, yeah, let me have a word.
At this point, I just want to remind everyone that when Lavrov was supposed to go to Serbia a few weeks ago, he couldn't, and he had to cancel his trip because there was no way of him actually getting into Serbia, which was hilarious. Sorry about that.
We also had that. We also had that flight from Russia to France, Basel Airport, which is in France, not actually in Switzerland, to pick up the diplomats from the Council of Europe, and they had to cross EU airspace. But if you looked at the map, it had clearly been negotiated so that they spent the absolute least possible time over EU airspace, and they had to fly along North Africa and then up the Rhone Valley to just sort of an hour in France. So they were maximally inconvenienced for that.
I mean, I feel bad for the Rhone Valley for having to have dealt with that. Yeah, absolutely. Let's go on to Nina and then to John. Nina.
Thank you, Domen, and thank you, Alex Cartelli, for
Have we lost Nina?
But she thanked Alex for.
Yeah, she covered the important bit. Let's go on to John, and I'll get Nina back up.
Yeah, hi, mate. Not good news, unfortunately, but it looks like in the last half an hour, Dnipro's been hit. At least 3, maybe 4 cruise missiles. But yeah, they're at it again.
Residential areas, to be precise, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
They're just worried that the EliteCams are coming in, or the ATACAMs, and that's it. So they have to shoot off everything they can do to terrorize people first.
Do we have? Do we know what are the possible launch methods for the Russians for cruise missiles? Do they have sub-launched and air-launched and ground-launched? What are the possible?
Yep, all of those. And also note, air launch could be over the Black Sea, Sea of Azov, Caspian Sea. Could also theoretically be over land, but apparently they've been avoiding those because the unreliability is so high that they don't want to have stuff, falling onto Russian cities when it fails in the early stage of flight. Also, anything that's ship or sub-launch could also be from the Sea of Azov or the Black Sea, and if it's surface, it could be from the Caspian as well. They have capabilities in the Caspian that allow for that. Sorry, Nina, you cut out just after you had thanked Alex Kaftelli. We're not sure if you had anything else to note, because clearly that's by far the most important part.
Yes, I said I wanted to thank Alex for the historical lesson, and also that I could listen to you 4 hours. And actually, when I now heard, was it John?
John was talking about Dnipro, yes.
Yes. So I had something else, but I don't want to go into that now, because if there is any news about that, I would really love to hear. Or I don't know if I would like to hear that, but I would like to hear the news and what it was like. But some bad news. What was it? Thank you.
Highly unlikely for the moment, because the strikes have hit recently, which means there's an embargo already on imagery and specific location notice. We should wait. Let's talk about other stuff. In maybe 1.5 hours or 2 hours, we'll know more.
Yeah, we have a few people looking at it. Nina?
Okay, thank you, Domen. In that case, if that's what Axel said, it's better to wait until we know more. I don't know how this relates to the whole picture, but I am a little bit like confused when I heard that Alex, you included also Iran in this big picture, what you were talking about, the history, and Iran is the neighbor country of Iraq, which doesn't have a government at the moment, hasn't had it for some time, and also can this be somehow connected? How can it be? Can it be connected to Russia somehow? And also, I saw that President Biden visited the not the Emirates. Was it Arab Emirates? Joan.
He was meeting with, I believe, Israelis and Emiratis, and possibly the Saudis at some point. I don't know what order, but I'm sure that Peter knows a whole lot about everything they're trying to tackle. You know.
Okay, thank you.
Peter, welcome back. Nice to have you with us again.
Thank you, gentlemen. Actually, Nina, I'd love to tackle the question. I have a sort of hot moving issue, and I wanted to get Domen your perspective. And I see Axel's a speaker in the space. If he's available, it's on this question of Germany.
Sure.
Yep. Are you there, Axel?
Right here on the money.
Axel, there's a question coming up that I'm fielding, and it is it's a media request on Germany's overall response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Now, I've got some pretty strong opinions on this. I know you do, but since February 24, my general view is it's been 2 steps forward, 1 step back, or maybe 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Things have changed, though. It's been off and on, etc. How would you frame Germany's overall response so far in a sort of 30,000-foot level? Have they rallied? Have they met up to the expectations of their rhetoric, or is there still much to be done? I'd be keen on your thoughts.
Whilst the list of equipment which the Bundesregierung, the federal government, presents every day on its homepage is very comprehensive. I actually commend everyone to go there. I think Domen and I put up the link in the nest earlier. It's comprehensive. It's well financed. Financing-wise, it probably leaves a lot to be desired already in terms of size, because Germany could simply, by means of its own financial capacity, do significantly more, and probably from both a moral, but more importantly, and that's where Germany That's where the critique is coming, where Germany is lacking a strategic perspective. Germany should just simply say, here is 10 billion, which we dedicate to the support of Ukraine and therefore freedom. Germany is doing a lot. It's just not doing the things which Ukraine wants. And America and Britain would expect from someone who understands the technicalities and the capacity. So that's where the problem really is. So the issue is more vested in what level of equipment what specific equipment is not given, and why equipment which is offered by the weapon system industry in Germany is not released. And then we can kick off for 2 hours and still not stop bashing them.
That's perfect. Thank you, Axel. I'm going to have to drop back down. I'll share with the space. I'm doing an interview very shortly on this. I'll share with the space on this. But what I think everyone in this space knows my views on this. I learned from others like you and Doman, Axel, and others. So thank you very much, guys. Keep it up. I plan to be back later on this evening, East Coast time, to share some more thoughts. But I wanted to do a quick signals check with you, Axel, because when it comes to German politics, I have my views, but I like to listen to your opinions because they're extremely illuminating to me.
Too many compliments, but thank you, Peter. I think both you and I and others, and specifically those former US service personnel still residing in Germany, are utterly disgusted by the incompetence of the German political elite at this point in time to commit what should be done, meaning providing, how should we put this? Germany could just unlock all its resources for Ukraine to win this war. And freedom would be served. The brand of Germany would be salvaged. And Germany would finally, for the first time in 110 years, be on the right side of history and be able to say, we've done it. This is what we were and what we are morally obliged to do. And by the way, we did this because we believe in it, because it's the right thing. And this requires not just political leadership, it requires hard choices. But you said it before, Peter, this is a time for choosing.
And would you know, Axel, I won't name names, but there are some great American conservatives who are traveling to Hungary within the next few days. And I've provided my insights and thoughts, and they're going to be sharing their views. But the overall takeaway is going to be that the current course of the Hungarian government from an American conservative perspective on foreign policy is the wrong course. Hungary is choosing the wrong side, and we want Hungary to choose the correct side in this civilizational contest. So the fight continues. This space is important, and I want to thank you guys for always providing just up-to-date insight, facts, real information, and I learned from you guys, so thank you very much.
Thank you, Peter. And by the way, please, if you have any kind of influence, have these Hungarians to see one thing. When the tanks rolled into Budapest, when they rolled over young men and women defending the freedom of Hungary, when they shelled the parliament, when they kicked in the doors of the various communities, German, Jews, Czechs, expatriates, the Hungarian Christians, the Copts, everyone in Buda. The Hungarians fought, and they fought on the right side of freedom. If Fidesz cannot muster this moral fiber, it relegates the fight of Hungary for freedom into the abyss.
And Axel, when those Hungarians stood up against Russian tanks in their revolution and freedom fight. They had to pull up cobblestones to fight tanks with. Certainly, it's imperative for us right now in the current day and age to provide the Ukrainians the weapons they need to do more than throw cobblestones at Russian tanks. We're doing it now, but I want to see Germany do more. And if I understand you correctly, that is a strong takeaway to share with an American conservative audience here, as well as in Hungary.
Please don't let these American conservatives leave Hungary without going back to Germany and shaking up the German opposition too.
Well, we'll see what I can do. All right, guys, I'm going to drop down to listener as always. Keep up the great work, and I'll be on later on this afternoon, this evening, East Coast time, to listen and perhaps contribute more. But thank you, guys.
Bye, Peter. Nice to hear from you.
Köszönöm szépen.
Oh, I'm guessing that was either Estonian or Finnish, because I didn't catch that at all.
Hungarian, my friend, Hungarian.
Oh, well, close enough. Is the next closest out of languages that have states behind them. Anyway, Nina, you were asking who was Biden meeting, right? All of the above: Israel, UAE, Saudi, the lot.
Yes. And Iraq without government and how it fits into this picture.
Honestly, Abdulaziz, if you came out to talk about that,
Yes.
feel free to go right ahead.
Thank you, Doman. Hi, everyone. Nina, I wanted to answer your question. Just wanted to say Alex is absolutely correct with everything you just said. And I just wanted to add on one thing, and Alex, you said that yesterday or before yesterday, the populace has a totally different opinion, and that's why Olaf Scholz lost his last two elections. That's the German side of things. But Nina, just to answer your question, so Biden traveled to Israel, met there with the Prime Minister and the President, spent there 2 days, and also met with the President of the Palestinian Authority. He has now flown to Saudi Arabia, and in Saudi Arabia, next to meeting the King of Saudi Arabia, which he just did, and it seems also he fist bumped the Crown Prince. There's a whole range of leaders from the region flying into Saudi Arabia to meet him, including the Prime Minister of Iraq, the Crown Prince of Kuwait, I think the King of Jordan, and definitely the Crown Prince of Bahrain. They're definitely going to be there. So there's going to be a whole range of meetings with allies of the United States in the Middle East. Furthermore, yesterday there was a meeting, and I think this is the first. It's called the 2I2U meeting, which includes India, United Arab Emirates, the United States, and I've forgotten the last country.
Israel.
Thank you so much. So Israel, India, United States, and United Arab Emirates. Interesting today was very clearly a senior person from the UAE Foreign Ministry, Mr. Gargash, who made statements pushing back on statements of Israeli officials in regard to them, in regard to Iran, and posing a very, or conveying.
Mic check.
Yeah, I got you, Nina. I think we lost Abdulaziz. Working on it. Abdulaziz, if you can hear us, you technically should be able to hear us now, and just jump back up.
Hello? Mic check.
Hi, Abdulaziz. Yeah, we lost your audio. You were just getting into Iraq, I think, slowly.
Into Iraq. So I assume I know where I was. So in Saudi Arabia, Biden will be meeting a number of leaders from different Arab states, including the Crown Prince of Kuwait, the Crown Prince of Bahrain, the Prime Minister of Iraq, and I think that the King of Jordan will also be coming. So this is going to be a big get-together for the United States. And I added on that, what was very interesting was the 2U, 2I meetings, so United Arab Emirates, US, India, and Israel coming together in a conference call. Extremely interesting was the senior foreign ministry official from the UAE today clearly pushing back against very hawkish statements out of Israel against Iran and saying that they are looking to find dialogue with Iran. They're going to be posting an ambassador back to Tehran shortly, and that they're looking to find a constructive dialogue with Iran. So there's a lot happening. This is moving a lot. From a domestic political perspective, Biden is, the conversation is around, can Biden push specifically Saudi Arabia and UAE to more oil output in order to lower energy prices? That is one aspect. It might be very interesting for the West and the US, but much more interesting for people in the Middle East is in how far this visit is going to lead to certain initiatives, be it a further dialogue with Iran, be it the Israeli-Palestinian peace process, and the like.
Abdulaziz,
yes, please.
My friend, a dialogue with Iran, how is that ever different than caressing a caiman?
I think, Axel, if we take, for example, the nuclear deal, I think that would have given us more time to caress the opposition in Iran, and maybe even more time for the youth in Iran to organize themselves better. And that's for the perspective from where I see it. Furthermore, the question is also for me at this point, and obviously this is different than Ukraine, where we have had an aggression and a war started. Do we want to have a conflict here now across the Gulf? Is this something that is in the interest of anyone? And furthermore, is it even militarily possible for any party to gain anything out of it whatsoever? And in so far, I think that the dialogue should be had, but a dialogue that is clearly also supported by power. There's no question whatsoever. I mean, the Iranians are still have their fingers in Syria and Yemen and Lebanon, and there has to be a clear pushback on that. And also from a military buildup, the Iranians are continuing. Today there were articles about them putting weaponized UAVs on ships, and we need to continue on our end to ensure that we can counter this threat. But we need to talk. We are neighbors at the end of the day, and that dialogue needs to continue. That's how I feel about it.
We should continue that dialogue. I mean, with each other.
Well,
and putting pressure on the Persian imperial policy.
Look, there is something, Axel, that I saw in the early 2010s. There was a lot of business being done with Iran, and there was a lot of internal pressure within Iran to keep that business going, because people wanted to have stability and peace in order to make money and to grow and to prosper. And I think that we need to focus on making sure that the Iranians see very clearly, and the populace in Iran sees very clearly. And although I know that the majority of the populace is poor and not living in the cities and where education is not of the highest standard, but I still think that if we can have that carrot of having good business going on, that we can avoid conflict, but that does not mean accepting anything that they do. I want to also be clear. I mean, I'm, in Kuwait, we have been subject to terrorism by Iranian-backed forces. We've seen what it has led to, and it is clearly seen as the major threat that we have from a military perspective, not Iraq, it's Iran. And the Iranian Revolutionary Guards are harassing our oil rigs and our ships at sea, and they are doing piracy. We see all of that and we know all of that. But we also believe, or I believe at least, that there is an opportunity to at least have a certain measure of calm by enticing the people to do hummus. I think that plays a big role, at least here in this part of the world.
We should talk about this more. All righty. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nina.
I think
hope
Nina
you
has a
answered
sub
the
question.
Yes, please. I was thinking about that you mentioned that also India was in this meeting, and this sounds quite interesting to me because I haven't clearly seen like the side which India wants to be in this Russian war in Ukraine. I'm thinking of what does Russia think about it that India is there, and what does Russia think about this whole meeting with all these Middle Asian countries when Russia has like some kind of close relationship to was it in Iran or Syria? Iran, I think. Can you clear it up to me? Thank you.
I think we have to differentiate two things. One is this group of four that have come together. India has very close relationships with the United Arab Emirates, and it has also had, for a very long time, close relationships with Israel and also with the United States of America. And I think bringing these four together, it was surprising to me when the first time I saw news about that, but there is a logic to it. For some reason, I see the logic in it. These are three nations here in the region that play a heavyweight role and who all speak to each other, especially after the Abraham Accords between Israel and the United Arab Emirates. So from that perspective, it's not too surprising. I think we have to differentiate this with the question of the reaction of India to the war of aggression, the war of Russia against Ukraine. India is in a, and I'm not trying to defend it or trying to apologize it in any form whatsoever, but India is in a very unusual situation. First of all, it's not European. Let's be clear. All that is happening is far from home. That doesn't change anything about the question of principles. But in addition to that, it has, as a non-aligned country, and it has been for many years, since its inception, a non-aligned country, always tried to keep a measure of neutrality. That comes as a bit more of a historic that comes into politics today. Thirdly, it has had very close relationships historically to Russia, also in regard to the question of the purchase of armaments from Russia. This is also something that cannot be discarded. And most importantly, however, is the question of China. The big counterweight to India, the big question mark for India, the big, I don't want to say enemy, but the rival of India is China. And India's policies are driven by the question of China only. And if India were to take today a position of absolute being against Russia, it will play into the hands of China, because Russia would then be more dependent on China. It would look for more trade with China. It would look to China to buy more oil from it. And this is the main driver of India's policy. It has nothing to do with the question if it thinks the war of Russia is correct or incorrect, irrespective of how the populace is influenced by heavy Russia propaganda on social media. But the main thinking is driven by China. That is its first and foremost priority.
Thank you, Abdul. That was like, yeah, thank you.
And I'll just highlight here that, something that India, in my opinion, is misassessing is how much what Russia is doing in Ukraine now, and with India supporting it, is actually supporting also a theoretical future Chinese claim over Indian territory, for example. And it's really, putting itself on the wrong side here. Like, you're right, it's relatively far from home for India. Okay. But it's very much putting itself on the side of the authoritarian regimes and on the other side in democracies. And I think it's fundamentally misjudging the situation here. Abdulaziz?
Domin, I agree with you, and I think also that the assessment that Russia will come out of here as any type of heavyweight in the future is also misplaced, because I think Russia is so screwing itself right now, it's not funny anymore. And so far I agree with you, Domin, irrespective of the fact that one has to side with the right. That's a moral question. But in the short term, medium term, from a political perspective, we are not at that point. And and that's what's driving the regard to their policy. Now, the question that we had is 2U, 2I, or 2I, 2U type of setup and meeting. It clearly indicates to me that America is trying, through other means, of enticing India into different types of cooperations and alliances, which would strengthen it and take away from its concerns in respect of China. And insofar, I see that as a very, actually quite a good step from the United States in bringing these countries together. But I agree with you, Domin, at the end, I agree with you. I think in the long term, this is absolutely wrong.
Good, I'm glad. There's a gap often between describing why something is happening and what should happen, or why something should happen. So I think it's always good to stress both sides of that. I'll just correct one thing, not of yours, Abdulaziz, but one that is often brought up when discussing India's behavior and India's inaction, let's call it, because it's not really action, it's inaction. It's often said, India operates all of this Russian equipment or Soviet equipment in its military. Therefore, it has to not mess with its relationship with Russia. The one thing that people keep forgetting is, Ukraine operates all this Soviet and Soviet-made equipment, and Ukraine was perfectly capable of standing up to Russia despite the bulk of its military being equipped by Soviet equipment. Often people who propose that seem to ignore that, those Indian MiG-29s are going to keep on working even if India votes against Russia in the UN. There isn't any sort of automatic switch that would suddenly make all of those things not work anymore. And I think that's something that's kind of important to remember as well. Not that you claim that, Abdulaziz, not in the slightest. It's just something else that's sometimes suggested by some as well. Abdulaziz, and then we'll go on to Leonard.
Just briefly, yes, and then move on to the others. I just wanted to say, no, it's more about, acquiring systems like that and building up relationships over decades. There are personal relationships that build up. They play a role, and I think that has to be kept in mind. But in cases like India or, for example, Egypt, we are clearly going to start seeing them moving away from buying from Russia because they can't, for embargo reasons, or because the Russians are not going to sell. The Egyptians are not going to be buying Russian fighter jets, which they were planning to buy. They're going to buy American now instead. And I read an article yesterday that also the Indians have a problem, I think, with the delivery of new aircraft or the upgrade of existing aircraft. So clearly, all of this is going to move everything to the West. And this is now a question of time only, nothing else.
Yeah, exactly. Also, for anybody who's still operating Russian-made equipment, or S-400s, for example, S-300s, what's currently going on isn't the best advertisement. I think that should be noted as well. Let's go to Leonard and then to Omar. Leonard. Leonard? There we go.
Yes, thank you, Dolan. Is that audible now?
Now it is, yes, loud and clear.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. I just wanted to comment briefly with regard to what Abdul had been sort of theorizing with regard to India, and I'm of course coming to this from a Canadian perspective, but there's always some concern that pops up when we begin to hear sort of a realpolitik justification for India's attitude towards Russia, and sort of an underlying justification for at the very least, non-committal, and at worst, somewhat supportive policies that India has endorsed regarding Russia. And I would just point out that India is, it's maybe far removed from Europe, but India is still a member of the Commonwealth. And there's very extensive ties that go back historically between Canada and India in many respects, both economically and culturally, and even sort of unintendedly militarily, because the entire Indian nuclear capacity has arisen because we essentially gave India half a dozen CANDU reactors out of our CANDU program, and in support of an improvement of the domestic political situation and power generation, etc. And that kind of obviously got diverted into all kinds of other purposeful channels. But anyway, the bottom line being that there's still to some degree, there's a commonality and a common bedrock of values and principles that I would submit underlay India's position in the Commonwealth, as well as the overall historical perspective. And to see them, and we've heard this on this space a number of times from sort of apologists out of the subcontinent, and they seem to be very almost aggressively non-committal and somewhat in your face with this idea that, oh well, it's all in India's best interest, etc. And I would just state from a Canadian perspective that really doesn't hold a lot of water in with the greatest respect. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Leonard. Let's go to Omar and then to Abdulaziz. Omar.
Yeah, I had a question for Axe, but I believe Leonard might be able to answer that. The Iranian people, like we know them in exile, they're wonderful people. They did not had any extremist leanings or tendencies before what happened in the 70s. So my question is, if we travel back in time, what would we have done different with Shah to prevent this from happening? Because I believe that the same mistake is being done again now, although it's a very complicated issue. But what do you think would have been done that could have prevented this?
Is that for me?
Yes.
Or who? Oh, okay. Sure. Well, of course, I don't hold out to be any sort of an expert on Iranian affairs and policy vis-a-vis Iran, but again, you hit upon a very interesting chapter historically, and of course, again, Canada has had fairly extensive relations with Iran, and in 1989, of course, the whole fiasco with regard to the 1979, with regard to the hostage crisis and the taking and so on and so on. But in terms of Iran, I just, it seems that there's a real dividing point in the West, almost a great divide, if you will. And it seems to me that the West was on the right track with Iran, certainly up to the level of the JCPOA, and trying to open up some form of an economic, not a stimulus, but economic relations, if you will, with the vast bulk of the Iranian populace. And yes, I think clearly that's gone off the rails of late. And I would tend to agree with somewhat with Abdul's proposition there that which I think boils down to the fact that there's a vast untapped body of human resource and human resources in Iran, and just the demographics alone, something like 70% of their population are under the age of 40. So there's a clear that would indicate, I think, a clear parting line or a clear dividing point with some of the old guard religious, whatever you might call them, the mullahs, the sheiks, whatever the religious ruling body there. And it seems to me that not just Canadian, but American foreign policy and the West in general has to come up with some manner of trying to attract the attention, if you will, or the support, or at least the interest of the vast body of the Iranian population that sits there today. And probably, I think one could pretty much make the case that there is a very lukewarm, if even less enthusiastic than that, level of support for the prevailing mullahs and the prevailing political hegemony. And just to close out, Canada as one example, there are a huge number of Iranian students in Canadian universities coast to coast. And for example, when the nasty air attack or the downing of the Ukrainian air bus in 2020, just at the beginning, I believe January 2020, when the Iranians allegedly mistakenly shot down the Ukrainian passenger liner, there was something in the order of 50 Canadian university students on that flight, if not more, and there was some 30 odd or more just from the University of Alberta alone. So that just gives us a small example of the level of interest, I would say, in the university age population, in the younger generation in Iran, in terms of pursuing some much further open economic ties, educational ties, cultural ties, et cetera, with the West. And yes, I believe that should be encouraged. So, sorry, that kind of bounces around over the map a bit, but hopefully that sheds some light on it. Thank you.
And also notable, right? I think it was actually Boeing, not an Airbus. I think UIA flew 737s and 767s to Tehran back before COVID. But what I want to note is Canada is one of the easiest places for Iranian students to get student visas. I think that's part of the reason why as well. Just a minor aside. Not that, I'm sure Abdulaziz is going to get us back to Ukraine and Russia ASAP. But I think that was a good comment there, Leonard. Abdulaziz.
Yeah, well, on the peripheral, I just wanted to say to Leonard, thank you for your comment, but I just want to be clear, I didn't want to be apologetic of India's position in any form whatsoever. I just want to explain where their political leadership
Abdulaziz,
is thinking.
As far as I'm concerned, I know that you weren't being apologetic in the slightest. I know you were just explaining what the position is. I was just adding on, to add not the is but the should on top of on top of what you were explaining. That's all.
Absolutely. So that point is done. Just coming back to Omar. Omar, read up on Iranian history in the 60s and 70s. There was a Shah of Iran. Regrettably, the West sees us purely through the Mullah Shah glasses, but the Shah was not some nice democratic leader. He had something called the Savak, which was his secret police, and a lot of people suffered under that. There was a lot of repression and a lot of poverty. And this revolution did not come out of nothing. It came out of the fact that people wanted change. Now, the change that they got is probably not the change that they wanted, and we are stuck with a similar type of regime today, but that is what happened in 1979 and the years thereafter, just to be clear about that. And just to also be clear, in 1979, there was a very broad coalition of different thinking people, from communists to Democrats to mullahs, who fought together to topple the Shah. And this revolution was then hijacked by the ultra-conservative Islamist mullahs. And they're in power until today, regrettably. But read up on it, because it's quite interesting. But the West at that time could have done Iran a big favor, but by making sure that the Shah maybe brings in a bit more progressive forces into the country, maybe makes a change for his people, maybe focuses on alleviating poverty and not using his secret police to put down the opposition. But coming back to Ukraine, Doman, I just want to say one comment. I have to tell you, the last few days have been for me damn traumatic, with the different attacks that the Russians have been doing on different cities across Ukraine. I was appalled about what happened yesterday. And I have to express this on this group once, but yesterday really I had a breaking point. I am damn angry. I'm so appalled. It's I don't know. I have no more words anymore. Just to bring it back to Ukraine, what this is all about. I just wanted to express this at the end. I have no more words. I really don't know. More HIMARS. That's what I'm hoping for. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdulaziz, and LIVECAMS for those more HIMARS to launch. Yesterday we all saw what took place in Vinica, and then today, just in the last hour or so in Dnipro. Uliana, I think that you're probably going to touch a little bit more upon that. Last time we touched upon it 20 minutes ago. We knew very little. We knew there were, I believe, 5 missiles at the time reported striking various residential areas of one of the larger Ukrainian cities. Uliana?
Yeah, so depending where you are, good morning, good afternoon. So there is a statement was released by Zelensky. So it's like a 5-minute kind of conversation, him speaking kind of to Ukrainian, because first of all, there was air raid alerts throughout Ukraine this evening for Ukraine, and then there are obviously some kind of attacks on Dnipro, Kramatorsk, and Kiev region. His general message is that Russia is currently terrorizing kind of the population of Ukraine. The recent attacks on Russia ammo depot kind of centers, of course, it's signaling that Ukraine is getting stronger, Ukraine is getting that support and that weapons that were promised to it, and that we're now able to launch some counterattacks, able to speak about some counterattacks, and that our kind of efforts are kind of angering Russians, and we see through their kind of reaction on the social media after the attacks on Vinnytsia and Dnipro. So currently their main goal is kind of to terrorize the population into submission, what they've been doing kind of from day one, but now they're getting kind of more proactive as a kind of response to kind of as a signal response to different acts of support from international community and from and like kind of reactions to Ukrainian military successes of kind of eliminating kind of Russian ammo depot. So what he's saying is that so Russians are terrorizing the population, and that Ukrainians should not in fact ignore the alerts, because of course it's really tiring when you're subjected to maybe like hours at a time of like trying to hide, but that's absolutely necessary right now, because with time it will be possible for Ukraine to have a better defensive systems, but we still need time until then, until Russian terror on Ukraine is no longer possible. But until then, kind of Ukrainians should be more careful. That's kind of it. That's kind of, as from what I've got, is the main point of the message.
Thank you, Ileana. And Walter, you know you're the one person who really doesn't have to put his hand up, right?
No, I think I should wait occasionally as well. So yeah, I basically tuned in just to give some details regarding what happened in Dnipro. As Daman said earlier, there was a rocket strike, cruise missile strike on residential area on one of the banks of Dnipro River in Dnipro city, because the city is on the both banks. And as Juliana pointed out, so there were a number of missiles launched specifically onto the residential areas, it appears so. And I'm just reading the reports of individuals from Dnipro. One of them is a rather known volunteer who's been doing the work since 2013. She lives in Dnipro city, and the strikes were next to her district, or like literally next door to where she lives. And she describes that she essentially passed a vehicle on the road, seen some people, and eventually that vehicle was literally burned in a Russian rocket attack on the apartment blocks. And all the occupants, the family, I don't know whether she knew them personally or she just recognized the vehicle, but all of them essentially were burned alive. And there are also reports that one of those rockets struck some kind of a square or open space in between the apartment blocks where the buses, civilian buses, were parked with people inside. They also burned alive. And on top of that, I'm reading just a screenshot from Russian Telegram channel with quote-unquote ordinary Russians that are cheering once again, as they did for months, and obviously yesterday, after what happened in Vinnytsia today, they're cheering for people burning alive in Dnipro. And here are the comments of ordinary Russians. Very good. Oh, I would say it's epic. Great targeting. Beautiful. I love watching this. I don't even know how to call it, but I love it. Oh, Ukrainians, and they're using the slanderous term here. Screw them. Not any bird can reach not every bird can reach the middle of Dnipro River, but a caliber missile can do it easily. I love it so much. And these go on and on and on. And this is what ordinary Russians are. They cheer for civilians getting killed, burned alive, women, children, innocents, killed, murdered. They don't see them as humans, and they cheer for their deaths. This is what quote-unquote ordinary Russian is. Just a bit of a reality check for everyone here listening. Thank you.
Juliana?
Yeah, just to kind of reconfirm what Walter just said. After attack on shopping center Kremenchuk, some people still try to kind of not defend, but at least say something like, "Oh, but they were targeting for kind of a military, like strategic point or anything like that." Like trying to somehow like not fully justify, but to like rationally explain their attacks. But now, after what's happening in Vinnytsia, what's happening in Dnipro, and basically from the beginning of full-scale invasion, and from like back in 2013 when they annexed Crimea and how they took over kind of Donetsk and Luhansk, that there is no legitimate explanation to this, and that's what kind of how Russians are treating their kind of invasion of Ukraine is through just pure hatred. It's not about military like strategic points. It's just about hating Ukrainians and Ukraine and anything related to it, and like the pure hatred that kind of also cannot be rationally explained. It's just how it is. And so just for like audience out there, try to stop justify kind of ordinary Russians, because there's also been released some good articles how Putin is basically it's a culmination of what kind of is that Russians forged him, and his idea stemming also from a like opinion of a general public of like treating every other Slavic nation as some sort of minority that are not deserving of their national like of their own statehood. So I don't think there are any more kind of possible justification for what Russia is doing if you are kind of rational human being with like being able to hear, listen, or like witness any of this. So it's just the reality, it's the truth. Sometimes I see people still have trouble of coming to their senses with such a like cruel reality, but it is what it is, and there are plenty of evidence of them just purely enjoying Ukrainian suffering from terror by their hands, by their kind of military, and that's just how it is.
Yeah, I would say there are actually maybe two elements to that, or two sub-elements of sorts. So some people are truly just in a very despicable and loathsome manner are trying to justify and whitewash what Russians are doing, essentially targeting civilians. Russian troops are given orders to shoot and kill civilians. Russian pilots and artillerymen are firing and launching rockets into cities and villages. They have clear understanding what they're doing, that they're killing civilians. They're completely fine with that. As I said, one sub-portion of this narrative is just an attempt to justify it in a loathsome way. Oh, these weren't apartment blocks. These weren't schools. This wasn't a medical center. Just accidentally, the rockets landed in there, but the target was something else that was like 10 miles away. It's literally despicable, hideous way to justify what Russians are deliberately doing. And they're deliberately targeting civilians, trying to kill as many as possible. And essentially wipe out, destroy, level down, kill women, children, innocents, whoever that is. If you're Ukrainian, you're a legit target. It's a pure hatred. And the other subsection of that probably is an attempt from gullible people to rationalize for themselves, rationalize the pure evil. So maybe, indeed, they try to do it, to hit something else, because it's hard to comprehend, to wrap your head around the fact that they deliberately want to kill as many civilians as possible by all means. And just ignoring that, or trying to, for yourself, trying to kind of omit the fact or remain impregnable to the fact that the harsh reality is that Russians want to do it. They want to kill Ukrainians. They want to kill Ukrainian women, children. They want to exterminate the nation. And if you're Ukrainian, you're a legit target for them. And this is the reality check for everyone. This is what Russians do in Ukraine. This is why it's a genocide of Ukrainian people perpetrated by Russians. And the next element of the reality check for everyone is to understand that Russians, ordinary Russians, an overwhelming majority of them, are openly cheering for what Russian invaders do in Ukraine. They wholeheartedly support it, and they want Ukrainian dead, killed, raped, deported, erased. And this is the reality of the things that are happening right now, on this very day, for 80 years, but specifically on a larger scale for 5 months in Ukraine, in Europe, in 21st century.
Also, there is been kind of updated reports already of some civilian casualties. One of them reported is a bus driver that was finishing up his work, and that the missile struck not that far away from where he was driving, and that he basically lost his life. So that's kind of the most recent report, and of course, due to the scale of shelling, we might get even more of those kind of stories, which is really disturbing because the images and the footages of everything burning around, and you clearly can see kind of buildings, and some of the kind of footages also come from a civilian district. So it would be no wonder. So just the fact that they strike kind of civilian districts where people are living, and it was late evening, so obviously people were going home, people were finishing up their work, people were on their way homes. So that's kind of a deliberate attack. Same thing with Vinnytsia and Kremenchuk, when it was the middle of the day and concentration of people in shopping centers and on the streets are higher than usual. So those are kind of even like some impossible levels of evil to strike at like civilian points when they kind of know or expect people be there.
I'd like to just respond to something that, everything that Walter was saying. I have 2 points. The first one is this differentiation between legitimate and illegitimate targets. So this concept that a military target is a legitimate target and a civilian target is an illegitimate target. From my perspective, I believe that there are 0 legitimate targets in Ukraine. Russia has no legitimate targets because it is an illegal, unprovoked invasion, and every single Ukrainian that is murdered by Russians has been targeted illegitimately. There are no legitimate targets within Ukraine for Russia. And then secondly, back to the everyday Russians and their response to these genocidal evil attacks. It is yet again a reason why those of us that are not in Ukraine, that we shouldn't accept when others who are also not in Ukraine start speaking about good Russians and looking for good Russians and justifying but not all Russians and all of that kind of rubbish. There are just so many, and it's such overwhelming evidence that the general public in Russia is supportive not only of the stupid special military operation, but of the slaughter, the absolute evil, celebrating the death of children, celebrating people burning to death. You cannot have your default as, but not all Russians, that there are some good Russians. We have to stop doing that. We have to center and prioritize Ukrainians. And if a person is Russian, if they want to earn, and I mean earn, the status of good Russian, they have to prove it. They have to earn it. They have to prove it by speaking out, by standing up, by doing something. There are no good Russians unless individual, specific Russians earn that title for themselves. Other than those individuals, there are no good Russians. And that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Walter, Uliana, as the only Ukrainians up here. Whenever you want to jump in. Other than that, I'll run through the hands. I'll go to Abdulaziz, then to Nina, then to Omar, then to Carolina, then to Martin, and then to Nick. Abdulaziz.
Yeah, just wanted to pick up on what Walter and Michelle just said. I think, and I'm speaking now a bit, I'm also German, I'm speaking a bit out of my German experience and my family experience. We needed decades to get around the responsibility and understanding and changing our way of thinking after what we did under the Nazi regime. And we were Nazis, to be crystal clear. And the Russians, in their 400 years of expansionist, colonial, racist policies, have never gone through that process. They had their Tsarist regime, which was colonial and racist. It was taken over by something under new guise called the Soviet Union, which was just as racist and colonial. And even after 1989, 1990, they never looked at themselves. They never really looked at what their history was. And the problem that we really have with the Russians today, and that's evidently clear to me, because I see it in the history of my own people and my own family, is that they have never gone through the process of understanding what they have done to others, and that the way of thinking that they have, which is evidently racist, there's no question whatsoever, is just wrong. Genocide for them is a normal, natural tool of hegemony that they feel they are entitled to by God's will. This is what it's about for them. And this is the thinking that many peoples have gone through. The Germans went through that and they committed the worst crimes. And regrettably, the Russians have never come to that point of learning from that and changing. The Germans have that. I mean, we're so pacifist, it's not fun anymore. It's the other extreme. And this is the real problem. And it is so evidently clear to me, this is a mentality issue. It is a cultural issue. It goes much deeper than some people having a bad heart. It goes much deeper than that. This is ingrained, embedded part of the culture. And they need to go through that change. And Walter, I remember we had this conversation a few months ago, and this question was, does Russia need to be invaded in order to go through that process? Because Germany had to, Japan had to. But we have to be clear, we're dealing here with a mentality which is deeply ingrained in a large part of the populace. I don't want to make every Russian bad, but in a large part of the populace, that is the default position. Thank you.
No, and this is almost like a boomerang, because 12, 13 hours ago, we were having exactly this discussion on here, trying to estimate just what proportion of the Russian population actually supported the war, and coming up with, let's say, various estimates. And I think Abdulaziz, you're quite right, as is Michelle. There's a fundamental problem with Russia. There's a fundamental problem with Russia where the imperialism is so deeply ingrained, and where every new generation seems to be even more imperialistic than the last. That there's almost effectively no escaping it, including for the people who might live in the free world for years, for decades, and yet still, even among those demographics, once you take out people who left specifically because they did not agree with the behavior of the government, the vast majority is still, staunchly supporting the war and the genocide that the Russian regime is pursuing in Ukraine. Uliana?
Yeah, just another comment regarding Russian strikes is that Ukrainian fighter jet has kind of stricken down a rocket that was flying over Bila Tserkva, which is a Kiev region. Just a general update. And then regarding Russian imperialism, it's true and it's majorly overlooked for some reason, especially also by academic community, because Russia is sitting at kind of a weird place in history sometimes. So it's regarded as Europe, but it's not quite the case. And that's why a lot of things that Russia did was condoned by some reason. So as we can see, some people still kind of having those, I don't know, rainbow fantasies about the Soviet Union, how it was, but it was kind of also raging terror and on all the other kind of countries outside of kind of Russia and outside of Moscow, but in kind of in Russia as well. So the problem is, for some reason, kind of perpetual whitewashing of perpetual. So Russia did do its job in the kind of in implementing soft propaganda, kind of soft tactics in some countries by trying to kind of purposefully kind of introduce their cultural aspect that kind of veiled the true nature of their kind of foreign policy. So the issue, what we can see kind of in Asia, those being astonished or kind of mesmerized by Russian culture, Russian ballet and other stuff like this. But again, when you are presenting them with strong facts about their like foreign policy, about their xenophobia, about their like chauvinism, about their kind of racism, those people seem to be absolutely oblivious or just want to deny the fact in kind of in effort to try to justify for some reason. And it always kind of astonished me in the way of kind of how can you be still so blind to such obvious things. So there is like this global anti-imperialist movement, and those past imperial states are being kind of leaving and excusing themselves through kind of pursuing like democratic and fair kind of governments and stuff. But we completely overlook like Europe completely overlooked Russia and the whole world, in fact, for decades. It's still kind of what happened to Georgia and what's happening now in Ukraine. It's just like astonishing phenomenon that there are still so many apologists.
Thank you, Liana. Let's get to Omar and then Carolina, Martin, and Nick. Omar.
Yeah, just Abdulaziz, I agree with you on every single thing you said. We totally agree. I was just more vague. As far as Russia, I was born on the night of the fall of the Soviet Union, literally that day, and I'm familiar a little bit with what how some people told me how it was like at that night. So imagine you're a Soviet or actually a Russian to be more exact, and if you just have a map and just drop a dice or anything on the whole planet, you have a 50% chance of hitting a Soviet spot. Basically, you own half the planet, and the next day you can't get bread. You go to the line, there's no Soviet Union, you can't find bread, and you have nothing now, right? And then they tell you, oh, we'll have democracy, and then you still can't find bread. And the only thing you remember is, oh, I remember those good old days where we were good Soviets, and we would find bread, and we also owned half the planet. And the old the older generation would never forget that, and they very much have those imperialist tendencies, and it's impossible to take it away until the day they die. I can tell you that firsthand. The last point with Walter, I don't think they missed. They target hospitals for sure. It's one of their prime targets. So yeah, that's just my point. It's ingrained, and it's just not gonna go.
And it goes way before that. Oh, sorry, Walter, you can take this.
No, go ahead, Daman. I just saw Axel joining, so said hello.
Hello there.
I'm gonna read the like reports from people on the ground, but go ahead, Daman. I'll get back.
Oh, no, I was just going to say, this is way beyond the Soviet Union. This is a deeply ingrained imperialist tendency that goes back centuries. It's a culture that's built around expansion, and genocide that goes with it, and that's it. All the rest of it was imported anyway. Sorry, Walter.
So again, just a couple of reports from individuals in Dnipro after Russian rockets struck apartment blocks and residential area in Dnipro city in the south of Ukraine. It's hell in the streets. The maternity hospital is nearby, and next door across the street there are apartment blocks and buildings. Also, a mall or shopping center is nearby. So next one is a bus has fallen right under the earth because of the large explosion and a hole in the ground, and the driver literally, his head was cut off in half. There are lots of fires. People have burned alive. The rockets were flying right over our heads, and we have heard explosions as if they were literally nearby. It's terrible. We were not even worried about ourselves because we were close, but not really inside of it. And we were worried for those who were in the epicenter of the explosions, because there were essentially a couple of rockets that have struck the same spot. It's an incredible pain. Another one is we are alive, but it hit really close to our apartment. It's hell in there. I have personally seen 4 rockets. 3 of them have fallen really close, and it was really scary. My husband is at his work, and his workplace is 200 meters away from the spot. It's just madness and horror in there. People in the car, the kids are covered in blood. A bus driver that had his head essentially blown off. A lot of ambulance vehicles and emergency services are working. We were really scared, and kids were crying and yelling in bomb shelters. We are scared and really in pain because of what happened and for those who were killed. And the next one is, these are real bombs, real explosions, 2022 outside, and I just cannot believe this is happening in my city. We took our cats and went down to the bomb shelter onto the parking lot underneath the building, and after that the explosions followed. I don't know why I'm sharing this with us, but this is my reaction for stress, and essentially these keep coming. And after Russians targeted civilians in Dnipro city, burning many alive and killing multiple.
Thank you, Walter, for that. Carolina.
Hi, everybody. Carolina in Miami. I'm just so sad. There's really no words that I could add at this point, but I did want to say that I think this is beyond even imperialism, And I wrote about it a few weeks ago as to the mythology and the culture of Russia. And the more that I taught it in recent years, I just couldn't get over the misery and the cruelty that I detected and that I came to understand in its history. Going back 500, 600 years, it's almost like the pillaging and destruction and devastation of under the Mongols and later on, it just has never stopped. I think that the villages didn't ever experience anything that amounted to any human right in their entire history, and the cruelty that they exhibit for each other just has continued. So a parent can encourage a son who's a soldier to go ahead and rape and kill and mutilate and so on. And it's just a culture that, as Abdul said, it's so ingrained in their way of in their behavior, and it's learned. It's really a behavior that's learned, and they've never had to expunge that behavior, and it just continues. But I don't have any words, and but I do have a question. And as I look at relatives of mine who are German Jews, and one of the first reactions that they had when the war started, and this is a comment which I didn't wish to make in public, but I will. The first reaction was I was shown a photograph, which everyone has seen, of the Azov battalion. That was the first thing, with the Nazi insignias, first of all, and that everybody has seen it, appeared in The Guardian and elsewhere. It's probably the only one that most Americans ever saw. The second thing that I heard a few weeks after that was, oh, well, but there were Ukrainian guards in Nazi camps. So, and I left it at that. So what I haven't heard that again, but there is such ignorance surrounding the whole experience of the occupation of Ukraine and everything else. And I am just so upset with a lack of response on the part of Israel and on the part of a lot of my community, my own community, and how Israel has not responded as I believe it really should. And I think that there's a moral imperative. And NATO comes into this too. This is genocide. All the definitions are all there. So I'm sorry, but I'm very upset about this. So I don't have any words. That's all I can say.
Thank you, Carolina. And it's only right to be very upset about this. Mm-hmm. Any human will be very upset about this.
We all are. I know.
Right?
I know. Mm-hmm.
And I think it's an expression of one's humanity to be very upset about this. You're quite right. This is genocide. This is genocide on every on every possible level.
Yes.
It's just now we see it because it's so clear. It's missiles hitting residential buildings and city buses on the street. A lot of it went unseen from the public view when it was. But it's
there. It's been
exactly
there since the beginning to
precisely.
All of us, but not in the media, of course. But we've seen it, and it's been unfolding before our eyes, and it's just that the responses are so slow. Oh, and I do have a question. I apologize. What kind of weapon does it take to take out those Russian subs in the Black Sea? How do you take those subs out? Is it an Atacam?
So anti-submarine warfare is complicated. I'll put it this way. But the easy way to do it is to hit them when they're restocking with Caliber missiles in port. Right? They can only carry, I believe, 4 Caliber cruise missiles, so they restock regularly at Sevastopol. Hitting them while they're, on side is by far the easiest solution. I think that's. I'll leave it at that. I don't think that's the discussion for today. But thank you for your question, Carolina.
It was just a very quick question. Yeah.
Oh, it's a good question. Quick question. Quick answer.
Okay.
Thank you, Carolina. Let's go to Martin, and then Nick, and then Russia Must Fail, and then George. Martin, please.
Thank you, Doman. I agree with what everyone has been saying. Walter is right, 110%. and 10% right. It is pure evil. And NATO has to do more, much more. This is genocide on a scale we haven't seen for who knows how long. And I am as upset and angry today as I was when the invasion first happened, even before the invasion, when I saw the Russians massing forces on the borders with Ukraine. And I know this has been raised in the past on the Walter Report, but I am more convinced than ever that the responsibility to protect, the genocide prevention and the responsibility to protect has to be enforced. Yes, Ukrainian forces and the populace as a whole are doing a remarkable, empowering job. And I'm sorry for if it sounds like I'm shouting. I'm just getting very emotional about this. In defending their country and pushing back on the illegal, unprovoked invasion from the barbarian country to the east. But the responsibility to protect, I think, has to be enforced. The Ukrainian population is facing genocide. War crimes are being committed. There's crimes against humanity, regardless of what one specialist or another says. And this genocidal attack on a sovereign, democratic, peaceful country by Russia requires a response, a forceful response from NATO. And the Ukraine is, as I said, doing a remarkable job. But look at the high cost, the price. And this affects us all. Ukraine is fighting for all of us. And I think we have to do more. We have to step up more. So I'm going to stop there and I'll just go down to listener. But I just wanted to say that this has to come to an end. And Russia has to absolutely not only be defeated, but be vanquished. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Nick.
Just thinking about what Michelle said about, there are no legitimate targets. It's difficult, isn't it? Because to some extent, if we say, these are civilians, they are not legitimate targets, you're kind of implying that there is a legitimate target. On the other hand, Russia is claiming that it is running a limited military operation, to denazify Ukraine, blah, 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 blah. And so, to point out that these are, that hitting schools and hospitals has no part in that, addresses that logic. So it's complicated. And I don't know I think it's a little bit, it would appear to be a little bit disingenuous if you said there are no legitimate targets, and you would end up in a situation where you would be putting absolutely every, projectile fired by Russia at a similar level. And one can make a semantic case for that, of course, but I don't think that that is a good way of positioning it in terms of the people we need to influence, the people we need to get to swing behind what we're doing. There are a lot of people who don't understand the ins and outs of the situation, even though they appear to be extraordinarily clear to us, but for whom it's still pretty easy to accept that you don't blow up buses full of school kids. So I I don't object to language like this. There is no possible way this was a legitimate target, because I think otherwise you lose rhetorical power, rhetorical capability in the words you use. That doesn't mean that we have to imagine that we're, somehow you don't have to be somehow legitimizing any other aspect of the war by pointing out that some parts of it are, I think, by any measure, more awful than others.
Nick, I think what we need to clarify here is what Michelle was saying is essentially the invasion, the war, is without a basis. It is a thoroughly legal war, a thoroughly legal invasion. Therefore, there are no legitimate targets, right? I think we agree with that. I think we agree on that, Nick. The simple baseline of what the simple baseline that we have to encounter here is that Russia made up an enemy because it needed one, because the guy in charge wants enemies, and because they thought this would probably benefit their domestic political situation, to put it very coldly, right? That's why they went into this. They went into Ukraine. They went to kill Ukrainians. They went to destroy Ukrainians' towns, cities. They went to murder, torture, and rape because they think that Ukrainians don't deserve to exist. And that is not a legitimate reason. It's not a legitimate reason to say we shall go and vanquish and eliminate this other nation on our borders. That's not a legitimate reason. Therefore, there are no legitimate targets. I think it's as simple as that. There is no legitimate reason for genocide. Therefore, there are no legitimate targets when you are trying to attempt to commit genocide. Whatever they might have made up, whatever reasons, causes they might have cooked up, and I mean cooked up because the reasoning that we could read from Putin last summer, that reasoning has no basis. It's all completely fabricated. It has no historical basis. It has no moral basis. It has no factual basis. Hence, no legitimate targets. I think Michel was on the money with that.
Yeah, I mean, that should be our background position the whole time. But I don't think we should avoid using terms like, children are. There is no way that children are a legitimate target, even in Vladimir Putin's most fucked up imagination. I just think if we stick with this idea of the only thing we can say is that there are no legitimate targets, I think it's rhetorically limiting. And we risk ending up in kind of semantic battles. I would rather have a wider range of rhetorical options. And if people then want to come back to us and sort of go, oh, aha, so you are saying that there are in fact some legitimate targets, well, then we tell them to fuck off. But I don't want to play into the hands of the people who apply, and I'm going to use a slightly unfortunate term here, but what one might term kind of social media autism logic. And that I say that with apology to actual autistic people. But this sort of ultra mega pedantic, way of arguing that people use sometimes when they have absolutely no moral or political or historical point to make. I think it is necessary for us to maintain the ability to deploy a full range of rhetorical arguments, and one of them is that bombing children is actually worse than bombing other people's soldiers. Again, not something I'm going to be rushing out to do on a day-to-day basis, but the Russians themselves, when presented with the dead children, will say something like, well, we were aiming at a legitimate target or something. You know, so yeah, among ourselves, obviously, absolutely, all this has to stop tomorrow. But within that, we can't, I think, just go down to this kind of mono it must stop level, because we risk missing opportunities to communicate. I think.
Nick, you lost audio.
Sorry, Axel, could I just respond to Nick, because he was he was responding to something I was saying.
Sure.
Yes.
Nick,
Nick
you
is
don't
back,
seem,
so
you
we're
obviously
lucky.
aren't happy with the term legitimate target. I still feel that is like sort of saying that there are no Ukrainian legitimate targets. You might be more comfortable with the term military target, because then you're able to differentiate between civilian and military. So
That would certainly be a huge improvement. Yes, yes, indeed. Yep.
So there are no legitimate targets, but there are military and there are civilian targets.
That's a good distinction, I think. Yes.
Okay, thanks.
And in military speak, legitimate targets are military targets. So if we talk the language of war, it's legitimate targets. That may not sound nice to everyone, but war is not nice.
I mean, I think you're right, Axel. For example, we would want the people who massacred the civilians in Bucha to be put on trial at the end of this. I don't think anyone is arguing that Russian soldiers who took part in infantry operations, firing rockets at Ukrainian soldiers, I don't think anyone's arguing that all of those individually should be put on trial at the end of the war. So I tend to agree with you on that. I'm happy to compromise with Michelle on that, and I think if civilian and military avoid, in our public discussion, avoids that dilemma. But we need to. So on the one hand, keeping the discussion as rich as possible. On the other, not giving ammunition, rhetorical ammunition, to people who will find ways to seize on it. But it's not easy. It's really not.
Yep, but that's how it is, and we need to remain calm. Very well said, and thank you, Michelle. Good point. So that's another thing, public service announcement. Everybody needs to understand one thing. Breathe deeply. There's a second strike wave, which is currently rolling on Dnipro. So this is going to get worse. And this will never be better. Everybody needs to understand this. This is conventional war with an enemy without any concern for civil population. And therefore, we need to remain utterly bloody calm. What Walter read out before is the voice of the people, those who suffer. What he read out before is the people who we need to listen to, and we need to assist them and help them. This is what happens. On the one hand, emotions are substantial and important, and we have to let them happen. On the other hand, we have to help Ukraine as calmly and as intensively as we can. We have to channel the emotions and the aggravation. We have to channel it in supporting Ukraine. So everyone, please keep this in mind. And with that, we go to CJ.
Yeah, so quick update. It's a little bit confusing what's going on in Dnipro right now. The first report about 5 minutes ago was more explosions, and then some people hopped on and said, well, perhaps it's just secondaries, and then more explosions with a total of 4. So I think 4 explosions that tightly together is probably another bombing wave, to be honest, but obviously we'll have to wait for all the information. But I wanted to talk about ways that Ukraine can fight this, if that's okay, because I think that's still relevant to the topic, but important to look forward to.
100%.
Yeah, so right now, what we heard earlier this morning that part of the new U.S. defense budget bill was going to include a $100 million program. It had been touted for a couple weeks, couple months with various foreign fighters, including Ukrainian pilots, actually lobbying Congress directly, notably all over U.S. mainstream media, about this bill. And it's $100 million to train Ukrainians on F-15 and F-16 platforms, fighter jets, which, while they're, a little bit old, they're very effective in not only fighting under...
Hey, CJ, Mr. Artillery. The F-15 Strike Eagle has helped many artillerymen galore.
Yes, I mean, the F-15 Strike Eagle is basically, a flying artillery piece because it can carry so much weapons. So we're waiting to see about that. But I want to point out one story tonight that, is related to this, and that is basically, all these bombs and missiles are landing, and Russia is using much older munitions than they have in the past, right? They're still using calibers like in yesterday in Venetia, but today they're using either KH-55s, X-101s, whatever you want to call them. They're about 40 or 50-year-old, basically ballistic missiles or cruise missiles dropped from planes, and these things are not very accurate, but they are gigantic, right? 3,000 to 5,000 pounds of explosives, but they're a lot slower than some of these newer ones. And so one way to fight that is with fighter planes, and that's what happened outside of Kiev about 30 minutes ago, allegedly, as Ukrainian fighter jets shot down a couple Russian missiles. And while we know this has been happening all the time, Ukrainian air defense is still getting better, but with an 80% interception rate, you have to close that last gap. And one of the only ways to do that is by having a strong, robust fighter force with the most advanced technology that really could be given. And that is something that is being discussed now. And so now to the Ukrainian side, sometimes with these aid packages, we get kind of the leak beforehand and then the official confirmation. So the leak, as it would be really from the Ukrainian side, is that President Zelensky sometime either tonight or tomorrow is going to announce this new agreement with the United States that will include, for the first time, United States Air Force aircraft, F-15s, going to Ukraine, which is a gigantic development, as much or more so than HIMARS, honestly. And, not only would help the war effort greatly, but also would just signal even more how committed the United States is to seeing this thing through and really protecting Ukrainians by enabling them to do so to a level that would not have been possible otherwise.
How would you value an F-15 Strike Eagle with its ammunition and its capacity?
It can carry something that, I'm a little bit rusty on my air knowledge, something like between 20 and 30,000 pounds of bombs. I mean, you think an artillery round is 100 pounds, but the difference is these things could be all laser guided. They can all be GPS. They can all be air to air. The amount of munitions this thing can hold really is can't compare. And unlike an A-10 or Su-25 close air support, this can fulfill a bunch of different roles, including other planes out of the sky. It can do deep strike. It can do all these different mission sets that right now Ukraine, it would be difficult for them to do. So what will be interesting to see, this commitment is more of a long-term commitment, right? You can't, unlike with HIMARS and other things, you can't train people on this in 3 weeks, right? This will be at least a 3 to 6 month endeavor. But what it really is showing that if Russia continues to bomb Ukraine, Ukraine will have this capacity now to go into Russia, to stop them, to basically prevent it from happening. And so what will be very interesting and what we'll watch, but I'm not too worried about, is how they will use these aircraft. Personally, there's no reason to suspect that there will be a limit on how they're used. The only thing that really had that was these sort of deep range missiles, but there's been nothing sort of the sort for any countries giving airplanes to Ukraine. So I don't think that would change. But we'll watch it closely and, of course, try and get to the bottom of it.
Well, and who says, CJ, that this wonderful announcement, which is now about to come to pass, actually is antecedent? Maybe it is just legitimizing what has already happened, according to rumors.
Yeah, of course, too. I mean, I know you've been watching the F-18s at least very closely as they fly around Europe, disappear off flight trackers. I would not be surprised if this endeavor has been going on for a decent amount of time. Especially, I guess my question for you, Axel, would be when could realistically have this have started? I think maybe the beginning of April would be a decent.
I think we started talking about this at the beginning of April. Yeah.
And it's also a very low threat thing to train people on these aircraft, right? Because, we're not giving them the aircraft yet. They're just training with American pilots and the translators, and it could be going on for months and months at a time and really have no effect on the battlefield. And by that, I mean, no one really know about it. So, I mean, I hope that would be the case, because it means these things could be as effective as they're, signed over and printed on the dotted line,
And then all these manifold job offerings for maintenance staff all across the world for exactly those kind of platforms. Astonishing.
Yeah, this is a part of it I don't really quite understand. I mean, this is for everyone's awareness. These planes not only are very expensive, but really the logistics you need to fly them is also extremely expensive. It's something on the order of $16,000 an hour you're flying. So if you have them up for 5 or 6 hours, you're at $100,000, and that's not including any bombs you drop, with the bombs ranging from $50,000 to $250,000. So it's not a matter of the U.S. is reticent to give based on the money, but the problem is maintaining them requires a whole fleet of people, way more than the pilots. So I don't know if these people have been trained. I don't know if it's going to be contractors. There's certainly a lot of options, to say the least, but it's definitely probably the biggest investment in terms of military aid if it's, based on how we see it play out. But there's a lot of different options on how to make it happen.
Do you remember our discussion, I think also in April, about how the concept of the flying tigers could happen? And everybody was thinking, oh, the flying tigers, the pilots. No, not the pilots. It's the maintenance staff. We don't have flying tigers, we have maintenance tigers.
Yeah, I think honestly too, I mean, not to poo-poo the United States Air Force, I'd probably trust the Ukrainian pilots a bit more right now, based on not only how well they're doing, but how well they really understand the environment and the flight paths and everything. I mean, you're talking about people that have to fly, nap of the earth, or basically almost at rooftop level. And to do that, you need to have intimate knowledge of the terrain, the wind, the weather, all these things that, while American pilots are certainly, I would say, the best in the world, I think really that if certain countries were giving or contracting out the maintenance support, that would probably be worth even more than the pilots.
CJ, what do you think, given the many countries in the West and part of the coalition of the willing who have had these weapon system platforms, these wonderful airframes, and their whole supply chain from maintenance, support, dispatchers, everything, they've all worked there, and they've been part of the West, and they've seen what's happening in Ukraine. Do you think we can muster 1 or 2 volunteers, maybe 3?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, obviously, it would be probably better suited for people that can speak Russian, but luckily there's countries that speak Russian that use these things. I mean, the good thing is, too, these things have a huge stockpile of ammunition throughout Europe that has not been touched or used by the war yet at all. I mean, at all. And so this gives Ukraine a lot of options and a lot of depth moving forward in how they want to employ this force that really... it's going to be, HIMARS o'clock times 100 if it really is a significant number of these. But I wonder, Axel, how many could be given or whatnot. I'm sorry to bogart the time here, but I do think it is an important development nonetheless.
I wouldn't call it HIMARS o'clock. I would call it Sidewinder second.
Yeah, or Strike Eagle minute. I don't know. There's a lot of great names that could come from this.
But no, there's a key point there. A, there's a sufficient amount of ammunition. B, we have people who are volunteering and who would love to do it and who would work for bloody free, if need be, or so to say, for food and beer, in order to help Ukraine defeat this invasion. And it would come from at least 40 nations. There is so much which we can do in order to defeat them when this comes to an air campaign and proper combine arms. Because air superiority, that's our game. This is how we win. This is how the West typically absolutely shocks and awes and suppresses everyone.
Yeah, because these things are going to be able to accomplish seed missions, as you're talking about, the suppression of enemy air defense. this is one of the last bits that Ukraine really has to unlock, because despite all the ammo depots blowing up and despite Ukraine holding their own, they really have no way right now to effectively destroy all of the Russian air defense they need to basically eliminate the Russian army. So this kind of platform could allow that to get them off their country once and for all.
CJ, before we continue to hog the space with our affinity for this, let's go to hands. We have Big Papa, we have George. I think George was first and Big Papa second. George.
Yes, here. Sorry, couldn't turn my mic on. Just a clarification. So the Strike Eagle, it's made to do long interdictions but behind enemy lines. Now the U.S. also has F-15C models, and those carry about 16,000 pounds of ordnance on hard points. I think the Strike Eagle carries up to 21,000. Their air
you want a multi-role. You want the Strike Eagle as opposed to long range
air
bomber.
superiority fighters. The F-15 Eagle, whether it's the C version or even the most updated, the Strike Eagle, the Russians have nothing right now in numbers that can counter it. So in a good pilot's hands, it's a great aircraft. The other thing is the Ukrainians have been asking for either F-18s or they prefer F-18s and F-15s to the F-16 because they like the fact that they have 2 engines instead of 1. In case one engine goes out, if it's hit or something like that while it's flying over enemy territory. So hopefully they get them. Just another thing, I have friends of mine who are in the Greek Air Force. And years ago, they transitioned from Mirage F1s to F-16s. If you have a skilled pilot that's been flying, combat aircraft, it doesn't take the 9 months that the pencil pushers in Washington, D.C. thinks it takes. You're talking about a couple of months for them to transition to new jets. There's no way it's going to take them 9 months. They've been flying their top, let's say top 20, 30 pilots should be able to get in that thing after they fly, let's say in the two-seater version, which is the F-15D. Once they sit in there for about a few weeks, within 2 months, they'll be more than proficient to be able to take out whatever Russia puts up in the air. It's usually a 2-month period. They transition from Mirage F1s to F-16s, and then I had another guy that just recently transferred from a Mirage 2000, which is a Delta fighter, which is completely different flying characteristics than an F-16, and he said it took him about 45 days.
And this is under flying conditions and training in Western nations where people have naps in between and time. That's completely different ballgame. That's exactly it.
Yes, naps, little, the officers' club, exactly.
But that's the point. I mean, Ukrainian soldiers, all across the board, all different weapon systems. It doesn't matter whether it's ground or air force. They all know what to do. They're focused, they're determined, they're willing, they're concentrated, and they're not drunk. As a consequence, they will do their best.
I like that it's not drunk part. That's very important.
Yeah, mates, we're too old.
Well, the Russians around Belgorod, they had 2 Su-25s clip power lines last month, so maybe they had a couple of shots of vodka to steal their courage.
Maybe they just had lack of focus or didn't put their contact lenses in the morning. Alrighty, let's go to Big Papa. Sorry, Nightly, but Big Papa trying to cycle back up, so let's do that first. Big Papa.
Yeah, I've been going crazy today. This is the best news I've heard. I've been beating the F-16 and F-15 drum for a long time now. I can only hope, like you said, Axel, that was going to be my point. Hopefully, this is an after announcement that's something that's been going on. My thought was, too, about the ground crews and the support. You know, several nations have been flying these aircraft for years, and couldn't they do something similar to the Foreign Legion, you know, the Air Force Division? And I was also wondering about maybe an American program where Boeing and some companies that the mechanics and the ground crew have transitioned to, you know, recent exits from the military. Could they continue to pay those guys their regular salary for, say, 6 months? And would that be some kind of violation of the, you know, calling them mercenaries or something like that? If they joined the Air Force, you know, for Ukraine, and also kind of was supplementing their income so they can have a job, if they don't lose their job when they come back.
We'll call them maintenance tigers. And why would they lose anything? They're fighting for freedom. So what? This is a matter of organization. This is really not an issue. And if somebody, I don't think that anyone at the Pentagon ever thinks like that. Since Lloyd Austin made it very clear that they'll move heaven and earth, any of these topics are irrelevant. Of course we're going to provide maintenance staff. Of course we're going to provide everybody who can do installations. And yes, we'll ask every single dad and the likes above the age of 35, whoever maintained one of those dang things, to have a little look-see as to whether they have it in their moral fiber to go there. What else are we going to do? We are the West. We defend the West. We defend Ukraine. Of course we do this. I can open my fucking phone book and find you 200 people to go there immediately.
Well, let's get it done. Let's get that phone book out.
Well, and there's 150 people more important than me who could have much bigger phone books.
Well, I can only hope it's being done. I'm fired up about it, and I hope they're fired up about it too.
This is why they're bombing civilian targets. This is why they are creating this terrible terror campaign. This is why they're hitting maternity hospitals tonight in Dnipro. This is why they're trying it, because they are running out of options.
Right on. Thanks for taking my call. I'll be
still
listening. Oh, hey, I had one question for you guys. I hear you guys always say that you're going to cycle down and listen. Is there a way to do that, or I always just leave and then come back?
That also works. There is a possibility for you to just simply, actually you press a button and you stop being on the speaker. Sorry, Nick. It depends on the phone.
On my app, there's a three-dot menu to the left of the word leave, and it's the first option under that three-dot menu.
Ah, okay. Yeah, appreciate it. Thanks. All right, Slava. Dropping down.
Heroin Slava. Dorman, could you come back up, please? Oh, fantastic.
Already have.
Perfect. I said Heroim Slava. I heard nothing.
Oh, sorry, Slava Nazi.
Smert Boram. And with that, we'll go to a Nightlight. Sorry.
Yeah, Nightlight. Thank you, sir. I'm only just catching the news now about the possibility that Ukraine may be getting some fighters on here. And if F-15s are on the menu for that, I don't expect it would be a Strike Eagle, just because they are pretty much all attached to actual squadrons line. I don't think there's any that they can really spare. So you're probably looking at...
We're phasing out 36.
Oh, they are? Huh. Well, that'd be nice. My expectations would probably be more like an F-15C, which doesn't really have an air-to-ground capability, but F-16s would be perfectly fine for that. So I would expect it's going to be some combination of those two, which is still really, really good. So, especially against how bad the Russian Air Force is there right now. So there's that. Also, everyone keeps saying Caliber all the time, and unfortunately I think it's an older version called a AS-15 Kent, which is what the bombers would be using. I mean, if it's coming off a sub or something, it's...
You're correct, Nightlight, you're correct. It's highly likely that this was the Kent.
Yeah, sorry for the background noise there. It's not a very good missile. I think they had to... I wouldn't say withdraw it, but I mean, it's not very accurate. It's like a original Tomahawk, but worse. So, yeah, I mean, if they're running into things without an intended target, it's probably that old thing, which really says how deep into their magazines they're going right now, which is not good. Well, it is good. It's not good for them. But
Problem is they have so many. Nightlight, I think we're both old enough from the voice I'm hearing. We're both old enough to remember that they phased out these dang things in 1981. And they were phased out because they were just area weapons, and they were completely and utterly misguided, quite literally. They were some of the worst missiles they produced. They had an EP of 10 kilometers.
That's pretty bad. I didn't realize it was that bad. Good Lord.
Yeah, it is absolutely terrible. Their guidance system was so bad that they had to withdraw it because in their tests they couldn't hit a dang thing.
That's like aiming not by GPS coordinates but by zip code. Well, I guess it works if you're using a nuclear weapon, but not really for a conventional one, unless you're using it for terror bombing. In which case, why not? Assholes.
That's exactly the point. But you're quite right, because they originally designed it for nuclear payloads, and there it would not have mattered. And then they tried to redesign this thing, which is what they did for the Kent version, and ended up with a missile which was completely, utterly unguidable or unguided. And for terror bombing, that perfectly works. You're absolutely right. Disastrous as it is, but that's what they do.
Indeed. Thank you.
Thank you. Nina and then Luca.
Thank you, Axel. I want to make like a little bit of a round, talk a little bit about what Walter told about what's happened today and tonight in Ukraine, and also Juliana and Michelle talked. And as I am a very sensitive person, I'm not going to cry here. You don't need to be afraid of that, because I have learned how to channel my emotions, and that was actually really well what you said, Axel. It's like some kind of when I hear what Walter told, I would be like not human if I wouldn't feel like I am in a completely black place. So this is like a good wake-up call. It's not that I'm not being awake, but we need sometimes to hear these things, because it's been a long war, and to like again try to wake up again and again. And what then CJ came with this news, I was actually dropping down a couple of times, and I was just thinking what can we do? And
did we lose Nina?
Yeah, we need to cycle her down to get her back up. All right. Nina?
Thank you. I don't know how long I talked here without. Wait, what was the last thing I said?
30 seconds. 30 seconds, roughly. So
About what CJ said. Did I come that far?
keep going.
Okay. Yes.
Not yet. No.
Okay. So.
You didn't arrive at CJ.
Okay. So I needed that wake-up call again to channel all this, like even if it's really hard, to be able to go on and do the fight, whatever I can do. And what CJ said gave a little bit of hope again that even if there are like so many horrible things happening in Ukraine right now, it's we are all here to like support Ukraine, and what I heard from CJ was good, and I don't know what it means. Like you are talking about some jet. What is it like? I don't know the term of these airplanes. Axel, can you help me?
F-15.
F-15. Okay. So I understood that they can make a big difference. So yeah, thank you, and yeah, Slava Ukraini, and yeah, let's do it.
Hello, Slava. Luca. Luca. Luca, buonanotte. Hey. Luca, speak.
Buonasera.
It's so late already. He has an issue with his audio. Well, Nina, where we are, it's already past midnight.
Well, it depends. It depends.
Well. Since when is your part of Finland in a different time zone than mine?
I am in a different time zone.
Luca, can you hear us?
Now I can.
Perfetto. How is Super Mario?
Well, I hope he's sleeping a good sleep this weekend. He's gonna have lots of work early next week, huh?
That is the more. I mean, this is a very, very hard piece of work he has to do, right? I mean, he has a president to support him, no party to play with. Will he manage to get the? I don't know. Will he manage to shepherd the whole herd back into the corral?
It's like herding cats, but I like the fact that he's also trying to keep it real on purpose. Where, like, I think you guys have noticed, he's gonna fly to North Africa to try to secure some gas supplies from Algeria. So he's being like, yeah, I'll do my job, and then I quit. So your problem, maybe? I don't know. We'll see.
He's playing a tough game, is he not? It's very. I mean, he's continuing his pipeline diplomacy and his energy diplomacy, but he's very, very tough in communication with the other parties. I think this is actually fairly the extension of what he did before. Will he succeed? What do you think?
I'll give it 50-50. In reality, I wonder who wants to. I mean, elections are one thing, but I wonder who really would like to take the hot potato now. It's not a great time, right? Like for some very likely less skillful, politicians and executives than him. I think there are very few that are as skillful as you know, Super Mario is, and then take the hot potato right now from him. Why would they? They would just burn to death, I think. So I think everybody is playing a little bit of Russian roulette. Ha ha ha. No pun intended.
We nearly had Bernard's puppy coming up to talk to you about it, but there you go. I don't think that we have to play Russian roulette with Italian politics. It's too important. Italy is a significant cornerstone of the Western Alliance, absolutely vital. And it would be stupid if we were to allow Italy to fall into, shall we say, despair and disarray further than it wants to.
Yeah, for sure. I just don't trust that Salvini guy. He's captured, so anything that he does is very suspicious to me. I had a question regarding these rockets attacks. Like, I read something, but I think you already kind of answered, but I wanna like double confirm, Axel. Like, I read something that said like, ooh, hypersonic weapons, like targeted at a hospital and a school. It made it sound like they were some high-tech weapon. You're kind of saying that they're basically just crap missiles that they're shooting just to terrorize people. Is that what it is?
Yeah, the thing is, they sent a lot of them. So they have targeted the city, allowing for the city to be destroyed, and therefore a lot of civilian targets to be destroyed. Even if they target the KH-55, which is infamously incorrect in its targeting, still, if you shoot enough of them into one location, you will spread enough terror. So you will still manage to shoot onto civilian targets. And we still haven't verified whether it's only KH-55. There might be 1, 2 caliber missiles amongst them. That's the whole point. The way you actually overcome and overwhelm an anti-missile, an air defense system, is by saturating the space, specifically with different types of missiles, if you can, with different types of origin, air to ground, or ground to air, or ground to ground missiles, seaborne missiles. If you can, you use every single avenue you have at hand in order to saturate the airspace. By that means you overwhelm the air defense system, and you will spread some of the terror. Some of the missiles may come through which are more precision guided, and some of them will just be area bombardment. That's what they're doing, and they do not care.
Right, I mean, that's the strategy, right? There is no military target there, or like they're basically just, this is basically just a terror attack to terrorize civilians, right?
Yeah, and don't forget, whether they, from our point of view, as human beings in the West, as sensible, civilized people, not these orcs on the other side, for us it matters whether a precision-guided missile, as we said, with the ATACMS, we are worrying as to whether the ATACMS, when used, will hit more than a jetty in the port of Sevastopol. We actually have to even argue this with, I'm sorry, a large part of the mainstream media. Still, the key thing is they never have to argue. They have no one to answer to other than their military command and their little Tsarist midget. So as a consequence, they can just do area bombardment, and they can execute this at their leisure. And whether they hit a maternity hospital or another hospital or just apartment blocks or a shopping center, it doesn't matter for them, because whatever the unintended consequences, it will be terrorizing.
Yeah, that's disgusting. Thank you for the explanation, Max.
Yeah, I'm sorry to bring you gloom and doom, but then again, I can also tell you at the same time that the Ministry of Defense of Ukraine, and therefore essentially Mr. Reznikov, has highlighted earlier today, and this is prior to these shots, and this is why it matters, that Ukraine is closing in on ensuring that it will have ATACMS or ATACMS, and at the same time they have had delivery of the M270s. And then we saw that the United States Congress, not just the House, but also the Senate, is en route to taking up that suggestion to support Ukrainian pilots officially in learning how to fly a few pieces of kit. So no matter what they do, they will not win. No passaran. And can I get back to Italian politics before we go anywhere else? Bertrand's puppy is here with us.
Indeed, I am.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you, Axel.
Luca and I were talking about this whilst we were cycling up. So, how super is Mario?
It's an interesting question. I have to admit that it is a little bit depressing to talk about Italian politics when I had, friends for dinner here in Prague that have their relatives in Dnipro, and they were, following the news as presumably you are doing in this space. I was not connected back then, and there is a bit of feeling of following the most fetus and theater about Italian politics when people are, feeling the heat of the bombs on their own people. And I am 3 degrees removed from these people, right? Because I know people that know people that have relatives there. So I cannot relate as much as people that are actually living there. And but I do understand that at the end of the day, as you were saying before, Axel, we have to strive to be as rational as possible and make sure that we do our best and we don't fall for emotions and tears that are not especially helpful. So regarding Super Mario is going to be in Algeria for the next couple of days, and he will be back on Wednesday to talk in the parliament about his future prospects. Right now, I agree with Luca that there is a 50% chance maybe that he will stay as a prime minister. I don't see, frankly, a better option for Italy right now. So the thing is that there is national unity government that includes mostly assholes, frankly. Excuse my French. Includes people like Salvini.
Is that a specific French technical term?
Yeah, that is it. Yeah, there is like Salvini in the government, in the the parliament majority. There are like other parties that are close to Salvini positions, and just outside the government there is some neo-fascist party that is polling as the likely largest next party in the next elections. So the best that we can hope for, frankly, I don't know what Luca feels about it, but the best that we can hope for is that Draghi stays there as long as it is reasonable, as long as he manages to. There is no other better option in Italy right now. So, Luca, how depressing is that?
Yeah, no, I second that. You know, maybe he loses a piece of the Cinque Stelle and then they go all the way to April. But so yeah, so that would be like the positive, you know, outcome. There is still, I think it's still 50-50 with snap elections, but I don't know the polls. I don't know the polls that say Salvini is looking at, mostly Salvini, I would say. Berlusconi seems to be on the fence to keep on supporting Draghi, though he said he's also okay with elections. I think they're all thinking to eat up the votes that M5S, Movimento 5 Stelle, will lose. So if they do a snap election, then, well, in September, we'll be back to square one. So that can still happen too. But I'm not sure anybody wants to get the hot potato now. It's a hot potato. They need to submit these plan for reforms to the European Union in October, I think. You do the elections 1 month before, in the middle of like you know, energy and economic crisis and a war in the continent. It's pretty insane, and I think it's self-defeating. So I don't know. It's kind of crazy.
So the polls
Yeah,
are
but is it
more or less
sorry,
just
kind of crazy?
just
That's all. Kind of crazy, or simply something Salvini wants and therefore also Putin wants?
Oh yeah, like no, sure. Salvini is captured and his party is captured. Part of the Cinque Stelle is captured too. But I posted this morning that like Draghi can still has the majority of votes. If Salvini pulls out and a part of the Cinque Stelle pulls out, the part of the Cinque Stelle that stays with Di Maio, which is the foreign ministry, you know, and if Berlusconi decides not to call for election, Draghi has a relatively stable majority. So Salvini doesn't call all the shots. But yes, if it were for Salvini, he's captured. We know it. He's very outspoken about it. He says, you know, we need to stop the war and we need to negotiate with Putin, you know, and blah blah blah. He's captured. We know it. There are pictures of him in the Red Square, like saying, you know, I love Putin. Guy is a total like asshole. I hate him.
And on that happy note, we have a couple of speakers. We have Mark, we have Knightley.
Yes, hi. Thanks, Axel. Just a couple of observations and a question for you and the other European hosts. I'm really glad when Walter stepped in about an hour and a half ago to let us know about these missiles hitting civilian population centers, and him pointing out that Twitter was all the rage with Russian folks celebrating gleefully this intentional death and destruction of civilian populations, which, if anybody needed a reminder of how evil Putin and this war is, I mean, this is it. I think, in actually, just to capitalize what you were saying earlier, I think if our side was deliberately shelling civilian populations, there would be a revolt. We would shut down those military operations. We wouldn't stand for it. You know, occasionally, of course, it's war. Bombs go misguided. But even if large civilian populations are killed because of misguided mistakes, even then, there would probably be a sense of outrage. So, to hear of Russians gleefully celebrating this, it's just so barbaric. I mean, of a culture. The other thing I wanted to say is the timing of this is interesting. You know, yesterday and today and the day before about the shelling of the civilian populations. We know that the narrative has been pretty bad for Russia with the HIMARS, devastating effect that they were having against the supply depots. And I'm sure that wasn't news that was welcome in Russia. We also know that along the fighting front lines that Russia really can't do anything right now because they don't have the shells and the artillery munitions to fight. So it almost seems like to give their population some red meat to cheer for, they've deliberately started shelling civilian populations because it was really maybe the only trick they had right now. Which again, it just goes to the barbarity of the system. Just the last observation is, I'm just really kind of shocked that Russia would do this in one respect. I mean, and that is, there is a worry that the West isn't covering Ukraine the way it was before. I'm not sure how it is in Europe, but I think when we turn on the news and we see women and children slaughtered in city centers, there's a sense of outrage. I think politicians that may have been on the fence, wondering whether we should support Ukraine anymore, they're off the fence now. They've decided. And those politicians that wanted to support Ukraine, yeah, not only are they going to fund for training of F-15 fighters, they'll be pushing to supply the F-15 fighters. I was just wondering if that same kind of maybe outrage is circling around in European cities, in European countries, when they see this kind of intentional, devastating death and cruelty of civilian populations.
That's fine. I agree. So let's move on. Blagodat.
Hello, everyone.
Доброй
ночи. Back to targets team. A few words, and after I will go out. I think there is sadistic logic in action of Russians because Russians destroying hospitals, universities, factories, and it's terror, but also they destroying all potential of Ukraine, economical potential, intellectual potential, and it's cruel, but it's smart. I don't like this word, but it's first
what you mean is effective.
Yes. Thank you. And one interesting story. Tomorrow I was in Dnipro, and tomorrow Vinnytsia was bombing, and today Dnipro is bombing, and I'm a little bit emotional. No, not little bit. I'm very emotional now, and I am very angry about all this situation, and I'm happy that Walter is in a safe place. And yeah, and I have no words to describe all my feelings about this, because I'm very angry, I'm furious, and I don't understand actions of other countries, because so many talks about values, about democratics, and now you see how in Europe, no, not Europe, just in modern world, destroying cities and people just cruelly murdering, and they doing nothing. And this is one more reason why I'm so angry. Yes, thank you that you listen my awful English.
No, it's okay. Дякую.
You're welcome.
As
Can I
always.
just say that your English is very good, and I can relate 100% with what you just said, and thank you for that. You said it better than I could have said, and people probably could have said here. So thank you very much.
It's so nice. Thank you very much because I'm very shy about my English and it's very important words for me.
Right. Let's move to Peter Doran.
Blagodat, your English is fantastic. Can I say that? And I think we all agree. And it's contributions like yours that make this conversation deeply meaningful. So thank you so very much. Are you still here, Blagodat?
Yeah, I'm still here and I'm listening all these words with gratefulness and it's so nice. Thank you very much.
Let's highlight what Blagodat means in English. It's a blessing. So thank you very much that you blessed us.
Yes, 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 it's my name.
Axel, can I shift away from Russia's terrible crimes that have been committed just today and throughout this war, and maybe, you know, I've been posing this question to myself. I've been thinking through it. I think it's important, and I would be very keen to know what you think and what others here in the space think about this question of economic warfare. So right now in Ukraine, we have a real war. Ukraine is fighting a war of national survival, a war of self-defense against Russia's invasion. Russia invaded, Ukraine is defending. Right now, we're not actively here in America or Europe shooting back at the Russians, but we're providing economic assistance, military assistance to the Ukrainians. And the Russians have said, this is an act of war. And that prompted, in my mind, this question of economic warfare. And it made me think back, Axel, to the summer of 1982, when the CIA, basically, they incinerated a small corner of Siberia. They created essentially the equivalent of a low-yield nuclear explosion by manufacturing a failure in a Russian gas pipeline. There were times in the past, pre-World War II, Cold War, 1980s, in which America and the West took economic warfare very seriously, to the point of literally blowing up pipelines. I can think of some recent cyber operations where, without, let me say this, plausibly deniable, the United States created a virus that slowed down the Iranian nuclear enrichment process. Economic warfare can be highly effective. It can be a form of warfare without using bullets. But I wonder, and this is where I would pose the question, how ready is Europe and the United States to take a position of true, old school, hardcore, brass knuckle economic warfare against Russia in response to what it's doing? I'm not sure we're there yet, but I think this question is going to dominate our discussions over the next 10 years for sure. And I'm worried that maybe we're not really prepared for that or ready for the kind of consequences that will come economically from Russia's invasion of Ukraine.
I think that is a fair test of the resilience of the Europeans. The German government will crater. The question is only when. It will probably crater as soon as the extent and intensity of its blindfoldedness will become evident. The French government, funny enough, as always, as you know, is significantly more resistant to change. Also, it just has survived yet another change of the presidency, as in from Macron 1 to Macron 2. And as a consequence, with a new parliamentary somewhat coalition in place, but him still being in charge, funny enough, nothing really changes. So the only soft flank, other than the soft heads in Germany, is in Italy, which is why Mario Draghi is doing what he's doing, meaning he is defending Europe by means of energy and pipeline diplomacy, and he's doing it exceptionally well. And Salvini's Russian supporters in the embassy, which Mr. Salvini visited, Luca, correct me, 4 or 5 times better, Luca? He visited Russian embassy in Rome 4 or 5 times.
He visited
Yeah.
4 times the ambassador, the Russian ambassador in May. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah,
Yes, correct.
that's what one should do with a representative of a regime invading another country in Europe, with which we're technically at war, and essentially which is conducive and content in allowing the rape of children on a mass scale, right? Yeah, that's what Mr. Salvini should definitely do as a potentially elected official. Yeah. All right. Having said this, of course, no, there is no such moral fiber, Peter, for the economic warfare which is necessary in those three nations, and that is what Russia has been conducive to and collaborative with and facilitating and leading at for a long time. Fortunately, our American friends, who always try out every single solution up until finally something fits, and the people who actually, no matter what happens, no matter how wrong everything else is, the people who have so far fought every war from the first day to the last and have always been pragmatic, I mean my British friends, they are the ones, whilst they are worst equipped enough to fight the economic war, they are the ones who are willing to take it up and lead. And as long as the center of the universe of finance remains where it should be, meaning in London, the city no one should ever grow tired of, because he who is tired of London is tired of life. As long as London is still the capital of syndicated loans for the world, as long as London is still the most innovative financial center, no matter what the EU would want for Frankfurt or for Paris or for any other city, as long as London has its capacity of reinventing itself, even as escaping from Londongrad and its clasps, Britain will lead that economic warfare more effectively than any other center. As soon as the United States of America define Russia formally as what it evidently already is, a state sponsor of terrorism, every single financing facility ever made available from London in regard to anyone benefiting Russia, collaborating with Russia, or GRE, a government-related entity, or an entity which privately owned is conducive to trading in favor of Russia. And we can go through 3, 4, 5 hoops, will not be safe. Because the US Treasury, and trust me, there are two entities you never want to be at fault with. One is the IRS, and the other one is the US Treasury. And if London is good at anything, it's making sure it complies with that. So, dear Russia, wait for President Biden to sign this into a resolution. As soon as Russia is a state sponsor of terrorism, that economic warfare, Peter, will be waged successfully, because London will unravel the financing of Mordor. And therefore also the underpinning of all the soft financing going through European politics. So thank you, France, thank you, Germany, and thank you, Italy. You'll have to find ways to do things more professionally.
But there is a question there, Axel. I mean, there is this tension between economic competition on one side of the spectrum and economic warfare on the other. And perhaps somewhere along that spectrum, there's a little case with some glass, and it's got a red button underneath, and it says "break in case of an emergency." And I worry that right now in our transatlantic policy debate, and this is where I see the hands showing up, and I'd be keen on hearing more, because I personally haven't fully answered the question for myself. But I worry that too many Europeans and perhaps too many Americans think that our current status quo with Russia, after February 24 is one of economic competition, of which sanctions play a part, and we haven't really changed our mindset to one of economic warfare, where the things we used to do in the past, things like the CIA creating an entire economy of failure, an economy that was designed to surreptitiously manufacture products like a broken space shuttle or a petrochemical plant whose purpose was to work for about 2 months and then blow up inexplicably. The CIA was running this entire economy during the 1980s in which its one customer was the KGB. And now, with Russia under sanctions, they're scouring the world looking for tech. And why is it that we haven't yet responded in kind and said, we're now going to develop products that are designed to fail and slip them to the Russians so that we can continue to undermine them actively in a form of economic warfare? That the policy debate is not there right now, clearly, but I think that is the direction we're going. And my worry is that we're not really ready for that world that's happening as we speak.
So let's ask the question to our educated audience. Let's start with JJ, then we go to Nightlight. Yeah, JJ, shoot.
Actually, I had a different topic, Axel. I apologize.
Then let's pin this, JJ. Wait for a sec. Nightlight.
Hi, I was just going to say to Peter that how do you know it's not already happening? And the reason I bring it up, and this wasn't just from what you said, I'd been thinking about this for a very, very long time. All the fires, all the explosions, everything that's going on in Russia. Do you really think that that's just angry Ivan going up and like setting something up? I would bet there are sleeper cells and there are insurgencies been implanted in Russia going back 20, 30 years, and they're being activated. Now, you could say that they're run by the CIA. I don't think they are run by the CIA, but the CIA is supporting them, just like the what is it, the Bader Meinhof group. I mean, Axel can speak to this better than me about what was going on in Europe in the 1970s and 80s. Those are all run by the.
We did this already, Drive-By. We did this already.
Yeah, I mean, I believe that those guys are already, they're doing it. I mean, the economic warfare has started. I mean, it's been going on since this war started, and it was teed off probably months before the actual invasion. I mean, there's no way we didn't. I mean, the fact that we knew what they were doing, it wasn't just satellites, it wasn't just signal intelligence. It was people in the organizations in Russia on the ground with eyes and ears, and then satellites and signal intelligence confirming it. And you can bet money that that was all triggering the events that then happened with the explosions and the violence and everything. The economic war has already started. I mean, it's well underway. What are they going to do to us as a result? I'm waiting to hear. There will be something, but I think we've already started shooting. And quite frankly, I have no problem with that.
Thank you for that. Let's go to Nightlight, and then afterwards to Juha and then Nick. Nightlight.
Thank you, Axel. Yeah, the designation of state sponsor of terrorism in the U.S., I mean, I really do think that's teeth. You know, I think that's kind of getting to the point of the final sanction, because that really does become unrestricted economic warfare. It's never been done on a state as large as Russia, but we have plenty of practice, and, you know, that they've held on to it this long, despite the very obvious case that that's exactly what Russia is. Says to me they were holding on to it maybe to give them the chance to back off before, you know, that sanction comes in, before the economic warfare really does become serious. And I'm thinking we're at a point where there's no longer the patience for it. You know, what's going on in Dnipro and all these other cities right now, you know, and that is happening every day. It's just today happens to be worse. You know, there's no more patience for that. There's no more hope that they're going to back off, you know, that they can be negotiated with, and all of the fools that, thought that was possible, all the constructivists who thought we could strike a deal, you know, no one is either listening to them, or, you know, they finally stopped, you know, drinking the spiked Kool-Aid, and, are finally willing to sign off on this, and that's good. That could be bigger than HIMARS. That could be bigger than fighters going in. That kind of thing. I mean, it's important. In regards to the terror bombing and stuff going on right now, I mean, I think the important thing to think about when you're looking at that is that this isn't just a temper tantrum by Vladimir Putin. It's a terror campaign, but it's not just a terror campaign. It's a campaign against Ukraine's future, in the sense of they're trying to destroy every economic center, every infrastructure center, civil center, that kind of thing. So it'll cost the West billions, maybe trillions of dollars to help rebuild, to cripple the Ukrainian economy for a generation. I mean, these things weren't built overnight. They can't be replaced in days or months or years or decades, not collectively. And, as they're probably getting ready to break,
No, they can. Sorry. I'm German. Trust me, they can.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can build stuff pretty quickly, but I mean, the scale here is immense. But then again, so is the scale in Germany. I've been to Dresden and seen how much they've rebuilt, but some of it still isn't.
Yeah, because Dresden was prevented from being built up because it was Soviet occupied until 1990, and then we had to rebuild it in a hurry. So I agree with you, but let's not be gloom and doom. Ukraine is strong enough. It has a significant better base. We are in the 21st century. We have better tools, more money, more liquidity, more capability. The Ukrainians are superbly well educated. A small part of the Ukrainian male population has been killed so far. 6 years of a war, different in Europe, in the World War, completely different ballgame so far. The terror campaign, I grant you that, but we should not be all gloom and doom. This can be done, but it also has to be won first, and there I'm with you.
Yeah, I know it sounds gloom and doom, but it's not. Because, it may take a variable amount of time to recover, but, if they're doing this, it means they're giving up on the idea of occupying it.
Oh, they did give that idea up a long time ago.
Yeah, well, ultimately, I think it's a good sign. I mean, it's a terrifying sign, but it's a good sign that, they're at this point, and also, with what the rockets have done to their logistics and so on. I mean, why now? Is I think they are really undergoing a systemic shock of their logistics. Everything is seizing up, and they're kind of in a use it or lose it kind of mentality right now. And I think they want to create a moment of, fear and despair. So there's a focus for a few days on maybe dealing with that to delay a counteroffensive or something. There's reasons beyond just terror on this. There's reasons on the battlefield I think this applies to as well. It's because they're getting their clocks cleaned right now, and they're trying to create some breathing room for sheer terror out of it too.
Yeah, good point. Absolutely good point.
Axel, can I just point something out that Nightlight said that I really thought was pertinent? A platform like HIMARS has a specific purpose, and that is to destroy something on the battlefield or kill someone on the battlefield. But when you are conducting economic warfare, that purpose is bigger. That purpose is to deny your enemy's ability to continue the war against you in the first place. And you don't have to use a rocket or a bullet. You use the overwhelming economic power that you have. You just said that on this space. You've said it many times, but think about it. Russia has an economy that is equivalent, maybe even a little less right now, than Spain. And the full economic might of the Western world is now coming down upon Russia. And so this is kind of the policy question that is not answered, but it offers us so many opportunities to help Ukraine defeat Russia and long term minimize and contain Russian aggression against us. And that is economic warfare. But where is that line between competition and war? And are our politicians ready to cross that line?
Well, let's find out. We have Nick, then we have Leonard, and then Raver. What do you think? Are we ready?
I was just going to say about this. I put my hand up when we had the comment about the terror bombing being effective. I mean, it's materially effective in that it damages hospitals and clinics and schools. But
Nick, the
I'm
question
not
is, are we
sure.
ready for economic warfare? That's the
Well,
question.
I was just replying to the previous point. I was going to say I don't know how effective it is in terms of civilian morale. I think it stresses people, but I think it, first of all, I think in terms of, is this likely to get Ukrainians to go, oh, we're fed up with this, we're going to call Zelensky and ask him to surrender? I think it's going to take a hell of a lot more than we've seen. And there is the cost in terms of, Western waverers who, as I say, may be neutral on, not really care about the war itself, but care about the killing. So I think on balance, this indicates that the Russians are, as you said, Axel, they've given up any idea of annexing most of Ukraine, and it just shows how desperate they are. In addition to the fact, apparently, did someone say the missiles they're using are 40 years old? So, while these things happening are terrible, the fact that other things are not happening is perhaps a positive sign. In terms of the economic warfare, I think we've got a while to go yet before Europeans are prepared to acknowledge that their special forces or their intelligence services are blowing things up inside Russia. I think that's quite a stretch, actually, to get people to do that.
Merci bien. Leonard?
Yes, thank you, Axel. Peter, I think you raised an excellent question there. You're quite the provocateur on this site. Every time you pose a question, it gets minds flowing and hands flying. But specifically on the economic aspects of this whole conflagration, that's something that has been regarded on a very close basis, specifically out of Canada, and also specifically because what the Russians have done in the Ukraine has pretty much torpedoed. They had announced within just the preceding 18 months, before February 24th, they had announced a $300 billion plus expansion to their entire energy infrastructure, literally from Moscow right through to the Bering Strait, and various things such as they had plans in the multi-billions, building 15 new cities, one entirely new seaport from scratch, 1,000 miles of pipeline, and et cetera, et cetera. So, of course, that was directly targeted to their primary lifeline, their industry, energy and oil and gas. And of course, the Arctic issue has been a real focus out of Canada, because they had already run at least half a dozen tankers through the Arctic Ocean, and were open. It appeared very much targeting opening an Arctic transport route from Russia to China. So that's a big question, is what's now happened. They've effectively, by invading Ukraine, they've effectively torpedoed at least a $325 billion capital infrastructure investment that would have arguably powered their economy for the next, good part of a decade. So in addition, now we have to subtract everything that they've blown on their materiel and military hardware with Ukraine. So, and that doesn't even get into all the massive corporate exodus out of Russia to date. So, yeah, I think that's an excellent question to address, and that's something that I'm sure hundreds of the best economic and geopolitical thinkers in the world could spend days following up on your question. So, as I say, very much a provocateur on this subject, Peter. Thank you.
Thank you, Leonard. And you'd be surprised. Right now, there aren't many who are truly focusing on this. And increasingly, my thinking is moving in this direction. And, being a think tanker here in Washington, I'm always asking myself, what's the world going to look like 24 months from now, 12 months from now, 5 years from now? How do we position now to provide a policy map for decision makers to understand the world and make good decisions based on where we are and where we're going to be? So, Leonard, you're right. And I also liked what you pointed out. First, that Russia has made, obviously, a catastrophic mistake in invading Ukraine, and they've foreclosed on a potentially more prosperous future for themselves. But you also indicated at the energy component of economic warfare, which is front and center in my assessment.
Yes, excellent, Peter.
Merci bien. Let's move to Raver.
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Hey, Peter. Hey, Axel. So I think, broadly speaking, we could look at Russia's economic war on Ukraine since 24 February into three broad categories. When they thought that they could take Kiev and install a puppet government, it was basically, we want it for ourselves. And when that failed, it became, well, then if we can't have it, nobody can. And then the EU stepped in and gave Ukraine candidate status, which means ultimately Ukraine's going to have visa-free travel and duty-free imports and exports. And so Russia now seems to just be stuck in basically a feedback loop that amounts to, well, if we can't have it, at least you have to pay a little bit for it. And it's a strategy that can't work long-term because of the economic might of the EU. And you were absolutely spot on with the way Germany rebuilt, South Korea, Japan, and generally speaking, the country that rebuilds from the last war with modern factories becomes the global go-to for production because they're going to have the newest, latest, greatest production capacity and technologies. And so Russia, although it's painful, although it's bloody, although we wish it hadn't happened, has opened the door for Ukraine to become an industrial superpower along the lines of Germany or Japan or South Korea.
Oh, Axel, if you're there, but Raver, I agree. In fact, Raver, I always learn from you, and I really appreciate reading your work. And I think you're right. Right now the policy discussion is on how do we push as much military equipment into Ukraine as possible, and that is right and good. This is a just cause. But longer term, we need to start thinking about this. What does our relationship with Russia and what does Russia's relationship with the world look like in 12 months? Are we going to go back to status quo ante, the state of things before the war, as many in Germany have proposed? Or is Russia going to become the North Korea of the 21st century world? I think the latter is clearly a preferable outcome, but we are not there yet in the current policy discourse, and this is the time to start considering those questions, those ramifications, and those policy recommendations.
Honestly, with the way Russia has behaved, anything short of pariah state status while Putin and his cronies still draw breath is itself a crime against humanity. Ukraine has paid too much in the lives of her people and the destruction of her culture and her lands to ever allow the current kleptocratic regime of Moscow back into the international fold. Sorry, it's just the way I feel. It'd be like admitting Saddam or Nazi Germany or Pol Pot. I mean, we're talking that type of level of evil. And when we said never again after World War II, come on, damn it, it's time to mean never again.
Well, Raver, let me know when you're running for Congress. I'll be keen to see your campaign.
I have way too many skeletons. I'm a recovering addict. I just like to write.
All righty. With that in mind, we'll go to Olga.
Hello, guys. I just wanted to say, add something about economical warfare and just general about supplying Ukraine with weapon and making Ukraine be able to withstand and ultimately, with God's help and everybody else's help, to win this war. I remember during the
Olga? Did I lose audio? Ben?
I can hear you, Axel.
That's a relief. All right, Ben, can you hear me? Okay, I can't hear Ben. Ben is gone. Olga is gone. Olga, if you can hear me, please cycle down and come back up. Ben can also hear me. That's interesting. Ben, can you say something? Okay, he can hear me, but he can't say something. Right, that's interesting. Chaps, please wait for me for a second. I'll try to sort this out.
I can hear you, Axel, as well. I can hear you, Axel.
I'm so sorry that I'm terrifying in that regard. Olga, please hold on. Let me send her a message.
As you're doing that, Axel, one of the things I'm going to be looking for Olga to address is, what does rebuilding look like? What kind of support is Ukraine going to need from us? We talk about economic warfare in negative terms, like, how do we contain and isolate Russia? But also, we should think about economic warfare in positive terms. How do we show that Ukraine is a shining success after standing up to this giant Goliath and defeating Goliath? They're going to have to rebuild. Economic warfare has different components.
Peter, you mean the Goliath of Oz?
The Goliath of Russia, I was trying to say.
So you mean the Goliath of Oz, because they are neither 10 feet tall, nor are they any worthy. They're not Goliaths.
Okay, that's a good point. Yeah, I mean, Axel, obviously you're correct. And if anything, the courage and bravery of Ukrainians has shown that, we thought of Russia as a Goliath, but ultimately Goliath can be humbled by a brave young man with a sling and a rock and a javelin.
Well, with that in mind, let's go to Raven.
I see JJ with his hand up. All I'm going to say is a real quick comment that
JJ has a different question, Raven.
Okay, gotcha. So all I was going to say on the whole issue of Goliath is, let's not forget that Goliath was a Philistine, and the Russians very much are behaving as Philistines.
All right, if we've now reached the Philistines, let's go to JJ.
Thanks, Axel. Thanks, Ben. I wanted to circle back to, I think, something related to what Mark said. And given the growing horror of the ongoing events today, and given part of the reason why we're all in this space, I'm wondering what we should expect to see happen on social media, especially in terms of mis- and disinformation in the coming day or two.
Peter, what do you think? What will be the attack vector of the Russian disinformation campaign?
Confusion and distraction. If we know anything from the Russians, they don't care if you believe them. They only want you to be confused and distracted. They have no shame. They put out 5 different narratives an hour. The whole purpose is to confuse, distract, muddy the waters. JJ, you're asking a great question. So, we saw this with the attack on the mall in Ukraine. The narrative kept changing almost by the minute at times on social media. The whole point we should all remember is that Russia doesn't want you or me or anyone else to actually believe what they're saying. All they want us to think is, I don't know who to believe, to throw up our arms and be befuddled and confused and to go on to something else. And I think we should all remember that whenever we see events like this. We see Russia's response. We try and use logic and reason to understand what they're saying and to debunk it. At the end of the day, the Russians don't care. This is their MO. This is their form. This is what they do. And now that we understand it, we can defeat it.
Thank you.
Raven.
Yeah, so I've been delivering freight. Did I miss something since the attack on the universities? I feel like I'm out of step with everybody.
Dnipropetrovsk got attacked, and in at least 2 full rounds, it is possible that a third one has hit. We don't have yet confirmation of that, and they've hit maternity hospital and a lot of civil infrastructure, including apartment houses surrounding it.
I believe 1 or 2 universities were hit yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Reva is referring to. So it's yesterday. So, but today, Dnipro, maternity hospital, civil infrastructure, and the likes.
Long string of bad words are running through my head right now. I'm sad. I'm heartbroken.
Yep, mate. That's how it is. That's why I said a little earlier today, we have to all remain extremely calm. Leonard.
Yes, thank you again, Axel. I'm sorry, I just can't resist the temptation here with Peter on the panel. I just want to try and pry open, if I can, a little bit of the window in terms of insight as to what Peter thinks is unfolding in the overall U.S. polity, shall we say, or the entire political spectrum, and specifically on the Ukraine as. I mean, you've already raised the issue of where we're going from here on the economic front, etc. But it strikes me that there's a remarkable degree of almost you wouldn't say unanimity, but nonpartisanship at least it's kind of descended over the U.S. spectrum right now, and I mean, hopefully that maybe I'm wildly optimistic or just. Looking at the stars, but it seems to me that proceeding onwards, there's just a huge opportunity in future for a completely bipartisan approach to this issue out of the U.S. Of course, but I mean the West in general also, but specifically the U.S. What do you think it's realistic to look down the road and see that the response to the Ukraine? The whole Ukraine issue, firstly the Russian invasion, of course, and then, as you mentioned, the massive rebuilding problem and project that's going to be required. Is it? You think it's wildly optimistic to look down the road and hope for a dramatic uptick in U.S. Bipolarity, if you will, or at least a nonpartisan aisle-to-aisle approach to this whole issue? Do you think that's realistic? Thank you.
Leonard, you always ask very well-informed and compelling questions. I love your questions. Here we go. I can do it in 4 quick points. Number 1, you are correct. Ukraine has produced a unique moment of bipartisan spirit in Congress. There are very few things that Congress can agree on. We're so divided. The partisanship, yeah, it's so strong right now. But Ukraine is one of those things. Point 1. Point 2, there's going to be a supplemental. So Congress is going to have to approve some more money for Ukraine, probably in September. So that's coming up. There will be fewer Republican votes for that vote in September. The vote let me say this, the vote will pass. So the supplemental will go through. But the bigger issue that has come up here on the space is what happens after November. It's very important that we not veer into domestic politics, and I don't want to do that, and I'm going to veer us back to Ukraine, but I will say this. There will be a big election here in America. After that election, we're going to see a realignment of the political stars in Congress, but America and the world can expect for strong, sustained support of Ukraine after that election. And now the wider issue that you're indicating, what happens then? I would actually expect to see more support if it is linked to more sanctions, more morally virtuous reasons to support Ukraine, such as let's fight war crimes, let's say no to genocide. These are things that matter. And Leonard, I'll condense this down into a common thing that happens. And I say this as a recovering politician myself. You're in the grocery store and one of your constituents comes up to you and asks you a question, and they say, my gas is expensive and my meat is expensive. What are you doing? Where are you spending money? ... That interaction with a voter is a powerful one. And if your response as an elected member of the federal government in Congress is, well, I don't like war crimes. Do you? I don't like genocide. Do you? If we can combine our support with Ukraine, for Ukraine, with our condemnation of genocide and war crimes, that will sustain and maintain the bipartisan support that we're seeing. And, you know, those are 4 points, but here's the 5th one. Americans don't like endless wars. We don't. And so if we can say, look, our efforts here to help Ukraine will prevent endless war in Europe over the next 100 years, that is a compelling answer. So you've asked a very complex and nuanced question. I've offered a few points to consider, but the bottom line is that the bipartisan spirit will hold, as Axel likes to say, Axel, as the bumper stickers now say, the center must hold.
The center must hold.
Yes, it will. And that's where we are, Leonard.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. There's a clear note of hope there, Peter, and I'm certainly going to grab that with both hands. So thank you.
All righty, Gurney.
I lost audio there for a second, but I was going to respond to JJ, and Peter summed it up so nicely in terms of you know, what I don't know even how the question was phrased as, but you know, Russian mis and disinformation and getting lost in between and not even trying to understand it. And then Axel summed it up with the bumper sticker there with Peter mentioning, you know, the center must hold, but the same thing for the information. You know, I would expect a terrorist actor to want people to be scared, to want to instill fear, and to get lost in trying to understand that. And I would expect a sophisticated actor like Russia to also take it a step further and try to capitalize on our sympathies, in our emotions, in our fears. You know, and it's unfortunate because there's destruction happening. There's legitimate destruction happening. There's legitimate concerns tonight that Ukrainians are having. But just to address JJ there, I would expect some disingenuous people to come in and try to capitalize on that, to make us get lost in our own convictions, to make us get lost in our own decisions, to cloud our emotions, to make us think irrationally. And just to wrap it back to Peter and Axel, you know, the center must hold. The same for the emotions. There's a lot that's happening, but the cool, calm heads prevail. You know, so the center must hold in a lot of ways. Thanks.
And that's hard, by the way, because this is not what appeals to us. We want to release the emotions, and I understand my Ukrainian friends who can hardly contain themselves tonight. But then again, we have American friends who also have the same view, and our French friends just as much. Ben, bonsoir. Troy, good evening.
Bonsoir, Axel.
Bonsoir, monsieur. Troy, how are you?
Good evening. I'm great. How are you, Axel?
Looking at death and destruction and hoping for high Mars o'clock.
Yeah, well stated. I came in right about the time we were saying center must hold, so I assumed there was some consternation of some sort. And I was going to say, right when I pulled up, you said what I was going to say. It's hard. And it's harder for us because we are not sociopaths. Okay, Russia has to make, you know, there's a lot less to think about because they're sociopaths. They're terrorists committing genocide in Ukraine. And we have to follow the laws of war and conduct, and we have emotions that we have to work through. But as Gurney and Axel said, it can't influence these very important decisions. So So yeah, everyone just be aware and hear everybody out, but also, know that there's going to be people that try and take advantage of it.
Seems the cat must meow.
Axel, my Hungarian Vizsla freaked out right there when I heard the cat. It didn't understand where the cat was in the room right here.
I have 3 poodles who went absolutely going like, what?
That's my 11-year-old Leonidas. He's here for the cause too.
A Spartan cat. Alrighty, so who tonight will make sure that they not only write to their elected officials, but go onto the whole circuit of the wonderful, wonderful US media talk shows and radio talk shows and the likes, and tell them to actually open their eyes. Because if Americans, classic, flyover country, the people who actually are super conservative, if they see what's happening in areas which look like Iowa, Oklahoma, West Texas, Ohio, Kentucky, Tennessee, if they see what happens in the Donbass, in Kherson, and now in Dnipro, Poltava, Kremenchuk, just take out the images, compare the landscape, look at the soil, look at the salt of the earth people. They are the same. They are us. O mio, o mio, my dear Ohio, if you do not understand that the defense of democracy, the defense of freedom, the defense of everything which is worthy and true is happening there, so please, let's talk to them. Because we need you to push all the others. Without America pushing this, without the United States of America pushing freedom, without the United States of America actually pushing its allies, this is not going to work. Freedom does not come for free. Reva.
I was going to say, if anybody wants ideas on how or what to write their representatives, I push out every single day. Feel free to copy, borrow, be inspired by. I don't care so long as elected officials hear what you have to say about supporting Ukraine.
Yeah, and Axel, if I can debunk the myth of the low education, low energy voter, I mean, again, I say this as a recovering politician. I was in the most rural parts of Virginia, and I was talking with voters and just listening to what they have to say. I can't tell you how many times people would come up to me and say, that Nord Stream 2 pipeline that Putin's doing, that's really bad. We should stop it. So this idea that people who aren't in these DC bubbles or elite bubbles don't understand what's happening in the world, it is a myth. It's not true. I met more high education, high energy voters than you can believe. And when things like last 24 hours, events of the last 24 hours occur, that's powerful. The moral case, the righteous cause to support Ukraine is powerful. And I know we talk about retweeting and spreading the word about the Walter Report. We often stress the importance of supporting media aid, but talking to your member of Congress. If you're in Canada, talking with your elected leaders, making sure they understand you want them to hold a very strong line against Putin because genocide is wrong. It's offensive to all that it means to be a human being. War crimes are wrong. What Vladimir Putin in Russia is doing is wrong. And our support for Ukraine is righteous. If you mention that and you say, I want you to do everything you can to make sure you hold the line, that is powerful. We say it often, but it cannot be said enough. This is something you can do in reaction to the horror and revulsion that we see on a daily basis, especially today, coming out of Ukraine.
Excellent. Lawrence and then Carl.
Hi, Axel. I'm interested in your response because you're a business person like me. 40 years ago, we were told about the greenhouse effect. We knew about it prior, but 40 years ago, it was all over the news. 40 years ago, Ronald Reagan got into power, preaching the free market and so on, that the market takes care of everything, and trickle-down economics and all those wonderful things that, well, don't happen because it evaporates. It doesn't trickle down. But we are in this position. We are in this. We're in this position.
They didn't. Sorry. Where did it not trickle down?
Look, I would say to the middle class. I would say to the middle class and to the working class.
The working class. So the American working class is now worse off than then. Is it?
Look, that's not really the point that I'm trying to make here, Axel.
You came up with trickle down economics, which was actually the moniker given at that point in time by, shall we say, people
Milton Friedman.
No. Actually, trickle down economics was the response of Milton Friedman to a very, very derogating tone by Tip O'Neill. If you know who that is.
I don't.
See, that's the point. Tip O'Neill was the most powerful person in the US Congress for a generation. And he tried to explain to Tip O'Neill, who had always derogated everybody else, as to how actually money trickles down by means of going through different little cycles to end up with a carpenter's shop. Because Tip O'Neill went onto a speech whilst he was trying to get rid of Gerald Ford's agenda for a, let's say, tax credit, and said that this would never, ever end up with a carpenter. But there you go. Sorry. Trickle-down economics do matter, and they actually work. And the funny part is it only works if there's lower taxation for each and every step down there. So that the lower the taxation, the ingoing rate for the lower revenue generating businesses, small and medium enterprises to hire people because they hire more people, that ends up in more pockets of more people. But there you go. It's an economics thing. I don't want to bother you with it.
I sort of wish I hadn't said it now, but look, I do appreciate what you've said there, Axel. But the point that I'm trying to make is that we're in this position today because of greed. Because 40 years ago, when we had the opportunity to diversify our energy sources, we didn't do it. And that didn't happen because the market did what it wanted to do. And governments of the time did not step in. This is I'm asking your opinion. I'm asking your opinion, Axel. Please let me finish. Governments did not step in at that time and say, we need to transition away from fossil fuels. We knew they were causing problems, just like smoking. You know, it's just kind of the same story. We knew it was bad. We knew it was heating up the planet, and we didn't diversify away. And it's a big reason why we've got what we've got here now with Putin, that he has his hands on the taps, and he's been doing it for decades. And we've all been standing back going, oh, well, you know, what can we do? Oh, you know, journalists being murdered in Russia. Let's turn a blind eye. You know, Nord Stream, oh, well, you know, we need it. Human rights record in Russia, appalling, you know, no plurality in the political system at all. We stood by, we let it happen. Governments were not strong enough. We were dictated to by the market. And that is a big reason why we're here today. Greed.
I don't think that the market is the point, actually, quite literally. I have to absolutely abstain from this being a relevant argument, because the market...
You don't blame the market at all.
Okay.
Why would I...
Axel, Vern.
Can I help you?
Yeah, because this is...
You want to play this? Okay, play it.
Vern, there is a ludicrous argument that is on the table right now, and it says the free market got us into the war with Ukraine. I think if we all step back and look at that, it's absurd on its face. Let's talk about what's important. Axel was right. He was right on Tip O'Neill. Good for you. Anyone who's listened to this space for 4 months, you probably have a master's degree right now in economics and geopolitics. But more importantly, Vern, We got into this position because Vladimir Putin invaded a country. Vladimir Putin amassed hundreds of thousands of soldiers and tanks on a country, and they have gone through and raped that place. That is
Where did he get
morally
his money?
wrong.
Where did he get his money?
Okay, Vern. You know, we're not
Can we
gonna
please, Vern, we'll do this one way or another. You let Peter revert, and then you can, if need be, revert. If you interrupt, you go to room 101. End of story, okay? Last warning.
Understood.
Thank you.
Vern, I'm happy to talk with you as long as the hosts will allow you to, exchange ideas. I'm happy to talk about these things, but let us all remember why we're here. We're not here because government officials can't be trusted. We're not here because the free market is a bad thing. I mean, Vern, I'm going to assume good faith on your part, but these are all things that the Russian government pumps out. And the real issue at hand, the matter at hand, is that Vladimir Putin and the Russian Federation invaded a country. They said, might makes right, our might makes right, and we can do whatever we want. And our challenge right now, our generational challenge, is to say no. Our generational challenge is to support Ukrainians in their righteous cause to defend themselves. And everything else that you're saying, it's probably appropriate for 2 a.m. in the back room of a bar after everyone has been to a policy conference. But right now, the challenge is, how do we support Ukrainians to stop Russians from killing them? And that is the matter at hand.
Very good point. Don, if you don't mind, we'll go to Troy.
Thanks, Axel. I just wanted to make a point that hadn't been made. It seems superfluous to me to have economic theory discussions when, in my opinion, everyone was spinning plates through the end of 2019, and then we had a global pandemic and really screwed everything up. So everything's a mess, and it doesn't really have any consequence exactly how we got there. To Vernon's point, I am definitely, like I said, I'm a California liberal. If I was any further to the left, I'd be in the Pacific Ocean. And there are, the far left, in America, I don't subscribe to that. There are Congress people, I think, that are too far left for Democrats. But we won't get into that. What I think, Vernon, if I could pull something out of it, and kind of something I feel too, if there's an argument to be made that, the U.S. has a responsibility and the Western world has a responsibility to support Ukraine, and in that, there were a lot of people who were enriched in the last 3 decades, or let's say 2.5 decades, from dealing directly with Russia. And we've always known who Russia was. We kind of forgot it was convenient to think of themselves as rehabilitated, nice Europeans wearing suits. They were very nice, expensive suits. But it was, there were a lot of sins committed. And if this is a path to redemption, then I'll take it, and I'll take that argument, any day of the week, and I'll make it to anyone, because I believe there is validity to it. But as far as, trickle down economics, there's an argument you can compare that to mudsill theory, which was, an early, we're getting into early American history, in where, an argument for, the white man's burden, all that stuff. This is stuff we're digging up in the United States right now. It's part of our history, and it's part of our healing process. If you've noticed, there are, social inequities, etc. It doesn't make us a bad country. I make this argument to people almost every day, because there is a pervasive propaganda network pushing, all these things America did bad, so they have no right to run the table and help Ukraine and with all these. Who are they? Well, we are the arsenal of democracy, and we do have a stake in this, and that's why we're there. So yeah, let's try not to talk about economics. Let's talk about how we're gonna and why we're gonna help Ukraine, and I'll hear any version of that argument.
I love it, Troy. More of that. How we're going to muster this economy to bring forward the arsenal of democracy to beat the shit out of the authoritarianism. Thank you.
Of course. Bless y'all. Slava Ukraini. I'm going to go see a movie with my daughter now. So all you, take care, have a good night, and keep the fire burning.
Heroim Slava.
And Axel, I'm going to have to switch to listener. I want to thank everybody, and keep up the good work, guys. Retweet this space, and remember to support the Walter Report. And Mariade.
Thank you very much, Peter. Pleasure. Right, we have Carl
then we have Nick, then we have Leonard.
Hi. I didn't actually want to talk about the previous topic. I had something else. But first of all, I just want to say that, yeah, sure, greed is going to be a combination of maybe some reticence and how we got to where we are. Also, political short-sightedness and ineptitude is also such a thing. But in the end, Russia did what Russia did, and even if they're enabled by fossil fuel profits, that's kind of beside the point, right? And it's definitely not a justification and not a core cause. You could also say, when it comes to fossil fuels, the West being taken in by psychological operations of the KGB to not invest further in nuclear is just as much a factor. But in the end, Russia decided and Putin decided to do evil things based on their own motivations and what they want to do, just like any bully does or an abuser does. Which leads me to the thing that I was coming to say, in regards with the attacks on recent days, which are really heartbreaking, even though it's just more of the same that has gone before, just maybe in a scale and time frame that is condensed. And any analogy that someone makes is not perfect, so forgive me for this being not perfect. But well, one way I see this is kind of like, say, a narcissist abuser husband who, has abused and put on this pressure on his wife for a long time, and she finally is able to say no. She gets protection, maybe even wins some legal charges against him, and he is so angry because he no longer has that power to to do her direct harm, and so mad that she's actually fought back, and his pride and ego is hurt. And the HIMARS is kind of, and other stuff has enabled that, right? Ukraine has been able to fight back more successfully and take away Russia's ability to hit Ukraine military as much as they could before. But then it's kind of like these retaliation strikes against civilian targets is kind of like him just picking the kids up from school and killing them as the way to get back at her. It's just typical bully tactics by someone who does not have a moral grounding and is willing to do whatever it takes based out of their own motivations. That's all I have to say.
Well said. Thank you, Carl. Nick. By the way, in the meantime, Ben is still fighting with a Wi-Fi router. So if you don't hear from Ben, just think about French technology. Nick.
France has some of the best value for money and fastest internet and mobile phone deals in Europe, thanks
Nick,
to
you
an
have not been.
astonishing.
You have not been in Estonia. You have not been in Estonia.
Okay,
France
but
has nothing.
Outside of Estonia, people in Germany or Spain or the United States or Canada would kill to get the deals that French people do. I was going to Carl made part of the point I was going to make in reply.
Does
to
it also come with the French media content they're being served?
in reply to the gentleman with the what sounded like Australian accent. Yes, in 1981, I mean, it's so ahistorical. In 1981, first of all, we'd just gone through 2 petrol shocks. A lot of people were worried about energy and moving away from oil, not because of CO2, true, but because of reliability on supply from the Middle East. And at the time, there certainly wasn't any question of everyone going over to wind or solar. Nuclear was the only option, as Carl said, for various reasons, including 1 or 2 failures due to poor construction, but also a certain amount of propaganda. We weren't prepared to go massively nuclear then. Although interestingly, in 1974, after the first petrol crisis, that's exactly what France did, and it's one of the best decisions they ever made. But I think the thing that I slightly missed in this claim that it's all Ronald Reagan's fault is that without what happened in the 1980s, for all its faults, it may have escaped gentlemen's attention that at the time we were dealing with something called the Soviet Union. We were dealing with the Warsaw Pact. NATO was about a half what it is today. Russian tanks were about 250 kilometers from Frankfurt am Main. And we got rid of all that. Now, maybe we should have handled the subsequent de-Sovietization, denazification, de-Russification of Russia a bit better. But we first had to get rid of the Soviet Union. And I think it's entirely possible that for all kinds of reasons, not necessarily due to deregulation or Ronald Reagan, just due to various other accidents of history, the 80s could have turned out very differently, and we could have had that war with Russia in 1988 or 1993, and we wouldn't have called it. We wouldn't have said it was about oil, and it would have been a whole lot worse than what we're dealing with today. So you could hear the argument stretching and creaking as it was being made. Really, yeah, to go back 40 years, including the end of the Cold War, and try and trace some kind of fragment of that back to then is I mean, come on. I need to develop a sign-off because I tend to just turn my microphone off and assume that you can see I've turned my microphone on.
No, Nick, thank you very much for the point and taking all us back to the 80s. I think, Leonard, you probably have a comment about this or your own question.
Yes, thank you, Ben. I just wanted to make a brief follow-up to the comments that the gentleman from California had made a few moments ago. I think it was Troy, but yeah, and just to emphasize how important I think the perspective is that Troy was putting forward, and he got right past the point of partisanship and past the point of references to California, at least in North America, the left coast, et cetera, and Troy, he bore right directly down on the subject of the support we have for the Ukraine across the board right now, and throughout North America, throughout the U.S. coast to coast, obviously Canada the same, and Western Europe, and how much that focus has really obviated or made sort of secondary consideration to points of partisanship and left-wing talking points, right-wing talking points, and all of the strife, if you will, that's generated in between. So yeah, just to echo Troy, and yeah, the whole focus should be entirely on ensuring that the brave Ukrainians win this thing, that they win it promptly, that they get the full level of support and the full measure of commitment that they deserve and they're entitled to by carrying the banner that they're carrying right now on behalf of everybody in the West. And I just wanted to echo Troy's comments on that point and just forge forward from here. So yeah, thank you.
Yeah, 3 cheers for unity. Gurney, no one cheers quite as eloquently as you do.
If I can get the mic button to work. Yeah, no, I would to that other gentleman's comment way long ago, who's no longer here. That's part of the offensiveness of offensive realism. It seeks to look at things in hindsight and places sort of the control on the wrong party. And everyone in here who responded to that has said it so eloquently. Russia is acting. Russia is the one that's acting. The offensiveness to me of the fallacy of part of that offensive realism is the false assumption that you can try to maintain other actors and that you can try to that you alone at times can be this actor, and it is your responsibility and incumbent upon you to control them or contain them, or whatever version of that you want, and sort of flips the argument around, and in some ways makes you this hegemon or whoever it is responsible for everything. When the simple reality is actors will act, and Russia is doing this unjust invasion of Ukraine, unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, and that's exactly where we need to put the onus of responsibility, right? We can discuss this in classrooms or wherever in terms of situations that might have induced something, but in the middle of this right here, to really try to point blame and find all these things that exactly is a Russian propaganda point that happens to line up exactly with offensive realism, even if it's a school of thought that has some validity. It's offensive. Thanks.
So what happened to our Frenchman? Okay, we have to cycle Ben back up. Gurney, can you take over?
Sure, I think Ben's speaking there. It looks like he's speaking, so we'll get him circled around here.
He dropped.
Yeah, well, welcome, Nick. Leonard and Portland just came up. So, Portland, why don't we toss the baton to you real quick?
Oh, that assumes that I have anything interesting to say, and I was sitting here like a good boy, dutifully listening.
All right, okay. All right, give me a second here. I just got pulled up. I'm going to do my best. Let me go through the request. There's a bunch of hands up. All right, hold on. Hold your horses, folks. Okay, Portland, did you hear any of the news today? Or not hear any of the news? Did you get any answers to your question from earlier, just in regards to S-300 or S-400 intercepts? Why or why not they can or can't intercept the HIMARS? Any answers trickle into you, or just even video?
So no new videos yet. And part of the problem is that there's a fairly strong degree of ambiguity in the actual performance parameters of the M31 missile. So it's a little bit difficult. So I'm still waiting to get something that really gives me a clearer picture. It'll be out there somewhere. Somebody's got it that will tell me what the hell is going on. They just, I hope they're listening to this space, and I will look forward to hearing from you.
Okay, well, that sounds good. I look forward to it. Omar, welcome.
Thank you. So there's a country that decided to do something about it. Instead of France, they shut down their nukes and they went all in on solar and wind. And their first letter is G and it ends with a Y. What would that be?
Omar, not sure, but just in disclosure here, do you have any ties to the solar industry?
I absolutely do. and I'm telling you that they went all in. And the thing is, you need nuclear power for solar to work. It just cannot work by itself. And if you try to make if you cannot change the laws of physics because you want it to be that way. So being someone who sold a lot of solar, and I would tell you that, yes, we need it. It's basically nuclear energy, everything is, this is how energy is created. So, you need nuclear for solar to work. And what Germany did was try to force nature to change its course, and all what it did is play in the hands of Mr. Putin.
Thank you, Omar. Was that I must have missed the question that came up in regards to. I just got switched over here. Sorry about that if I don't have the continuity in front of me.
Are you telling us that you have no agency, Gurney?
Well, you know, that's a far step into the future here.
You got switched over. I asked you and you volunteered.
And now you know how it's made, folks. And now you know how it's made. Raver, go ahead.
Yeah, this is for Portland. Hey, Portland, dealing with the Gimlers, after that rocket has done its burn, what is there really for a SAM to intercept that's not at least hardened, since it has to withstand the impact? I'm just curious. I mean, it seems like a rocket would be pretty hard to intercept because there's just not a lot of moving parts or fragile things once that motor's done burning.
So that's a good point, but you are to some extent ignoring the very extreme aerodynamic forces that are in play on any supersonic projectile. If you disturb the geometry of that projectile, you will probably start it tumbling, and as it tumbles, it will disintegrate. So, you know, these problems become more and more extreme as you get up the regime into the hypersonic, and you know, it becomes progressively easier to disrupt them. But any reasonably solid hit on a supersonic projectile will usually tear it to pieces.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Welcome, Kev. Kev, would you like to go ahead with a comment or a question?
Thanks, Gunny. Hello, everyone. No, I'm really enjoying listening to the conversation this evening. I've been listening for a couple of hours. Yeah, it's just when things stray into the sort of weapons and intercept, and why can't S-400 you know, counter HIMARS and stuff like that. That's when I start to get yeah. But no, if anyone's got any specific questions, and I'm sure Portland too, I'll be happy to answer them. But yeah, it's been a real pleasure listening to everyone tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. And not sure if you heard it earlier in the day, Portland was trying to put together some information to understand potentially what's happening with those intercepts, for why those intercepts are not occurring. To anyone out there who's doing that, Leonard, go ahead.
Thank you, Gurney. Yes, I just had one quick question for Kev, and it relates. I'm not sure what part of the UK he's situated in, but there's been some recent talk back and forth about the training, the actual training initiatives, and the focus on a wide span of training by the British Army, and with respect to Ukrainian recruits being brought in on a continuous rotation. And one of the British guests had mentioned a substantial uptick in activity on the Salisbury Plain, and that was sort of indicated as one, if not the only, but certainly one of the more active training venues with regard to the Ukrainian troops. And I'm just wondering if Kev has any any eyes on that, or any insight on that, or any comments he can make that would give us a little window as to how extensive that particular program is progressing. And without getting into OPSEC or anything anything untoward, I'm sure the Russians have eyes on, at least somewhat satellite eyes on, whatever activities are going on in general anyway. But so without disclosing any particulars, to be interested to know what kind of the current status of that might be, if he has some idea. Thank you, Kevin.
Hi, yeah, thanks for the question, and that's pretty funny that you ask. I was down there 2 weeks ago. Basically, Salisbury Plain is an enormous military training range. They use it for sort of tank practice. It's normally just sort of run of the mill. Let's take some tanks out. But what they also have the capability to do there, and it's like enormous rolling countryside, but you will see the odd mast. And what they do, and I'm sure most other Western armies do this too, is they do sort of combat training where you will wear a piece of kit where on your helmet and on your clothes and on your weapon you have laser sensors. And so imagine like the world's biggest game of laser tag, but with a very, very serious reason for doing that. So yeah, Salisbury Plain right now is extremely busy. It's lots of the infrastructure was kind of beginning to crumble as the British Army has been wound down. But right now it is absolutely, yeah. There's lots of enormous green vehicles winding down the country lanes. Salisbury Plain is basically in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by sort of countryside. And since World War II, actually World War One, when they sort of practiced trench warfare there, it's always been sort of off limits largely to the public. I don't know how trying to compare it to something in the States, but yeah, it's a very large open country area of the south of the UK. They've got parts of it which are forested. They've got parts of it where they practice Fibua, fighting in built-up areas. They've got like little fake villages where they can train troops going, fighting door to door. So the UK military sort of use that as their standard training grounds, both for tanks, armored fighting vehicles, infantry training. But right now that is just ramped up to insane levels. I mean, we're trying to get through 10,000 troops in a couple of months. Now, when you think that the UK Army in its entirety, including chefs, mechanics, and everything else, is around 70,000, that is an enormous increase in both the capability and the resources and the logistics that are being dragged in from everywhere to support this training.
Did we lose Kev there?
I think we might have.
Okay, hang tight here. We're going to get Kev pulled back up. Kev, if you're out there listening, we're going to pull you back up or send us an invite here. Hang on a sec. Okay, Kev's coming back up. Kev, we lost you there. I think it was after the last time you mentioned UK again.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Training ground.
But yeah, so I was just going to end with the point that Salisbury Plain, it usually plods along with the usual throughput of UK military training, but right now it is an absolute wasp's nest of all kinds of armor vehicles. We're trying to accommodate these guys. I mean, you're talking about 10,000 people. Yeah, yeah. So anybody who lives around Salisbury, south to sort of Old Sarum or sort of north there in the UK, I'm sure you'll be aware of all the helicopter activity that's been going on. yeah, and also what we're particularly trying to train them in is night fighting, which the UK specialises in and the Russians aren't very good at, is fighting at night, and yeah, it's enormous. And so yeah, to answer your question, that the resources that are being poured into training, 10,000 Ukrainian, basically civilians, and trying to turn them into professional, British standard soldiers in 3 or 4 months. I think somebody said like 3 weeks. That's ridiculous. They're here for a couple of months, and by the time that they've gone through that really compressed training, they will go back as quite formidable 10,000, and then we get the next 10,000 and the next 10,000. So yeah, it's like it's almost like the Falklands, where the UK was just sort of plodding along, and within 3 days we sort of everybody woke up and we had half of the Royal Navy sailing halfway around the world. Everybody's hit the panic button, and yeah, it's quite something to see. I'm really proud. Thank you.
Okay. Leonard, did you wanna go?
I just wanted to say thank you for that, Kev. That sheds a lot of light on what's going on, and specifically, it kind of went into it just kind of got off the main stage for a number of days. So yeah, it's very enlightening to hear that what the level of activity is, and I think that sheds a lot of insight down the very shortly into the future as to what we may be seeing actually in Ukraine on the ground. So yeah, thank you for that, Kevin.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Okay, well, I thought I'd pull Akash up here in times like this, in times like tonight, when there's not always the best of news, especially if we had, we saw the attack there in Dnipro. So Akash, I wondered if you had any sage words of advice to give tonight.
That's a tough one. I don't think there's anything any of us can say that would be of comfort to the people who have been killed and injured there. I guess the one thing that I was reflecting on, it was a bit earlier in the conversation when people were talking about the place of emotion and making rational cases to political actors for continued support of Ukraine. And I do think that's important. I think it's important that we make the reasoned and dispassionate case to our political representatives that Ukraine as a nation has a right to self-defense, that if we don't come to Ukraine's aid, then we simply encourage the Russians to invade other countries, and ultimately we don't stand up for Ukraine. Why should anyone stand up for us if it comes to that in the future? And that ultimately the world is going to be a safer, more just, and more prosperous place if we help the Ukrainians push the Russians out of their country. And that conversely, the world is going to be a far more dangerous, far more unjust, and far more impoverished place if the Russians are allowed to thrive and succeed in their invasion of Ukraine. But I do think that even as we make the reasoned and dispassionate case, there's still a place for emotion. I think that we are right to grieve for the innocent dead, and we're right to feel horrified and disgusted at Russia's crimes. Human beings we're all creatures of emotion before we are creatures of reason. And I think that we should allow our hot rage to drive our cool determination. We should embrace the fact that we feel a righteous outrage. And when we try to persuade political actors that they have to continue supporting Ukraine, we don't just have to persuade them that it is the right thing to do. We also have to persuade them that it's something we care about, that they may not, as political representatives, have as much faith in the people whom they represent as they ought to, but they should know without any sense of doubt that their attention might be waning, but ours is not, that we remain both rationally and emotionally committed to supporting the people of Ukraine, that we won't simply grow bored of this and allow our emotions to turn to questions of why is gas so expensive today and not think about the fact that if the Russians triumph, they will always be able to use that as a noose with which to strangle democracies. So I do think of myself, and I try to be a thoughtful person, but I have to say, we do not want to be the people who see the slaughter of innocents and feel nothing. That is Vladimir Putin, and we are not just better than him, but stronger than him, because we feel their deaths as the deaths of human beings. That's all.
Thank you, Akash. I'll never know how to follow up after a statement from you, sir. What while we have you, Akash, just a quick check-in with you. What's been on your mind as of late in the last week here? Anything that's caught your eye, caught your attention?
Well, I have been thinking about the fact that many countries, not just the United States, but countries around the world, are going into some forms of electoral cycles. I'm thinking about how do we sustain the momentum that lined up behind Ukraine very early on and has been far more united and far more determined than I think the Russians ever believed it would be. But how do we sustain that through elections? And I think that, I mean, in my experience of them, politicians are simple creatures. They're a bit like mice in mazes. If you offer them encouragement in the form of a bit of cheese, they will move in the correct direction. And if you discourage them with a shock to the backside, they will avoid the wrong direction. So I suppose the question for all of us who care deeply about the people of Ukraine is how do we offer them the right kinds of cheese and the right kinds of shocks? And though in the northern half of the globe, we're going into summer, and I think a lot of people think of summer as a kind of downtime when legislatures are no longer in session. In many ways, that is the time when we as citizens have the greatest access to our political representatives, because they're no longer sitting in their parliaments or their congresses, they're back in their constituencies and their ridings and their states and their counties. They're on the barbecue circuit and they're knocking on doors and pressing flesh. That's a chance for us to go out and say to them that we expect them as political representatives to represent the best interest of us as citizens and to represent the higher ideals of our countries. I do think that absent that, there will be a kind of entropy of power. That is to say, politicians have become so accustomed to the idea that citizens are excited about something today and forget about it tomorrow, that they are likely to believe that we will behave that way towards Ukraine. I think we need to seize the initiative over this summer, those of us in the northern half of the globe, to say to our representatives, we are not going to wander away from this. The justice in Ukraine matters, not just because we want justice for Ukrainians, because we want justice for ourselves and we want to live in a world that is ruled by justice rather than ruled by violence and reckless force of a tyrant. And I think politicians will respond to that. But I don't think that we should underestimate the extent to which we have to convince politicians to do the right thing, not just believe that because it's the right thing, they will do it.
Thank you, Akash. So if you're hearing that call out there, I guess if you're in North America here, that means hitting the barbecue circuit, getting out there to your fairs and festivals. What does that look like? What does that look like in Europe? Could you elaborate on that, Akash? So I'm familiar with the North American side. What does that summertime look like in Europe in terms of access? We Axel has talked about Draghi today. What does that look like in German politics? What does that look like in Italian politics?
No, it does vary enormously. I'm Canadian, and so I'm very much, my experience are small town summer fairs and the barbecue circuit. And but in a lot of European countries, there's less of a tradition of elected legislators seeing themselves as first and foremost representatives of their constituencies. There is in many countries a tradition that members of parliament and members of Congress aren't so much representatives and members of the local population. They are the local population's delegates to the legislature. And so in those cases, people have to work that much harder to get access to their political leaders. But I don't think that there's any democratic country in the world where the first priority of the legislator isn't getting re-elected, because if that's not his first priority, he will quite quickly be replaced by someone for whom getting elected is first priority. So from that perspective, the question at the back of the mind of every politician, whether it's one who spends all of his time pressing flesh or one who only sees his constituents once a week or once a month, the question is always the same. Is this an issue that could cost me the next election? Is this an issue that could end up with me being rewarded with more votes or punished with fewer votes? And there's no substitute for direct human connection to say to them, this matters. This can make you and this can break you. And I think that we're all here as part of a social media platform, part of a Twitter space. The fact that there's so much more communications electronically means that direct human contact becomes that much more powerful and that more potent. In a similar way, I'm sure we're all inundated with emails, and when on those rare occasions we receive handwritten letters, that makes a real impression on us. Similarly, legislators are all inundated with emails and telephone calls and other forms of electronic and virtual communications. But as a result of that, when they see one of their constituents face to face and that person says to him with perspiration coming down their brow, with passion in their voice, this matters to me and it should matter to you, that does make a real difference. And I think that's true in every democracy of the world.
Thanks, Akash. I think maybe I'm just going to speak for myself here. It's not just interesting to hear you speak about access and the summer here or barbecue circuit, but honestly, I could just listen to you talk for another half hour here. So and you pick the subject. We'll keep going on it. It seems to offer a salve here, I think, just to hear the soothing words, and maybe that's what's needed tonight for just any of us here. But welcome to the panel, Ollie. Go ahead.
Hey guys, good evening. It's currently evening here in Ghana, and we've been seeing extremely bad things today. And I ask myself these questions like, don't the Russians, are they not scared? Don't they feel like they are heading towards doom? They are heading towards hell, and with everything going on, and you see an innocent 4-year-old just lie down with lifeless, who has no plan, who's so innocent, and you have Russians laughing, making fun of that, calling Ukrainians derogatory words, making fun of all the pain that their country has unleashed, this senseless, shameless war against the country that their only sin was they wanted to be a free people. They want to live free and fair. They didn't threaten anyone. The only thing Ukraine wants is their freedom. And you unleash a war on them because they want their freedom. I just don't get this. And because of this, trust me, the Russians would never be forgiven. No one in their right sense is going to forgive all these stuff that they are doing. It's going to go down in history. These Twitter spaces we are having on here are going to be case studies. Everything that is happening would be in people's mind. The Russians would never, ever be forgiven. The war would end. The Ukrainians will be free again. They'll be human. The Russians will be forgotten because they are pigs. They deserve to be forgotten. The Ukrainians will be glorified forever. And I know everything will be fine and the Ukrainians will be good again. Thank you, guys. Good night.
Okay, welcome to Patrick, would you like to add a comment or question?
Hey, Gurney. Akash, good to see you. It's been a minute. You said something that I thought was very telling. You were talking about the imperative of politicians and elected governments, especially in the West, where they actually do have free elections as opposed to Russia. They're imperative to get reelected, and what that means for how they conduct themselves. And I thought that was an excellent point, and it ties into something I've been harping on about for the past couple of weeks. If Ukraine gives the impression that they're going to continue soaking U.S. taxpayers for every expense they incur in this war, I have a very real fear that the American public is going to turn against all aid, not just monetary aid, but also war material. And we're already seeing it here. There's the usual, and I think legitimate comments about, okay, let's send the aid, but let's make sure it's being spent where they tell us it's being spent. That's perfectly reasonable in my view.
Patrick, could I just ask you here though, when you say soaking taxpayers, can we just put things in perspective in terms of the American outlay on this versus American outlay in prior wars?
Gurney, it's not our war though. That's the point. We don't have American troops in combat. This is an ask. And it may be, and we have a legitimate interest.
I'm just saying, if you'd like to put it into context in terms of developmental spending over a 5-year period, a 10-year period, just when you say soaking the American taxpayers for everything, it sort of implies that it's X% of GDP, it's X% of the budget. But I'm just asking if you could provide something that would give context to why that.
One of President Zelensky's economic advisors, first name is Oleg. I can never remember the man's last name. It's on my timeline. He just gave an estimate to Financial Times, said we're going to need about $9 billion a month. And if that's cash payments. That's not assistance. That is, we're going to need $9 billion a month in cash in order to keep going to make sure the Ukrainian government is solvent. And the question that immediately comes up is, okay, how much is the U.S. going to be paying out of that $9 billion? And nobody has a straight answer yet. I suspect it'll be some portion. But the problem there is no one is making the case for why we should be doing that. No one. Not one American politician is doing that on a consistent basis to explain why this is in our interest. And two, we have a great many politicians in the United States who are in fact saying this is not in our interest. We're throwing money down a rat hole and we're never going to see any good result from it. And as Akash mentioned, politicians' jobs to get reelected. The Americans have an election upcoming here in about 5 months, a little bit less than that now. So, one, I think that's a real big problem from a lot of angles. One, I think we should be sending war material. I've been clear on this since before the war started. People can check my record on this. And two,
but Patrick, I'm just trying to square those two up. So if you're saying send more material, but then you're saying they're being soaked for taxpayer money, there's a disconnect here because material has a cost. So I guess in my head here, I'm trying to explain. On the one hand, you're saying the U.S. shouldn't be fleeced here, and on the other end, you're advocating to send more. There's a cost to that. So how do you maintain both positions?
No, I said that the Ukrainian government should not give the impression that it is looking to soak the U.S. taxpayer. And in some cases, you do hear rhetoric out of Kiev saying the Americans owe us this. We're owed this. We're defending you. You owe us this. That is the quickest way to turn off the United States voter I can possibly think of. It will sour more people who are on the fence about this than I can possibly explain. It is a mistake. It is a messaging error. And there's a great difference between war material and just giving the money. You have to remember, for people who are not Americans, we have a lot of you on this call. America just got out of 2 wars in Iraq and Afghanistan where we did just shovel money at the problem and it disappeared. We don't know where it went. That is the political climate you have to understand that you're dealing with when you make this kind of ask. And I think it's a real problem. I'd be interested to hear what Akash thinks about this because he comes at it from a bit of a different perspective. But it is a major worry of mine, and depending on which party wins our upcoming elections, you may see a genuine downturn in aid because of a lot of the rhetoric floating around right now.
I'll try to take that up. I think Fox is right or Patrick is right, that we can't take it for granted that people will understand what money is going to. So whether it's a small amount of money or a large amount of money, the case has to be made to the population that not only is this the morally right thing to do to support the Ukrainians, but that it advances the national interest of the countries that are providing that aid. It's also, it's really difficult to wrap our heads around some of the figures we're talking about. When we start talking about billions of dollars, it loses all sense of scale and proportion. I think the best way I can compare it, the war in Afghanistan was a very different state of affairs. Patrick is right, because the United States was directly involved in that campaign. There were American troops deployed. But I think that it's instructive to look at the expenditure. So the United States was in Afghanistan for about 20 years and spent about $2.3 trillion. That comes to about $115 billion a year, which is far more money than we are, than we are looking at for the United States to provide to Ukraine. And I think it is fair to say that for a whole variety of reasons, one can ask real questions about what did the United States get for its $2.3 trillion in Afghanistan. I think it is very easy to make the case that for the $50 billion or $54 billion the US is looking at right now that's going into Ukraine, there's definitely a return on that investment. Specifically, that it is not a war against a collection of irregulars. It's not like fighting smoke. This is fighting Russia, a hyperpower, which has demonstrated that if it is not stopped in Ukraine, that Ukraine will just be one of the dominoes in a long, long line. I think that we know that in this conversation. I suspect that most politicians know that, but I would agree with Patrick that it's important for us and those politicians to make the case to their peoples that this is money well spent. This is not charity or philanthropy that's being given to a suffering people, though they are a suffering people and they are deserving, because of that suffering, of our support. But it is also a rational and self-interested thing for us to do, because only a fool would believe that Putin would be satisfied with Ukraine. Crimea was an appetizer for Putin before he tried to swallow all of Ukraine. And if he is allowed to swallow all of Ukraine, it too will just be an appetizer for the rest of Eastern Europe, and after Eastern Europe, further afield. We can either spend the money that we're talking about now to get a just outcome in Ukraine, or we can save the billions we're talking about now and lose everything in the long term.
Cash, that's actually exactly what I was talking about. The self-interest argument needs to be made, and it's not. And I think that opens the door for a lot of the public to become either turned off from this from a malunderstanding or just a lack of understanding and explanation.
So Patrick, what do you do? What do you do to make the case? What does Patrick do?
Well, Gurney, if you check my professional writing, I've talked about this extensively, what I think we ought to be doing, what I think we could have done before the war. My record on this has been very clear.
No, sorry, Patrick. In reference to your question here, you're talking about the upcoming elections that the governments are facing and spending constraints, and then Akash just mentioned, return on investment. So how do you take that? How do you take that message forward?
Well, I think, and I've been making the realist argument for this. I don't think we should be sending them lump sums of cash. I think that's Europe's problem. But I do think we should be sending them large amounts of military aid that can be used to directly achieve what is the United States' key objective here, which is the crippling of Russia's conventional capacity to wage war. That is the chief U.S. concern coming out of this, in my view. A crippled Russia is completely advantageous to all parties involved, and it's a national self-interest that should compel the United States to assist Ukraine militarily until that objective is achieved. And it's it's an opportunity that does not come around every day. In my view, the United States has the opportunity here to reorder the security situation in Europe in ways that we couldn't have dreamed of even 6 months ago, and that we haven't had the same opportunity to do since probably 1991. It's an opportunity.
Yeah, just a question for you. So what do you, when you say that there's bags of cash going over there, you're giving people the impression literally that there's bags of cash going over there. Could you just substantiate that, add some context to that?
No, I'm using that as a euphemism because in previous conflicts that we literally did that. I know that because I saw it happen. We would unload pallets of cash. So this is a
you
euphemism.
don't know that to be true. This is a concern you share.
If we're sending direct aid, then yes, it will be money. It'll unlike previous conflicts, it'll probably be wire transfers or it'll be filtered through the IMF, all of which have been suggested.
No, Patrick, I'm just trying to understand. You said your main concern is in sending them cash, bags of cash. So I'm just trying to say, if it's not happening, or if it's not occurring, or it's not substantiated, then I'm just trying to understand what your fear is based in.
Well, no, if you check the U.S. House and Senate appropriations bills that have been signed and passed, we are literally sending them money directly. We are sending Kiev money for various different things.
So could you explain how we're sending them money? Because it's leaving the impression that you're sending them bags of cash. And I'm just asking you to quantify that. If it's occurring, say it's occurring. If it's not occurring, say it's not occurring. But
in some cases,
please just add color to that and explain.
In some cases, they are direct payments to Ukrainian government entities. In others, they are payments that are going through various U.S. government agencies and offices that are to be spent in Ukraine. The details of that are a little bit sketchy at the moment, to be totally honest. And I know people don't like to hear it.
But if it's a concern to you, do you have in generalities the amount of money that you believe is going to Ukraine that you believe is not controlled with a comptroller or something? Just do you have a general number of what you think this concern number is?
Yeah, the last appropriation out of the 40, I think about $23 billion was going to be cash payments through various routes that were going to be made into or directly to the Kiev government. Now, that may be okay if you do what Senator Rand Paul suggested, which is just assign somebody to watch over it, make sure it's going where it's supposed to be going. In my view, that's completely reasonable. It facilitates the entire process while alleviating those fears. Unfortunately, that didn't happen. And again, if people want to look at my record, I'll stand by it.
Patrick, sorry, that's what I'm asking for. Do you have knowledge? Do you have an understanding that oversight's not occurring? Because if so, please provide it. I think that would give.
Oversight is directly not occurring. It was specifically left out of that bill. It was tried to be. Several senators tried to put it in. It was stripped out. The bill passed with virtually zero oversight, other than that which the spending authorities are given when they're given the cash, which, if you follow the U.S. government, means there's virtually no oversight because those executive branch entities are going to do whatever they're going to do. And like I said,
because I don't know that to be the case. You're alleging that, and it's hard to do that without providing source and substance.
Well, Gurney, I have 20 years of evidence of those same entities operating in Iraq and Afghanistan and losing trillions of dollars. Trillions. The Pentagon cannot account for $2.3 trillion in the war on terror, and nobody's asking them to cough it up or face jail time if they don't. So the notion that executive branch agencies and entities are not good stewards of the money that they're given when it's lump sum cash payments is pretty voluminous at this point. It's not an unreasonable concern.
No, Patrick, I'm not saying the concern is unreasonable. I'm just saying you need to have something to go on and substantiate that, because without that, you're bringing the allegation up. So I'm asking you to just substantiate that. I can't sit here and fact check everything that's brought up. If you'd like to bring the allegation, I'm saying just bring some substance to the allegation, specifically for Ukraine.
Right. I'm saying there specifically was no outside oversight provided by an inspector general type authority to current spending. And that's simply a fact. It's been stripped out of every bill they've attempted to put it into. And whether people want to hear it or not, In 2021, Ukraine was number 144 and scored a 32 out of 100 on the corruption index. Now, I can hear
Patrick,
the Ukrainian.
I hear you. I don't have any information at my fingertips. I'm flying solo here, so I'd love to be able to provide a fact check for the clarity of the audience, just to keep everything factual for the audience. I'm hearing what you're saying. You believe that the money is being sent there and it's not accounted for. I understand your concern there. I don't know what your solution you're proposing is. I haven't heard that end of it.
Well, my solution is very simple. We send them military aid and not cash.
Okay, so how do you propose that the Ukrainian government pay its soldiers? And while you're at it, I have a question for you. Do you think we should audit the Fed? Just curious.
Yeah, I think most government agencies and affiliated entities should be audited on a regular basis.
All right, that's okay.
Just as a matter of figuring out where taxpayer money is being spent, yes, I favor transparency.
That is a bullshit argument, and you know it.
No, it isn't.
Oh, it's complete fucking nonsense. Explain how auditing a fiat currency entity would work.
Portland, again, if it's a government agency, and we can debate whether the Fed qualifies, I generally favor transparency. Now, does that mean the Fed needs to be audited? Maybe, maybe not. I frankly haven't looked into it that deeply. The Pentagon? Yes. The State Department? Yes.
Okay, the thing is that the State Department and the Fed are recipients of cash. The State Department and the Pentagon are recipients of cash. The Fed, more or less arbitrarily, injects money into the economy according to the cash needs of the economy. How do you audit that? Like, in concrete details, please.
Valendia, I have no real strong opinions on the Fed one way or the other, frankly.
Okay, that's not what you said earlier. You said that you were in favor of transparency and the Fed ought to be audited. So explain to me how that works.
Well, excuse me, then I misspoke. I'm generally in favor of transparency for government entities. More to the point, in terms of how does Ukraine pay its soldiers, where the hell is Western Europe? Where the hell is Western Europe on this?
Western Europe just delivered a $9 billion funding package.
Good. You guys can do that every month. If this matters to you so much, you guys can do it every month. If you're willing to make that investment, that's fine.
I'm American.
Okay, I'm sorry. I misheard your accent then. My apologies.
But Patrick, just to go back to it, though, I mean, so you're saying, okay, it should be a bigger burden to them because it's more central to them, but this is yet our concern, and you want to see direct military boots on the ground.
No, I want military equipment. Big difference.
Hang on, Patrick, if I could, though. But I'm just trying to understand it because it sounds sometimes a little contradictory, and I just want to make sure I'm hearing it right. You don't trust them to give them money. You believe that they're getting bags of money unaudited, unaccounted for, and your preferred method would be American boots on the ground, but you're okay with Europeans footing the bill instead of us footing the bill.
No, Gurney, that's entirely wrong. My concern is...
So please tell me.
When you have unaccountable, and again, you can go back and look at the appropriations bill. They stripped out any Inspector General oversight specifically. I'm not making this up. When money is floating around without oversight from the U.S. government, that is a recipe for corruption. We have a 20-year history of this. So, and this is a country with a history of widespread corruption. I know Zelensky's been fighting it. As far as I know, he's been doing a pretty good job at it, but it's a fact. So, how do you fight that? Well, you send them direct military aid, not American boots on the ground, equipment. You send them HIMARS, you send them Stingers, you send them MLRS systems, you send them all sorts of stuff. That way you eliminate the
Patrick,
corruption.
It's a little, if I may here, you're replacing one input or one output with another. So if you're saying corruption can be endemic anywhere and you don't trust the money, I'm saying is so that doesn't mean that corruption couldn't exist within the military itself or with military contractors or Western contractors. If anything, perhaps it might be obfuscated a step further because it's now in intangible assets other than cash to do so. So I'm just trying to hear you. If you're saying if you don't trust, say, the United States to give cash aid, which I got to pull that back here because I don't know that to be the case. I don't think that to be the case, cash aid without oversight. But just pulling that back here, if you don't trust that, you're saying you straight a system in which you say corruption and you're not sure if you're trusting it, you would rather see other things such as American boots on the ground, and that somehow that prevents corruption within the same system you're criticizing. It seems a little disingenuous. And then I'm asking you for what your solution is. And I hear the boots on the ground, but you originally came up to talk about elections and a political solution to this. So I'm not hearing the political solution, and I'm not sure if substituting cash for military hardware and military personnel makes it any easier to audit that if your concern is corruption, like you say.
Well, let me connect the dots for you. And you're the one who keeps bringing up boots on the ground. I have never said that we need American boots in Ukraine. I've been arguing against that for the past 6 months. So let's just make that clear. I do not want American boots on the ground. It's a recipe for World War III. Second, let me square that circle for you. The issue that you're going to run into with American voters is the perception that it's money wasted. And to fight that, you eliminate the idea that we're going to just be sending cash to Ukraine. Eliminate that, and you will eliminate a lot of the concerns surrounding this issue. And the notion of aid to Ukraine becomes much more palatable to American voters, especially in a hotly contested election season. That's the point I'm making here, and that's why I'm bringing up corruption issues, cash issues versus direct military equipment aid. That's why I'm making the point.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I'm getting more questions though. I'm hearing what you're putting down there, Patrick, but I don't know if that's the perception. I don't think people have gotten the perception that bags of cash are going out the door. Actually, that's a little counterintuitive. My understanding of the amount of aid that was anything in terms of direct foreign investment was in the low 10% of the money we've seen allocated. But if that's the case, you're presenting a list of problems, and I'm just asking for the solution to those problems. If money is easier to follow a trail than, say, equipment and hardware, and you're saying the issue is endemic corruption within any society, I'm just asking you for your solution. Wouldn't your solution make it actually even harder through military procurement and giving of military goods? I mean, I don't see how it prevents any other corruption from happening if you don't trust the direct foreign investment and you don't trust an executive branch or whomever administration.
I'm sorry, I really need to cut in, okay? Because I'm like, we're arguing on false premises here, which is Mr. Fox is arguing that there is no oversight of where this money is going. But I'm looking at the budget lines right now, okay, which is $4 million for oversight from the U.S. Agency for International Development, $1 million for oversight to DOD to report periodically on the disposition of these monies. Okay. Financial forensics, which is a part of my job, is not that expensive. So you're wrong on the facts, you're wrong on the theory, and you're peddling Russian propaganda narratives to us here.
There it is. I knew it would happen. There it is.
Okay. Yeah, no, because you're talking shit, man. You're talking
I'm not. Portland.
shit.
Portland, what did I say? I said there's no outside inspector general type oversight, which in practice, we found out that's what you need to keep these executive branch agencies in line, because they won't do it themselves.
So
they won't do it themselves.
No. Your problem here is that now you're talking about corruption in the U.S. government.
That's what I've been talking about the entire time. It's two levels of corruption. It's the U.S. government misspending its own money, and it's the possibility that Ukraine might misspend cash payments. There's two aspects to this.
We have the General Accountability Office. We have the Inspector General Service. we have the Secret Service, and they get billions of dollars between them.
And the Inspector General Service was conspicuously kept out of this entire deal, which is what I've been saying is a problem for the past 30 minutes.
That is actually not what you said in any particular. Why are we still talking about this?
Because, as Akash pointed out, perceptions get politicians elected. If there is a perception of corruption, that will work against aid to Ukraine. That is a problem. So steps should be taken to mitigate that perception.
To control corruption that you said that you wanted, you said that there was no oversight. There is oversight.
Why do you have oversight to prevent corruption?
Okay, now you're just arguing in circles.
No, I'm not. I'm saying there is no outside oversight. What you're citing there is correct. What you're citing there is correct. These agencies are claiming that they're going to spend this money internally on oversight. Evidence tells us that doesn't work.
What are we? Let's narrow it down because we've got a lot of people asking questions here. Are we saying that all the funds and money given to Ukraine, are we suggesting it's a check, it's cash money that's going to Ukraine? Does anyone have any insight on that? Let's start with that. Anyone want to take a stab at it? Does anyone think cash money that they're sending over, like planefuls of US $100 bills or something?
Well, so Yehuda,
No,
I was trying to get to the bottom of that, but that's...
Yeah. So the answer is no. They're not sending planeloads of cash. Actually, in dealing with the department, the unit within the Department of Defense, there is a procurement wish list the Ukrainians give. There's a procurement wish list that the Americans approve, and then the Office of Defense Cooperation sources it inside the U.S. military, and then they do, as logistics officers are wont to do, they do an assessment as to what piece of equipment is worth what based on depreciation. It's not a blue book value, but kind of something like that. You're not going to find it anywhere. It's an internal process. And then if they say they're going to give them 100 of those, they take the price of it, they multiply by the number, and then they subtract it from the amount that they're giving. Now that's what's happening on a daily basis, 24 hours a day. So the oversight is there, as in every department has it. And I don't know what Patrick's experience is in it. I have firsthand knowledge and experience, because I'm working with them, that they're very particular. In fact, the M777s that ended up getting shipped over, for no good reason other than the documentation wasn't approved prior, the fire control systems, the computer was removed from the M777s, and it became an iron and glass configuration. Now, I think someone's mic is on. Defense, and the State Department knows, and the Ukrainians know because they're taking tallies too, and they meet up and make sure that what was said to have been sent is what was received, and then they just go back. It's like a tab. They work backwards. So that's my personal experience. I'm not sure. I mean, we see it all the time, crazy people on the internet saying that the Ukrainian army sold Russia HIMARS, and maybe they sold them their grandmother. Who knows, right? Like, the stories are unbelievable. They're going to get stupider and stupider as time goes on. The Russians are desperate, and they're really trying to infect the cyberspace with misinformation. It's misdirection, and it's a little insulting, I mean, if you want to say a captain somewhere, stole 10,000 rounds of ammunition of 5.56 or whatever, 7.62. I mean, I could buy that, but when stuff is going through, Polish, German customs with a ton of paperwork from America, with Americans on board, with majors, colonels coming with the shipments, with generals and colonels on the Ukrainian side receiving it and counting it. I'm not sure what other oversight you'd need, but those are my experiences. I think I came in when Portland was talking. I didn't really catch what was happening. Am I missing anything? Does anyone want to go to the mics here or what?
Well, no, it was the implication of bags of Patrick. Well, hang on one second.
Sure.
So just to get everybody situated here, Patrick initially came in with an argument, and I was asking for political solutions to that argument. And there was some implications of bags of cash. And I think that's what Yehuda heard or had picked up on in terms of, the Ukrainians are not receiving bags of cash. But Patrick, if you'd like to add something to that, and then we'll move on.
I would. Yehuda, you just made the exact case for my argument that physical military hardware should be sent instead of money. And so, Gurney, I'm going to read to you from the exact bill. In the last $53.8 billion appropriation, $954 million went to refugee support of various kinds. The State Department got almost $14 billion. 8.8 of that was to an economic support fund for Ukraine to, and I quote, directly assist the Ukrainians with budget needs. So yes, that is a direct payment of cash. I'm not making this up out of thin air, guys.
No, what I was saying was, if you remember, I had mentioned to you, were you implying that bags of cash were going to Ukraine? And I had said that cash being more traceable, not actual cash, but a digital trail here being more traceable than what you're implying in terms of military equipment. I don't think it's a genuine argument because I think it's going in circles. And I was just making light of the fact that if you don't trust a digital audit of something for digital money being sent and overseen, then it doesn't make sense that you would trust equipment. So it's just a little disingenuous.
No,
it's
not at all.
Solution would be.
But
Gurney, I'm going to jump in.
It's not disingenuous at all. You don't know where that money goes once it reaches Ukrainian accounts. You don't. You frankly don't. It is much easier to track military equipment, as Yehuda has just gone through painstakingly, than to track cash payments made in whatever form you like.
Well, let me jump in there, Patrick. What happens when the money is earmarked for the State Department for refugee stuff or budgetary stuff? It doesn't mean the State Department just hands over $8 billion. What happens is the Ukrainians present a memo, and they actually highlight. So it's line itemed. It's like, we need this for this. Now, the State Department aren't filled with dummies. They vet every single request. That's not been my experience. Oh, okay. I mean,
maybe let Yehuda finish, Patrick.
So what happens? The State Department, and it happens in our foreign affairs or global affairs department. We have a budget in global affairs. There, I know, I'm telling you. And let's just say, let's use a different example. Say the Middle East. Let's say the Palestinian Authority comes and says, look, we need $120 million for this hospital. Saudi Arabia is giving 50. We need another $30 million. We don't just cut a check for $30 million. Okay, show us everything, like building plans, architecture. Get the third-party Swiss, company that's doing the whole ISO 9000. Let's see it. We're going to call the Saudis up. How much you give me? Him 50. Okay, you call the Dutch up. You give him 30. Boom. You need another 20 from us. Okay, what is it for? What stage of construction are you at? You're at this. Okay, where are the concrete guys? Okay, let's see the receipts from them. and then they'll go off and do third party, get like 3 quotes on it. There are staffers that literally that's all they do. And at no point have I ever in my life heard, in my experience, even with your State Department, ever someone said, "Oh, what's that, Bob? You guys need 100 million for that? Yeah, no problem. How do you spell it? Bob, B-O-B, Yashkevich." They don't do that. They literally check everything. So I think the oversight factor, which forgive me, with all due respect, I think you're forgetting is the State Department is the oversight. They're the owners of that money, and they are answerable. They're accountable to their own internal audits and to the American government. Like we have a Treasury Board, you have a Treasury Board. Everything that is spent goes through a Treasury Board at the end of the day. Every government dollar is accountable. You don't have to appoint a special inspector general to do the job that the Treasury Board already exists to do. Now, I could be completely wrong. Maybe America doesn't work that way. But I suspect in my dealings, because there are times we've had to ask the Americans, State Department, you guys got bigger pockets, deeper pockets, and say, hey, can you do this? Give us everything. We want their underwear size. We want to know where they did their swim certificate in grade 8. These are the questions they're very detailed. So with all due respect, I think it's really shocking that anyone thinks that if the State Department gets a budget of $8 billion or 14 or whatever you said, I apologize, to do something that they're just going to the strip club in Kiev or something. I don't understand it. It's really strange.
So Yehuda, your argument is that everything the State Department paid for got built in Iraq and Afghanistan? Because that's phenomenal. You must be the only person in uniform that actually believes that to this day. In practice, it should work exactly as you have just described. In practice, it should. In theory. In practice, in reality, it doesn't.
Patrick, we've belabored this point for a little while here. We're going to move on to the next subject. Only not because I don't think there's value in debating this, but Patrick, you brought up privateering and high seas piracy as a solution to solve maybe half of 1% of shipping in the world that's occurring within Russian seaports. So I would love to say this is a genuine argument. We're going to find our tails out of this, but I don't think we will see that. So if we can just move on to the next.
I don't mind. I'll say one thing and let Patrick say his last bit. And I don't want anyone to think that we're shutting people down.
We'll go to Akash because he also unmuted. Go ahead, Yehuda, and Akash, and then Patrick, and then we'll go to Christopher.
So I just said those are my actual experiences. It's not things I've seen in theory. I've seen it work. I wish to God you worked at the State Department and Patrick, because there are times we needed stuff from you guys. I would have just just do whatever you usually do. Do that thing that you do, because I've never experienced it. And yes, I do see it. I do work with them, and they're quite. I don't want to say the word. It sounds like so anal. They're very particular. They're very, very, very particular. It's like squeezing water from a stone. That's my experience. I'm sorry if you've had other experiences. I haven't had those experiences. Cash wanted to chime in. Then we'll let Patrick finish it off because that's his point. So Cash, please.
Sure. I'm just going to add one thing here, and I do think that after this we should move on to another subject because there've been lots of people who have had their hands up, waiting to speak. I think it's important to bear in mind that the situation in Ukraine isn't really comparable to the situation in Afghanistan. I did see many instances that Patrick has alluded to, that when the US government and the US military was sending in money, especially money to bribe warlords, so much money was going into that country. It was arriving in cash, it was arriving in pallets, and the receiving officers couldn't count it fast enough. They had to weigh the pallets to get an estimate of how much money was going out the door. That is not the case in Ukraine, because the government of the United States, their partner in Ukraine, is a democratically elected functional government, which has a government apparatus, which has international oversight. And although Ukraine has had real struggles with corruption, and it still has struggles with corruption, I don't think anyone would argue against the fact that it is now subject to far more international oversight than it has ever been in the past. Because in the past, when Ukrainian governments and Ukrainian oligarchs were stealing money, they were stealing the money of Ukrainians. And it's unfortunate to say that the world didn't really care about that. But money that comes from governments to the Ukrainian governments do care about that. And it is, I'm not going to say there's no corruption in Ukraine any more than I'm going to say there's no corruption in any other state. But it is subject to far more oversight, both by the donors and the recipients and by international institutions, than is the case in the vast majority of states. It is true that money that went into Afghanistan, a lot of it just disappeared into a black hole. That's going to happen when you ship in palletfuls of cash, but there are no pallets full of cash going to Kiev. And I think there's never a case where a donor country should not be vigilant about what's happening to its money, both because you want to be certain that the money is going to the purposes that you intend, and also because you don't want to sap public confidence in your own society. But I will say that if we had been having this conversation prior to the Russian invasion, I would have said the money that's circulating around the Ukrainian government is at risk. That risk is infinitesimal by comparison now.
Akash, it's that last point that I have been driving at. In the aftermath of those two conflicts, the American public is hypersensitive to any hint of corruption. And as we were talking about with politics, it's something that we should actively work against in order to prevent that kind of view from metastasizing and affecting political outcomes. And Gurney, if you're going to create my Substack, I appreciate it. I appreciate the shout out. But you might also
no,
note
Patrick,
that...
please. It's not about that. We've had a discussion on this space about that. Sometimes you don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I'm just saying is this circular argument here. If you can't trust any government,
no,
and
let me
if
finish.
you're no, but if I could
finish.
here, because I'm not reading your Substack, please. I don't need to do that. So, anyways,
you brought up the article.
No, Patrick, I brought up a discussion you and I have.
Don't go there.
But
Don't bring up my article.
Patrick, we're not engaging in ad hominems here. It's not about that, okay? For sake of the discussion, if you're implying that I read something, I'm stating for you I didn't. It's as simple as that.
No,
the
you
tough thing for the audience,
referenced it 5 minutes ago.
The tough thing for our audience is if there's a ... said by a speaker, we just need to address it and clarify the speaker's statement and ask that person to do that. You reference something about me, I'm giving you the answer for that, okay? That's as simple as it was,
I referenced something you said 5 minutes ago, and I'd like to say if you're going to reference my work, you might want to look at the articles I've said where Russia's going to invade in the early part of this year. I wrote that in December. I said they ought to be...
Patrick, I'm not referencing your work. I'm just saying when you make a statement, just
you
if there's an
literally just did.
there.
Okay, guys. Let's just
gentlemen, I'm going to suggest that we have beaten this cow to death, and perhaps I think that we, if I've understood everyone correctly, there's a universal recognition that if democratic states are going to continue supporting Ukraine, they have to be able to make the case to their populations that money is being well spent and being spent in the national interest.
I think Patrick has even just said he doesn't think it's going to be a problem. He just wants to make sure the perception of corruption isn't there. And I think we can all agree that we don't want the perception. And in the spirit of the 5 other hands that have been up for a super long time, Patrick, any last words on this? We're going to go to some other hands.
No, it doesn't matter. Gurney doesn't want me to speak, so that's fine.
That's okay.
There's nothing
about
let's
You've
been able to speak
let's
here.
clarify, Gurney, hold on. I'm here, so whoever wants to speak will speak. So it's not the issue. So if you want to kind of build upon, please do, and then Gurney will respond. But let's keep it civil and not talk over each other. So Patrick, please do, and Gurney, please do respond, and then we'll go to Christopher, who's been waiting patiently for a long time.
Right, I'll be very brief. And I say this only because my work was directly referenced. I predicted the Russian invasion. I said we ought to be giving them every bit of ex-Soviet gear in NATO inventories before the war started. I said we ought to be giving them anti-ship missiles before the war started. I said we ought to forward deploy a U.S. Corps into Poland before the war started. All of that has now been done. So my track record on predicting this kind of stuff is pretty good, and it's there for everyone to read. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Gurney. To you.
Nope, there was nothing there that alluded to me misspeaking on something, so I'm all good.
Thank you, and let's go to Christopher James. To you.
Hello, everybody. Mic check, please.
You're good.
Thanks kindly. Just to continue, I don't want to beat this to death, but Akash basically took my thought, so applause +1 for him. Yeah, that's awesome. There is a bit of whataboutism being bandied around here, and it is a thing here in the United States that we don't pay attention. We don't pay attention very well or very long, and it's very easy for disinformation on our own media to seep in and, make equations that don't make sense. And I think somewhat that's what Patrick was getting at. But, it is to be vigilant, and it is to be, to do our best. And I don't know exactly how that happens. Maybe Patrick could use some of his energy and expertise and wordsmithing to be able to talk towards that. But as far as oversight goes, I think this is being done really well. I have utmost confidence in Ukraine, and you know what? It doesn't matter, because this is so important that it's beyond the pale. So I appreciate everybody's comments, and Akesh, again, thank you so much.
Thanks for that. Let's go to who's next there. Walter, did you want to jump in?
No, I think Ian was next, and then we'll go to Mystical.
I think Ian was next.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I did want to address that conversation. I think we got stuck in the weeds regarding the mechanisms of which some of this money was going to be accounted for, when Patrick's real concern was just he didn't want the United States to be providing direct payments, and felt that that was Europe's responsibility, and that we should be sending materials, but Europe should be the one responsible for assisting Ukraine with cash payments to assist them in their paying their soldiers, providing services, all the other things the government needs that weapons cannot do for them during times of war. And so I understand how he's been hyper focused on the waste and abuse of the Pentagon over the last his whole adult life, apparently, which is fair enough. But I think he's projecting those concerns on a much larger share of the American voting public, because they are so important to him. And I think that they are probably, and although they should be important, but I don't think that this particular case of America supporting Ukraine with funds to run their government is as big of a issue for the voting public as he's making it seem, because it's so important to him. I think he's projecting that on the voting public. But I understand where he's coming from, but I think we got way more caught up in accounting. And I think the real issue is that he feels Europe should be, contributing the cash. And then the last thing I'll say about that is, I do think that we should all bear the responsibility in the Western free world, and maybe more equally than we do. But one of the things I really think to consider is that the United States has benefited greatly by being the world reserve currency since the end of World War II. We've been able to finance our activities for very cheap, because all the world needs to hold our U.S. dollars in reserves. And part of that is because we've been insulated from the kinetic aspects of war in Europe and whatnot for many, many years. And now that there's another one on the continent, we shouldn't just be saying that's not our problem. It is our problem, and we should be there to support them. And we're the world order the way it is what allows us to project our strength. Our economy is a product of that, and we should have skin in the game as well.
Thanks for that. I just want to say something, just to put it in perspective. Ukraine, I mean, I don't want to sound dramatic. Ukraine is fighting for its life. Its people know what's at stake. Let's just say the bad guys who did corruption before, they know there's no more anything under Russian rule. There's no more life, right? There's mass, deportations. There's tens of thousands of Ukrainian citizens have been killed. Believe it or not, death is a pretty good motivator. So if Ukraine hadn't stopped supposedly the strongest army on that side of the planet in their tracks, if they hadn't forced them to reorient their military, if they hadn't smashed thousands of Russian tanks with RPGs and NLAWs and javelins, and nailed what they've nailed with their M777s and the HIMARS, I could see someone saying, where's this money going? I mean, what more can we ask of the Ukrainians? Like, the Ukrainians have superseded every expectation anyone in the world ever had for them, even their biggest allies, the people who trained them, whether they be American, Canadian, or British. We thought they were great, and we thought they were really good, but we didn't really know how good they'd be, and we didn't really know how poor the Russians would fight as well. So, not for nothing, although I understand anyone's concern for fiduciary responsibility, I mean, gosh, what would the Ukrainians have to do to prove that they're making good use of this money? Be eating sandwiches in Moscow, in the Kremlin? I mean, they've literally been a beacon for all freedom-loving peoples in the world. I'm convinced that the safeguards in place within the State Department itself, the State Department's not the Ukrainian State Department, it's the American State Department. You have people that dedicate their whole life to work there. You have political appointees, but you have staffers. So the Ukrainians have literally not just shown the world that when push comes to shove, they'll stand up for their country, but they'll also say, hey, if you're going to give us money to help with the budget through a State Department fund, we will show you transparency from A to Z. Their books are open to the Americans. They might not be open to some of us on Twitter, but they sure as heck are open to the Americans. And the Americans don't sit there and go, yeah, it's okay. No, it's everything. Forensic audit all the way. We're not giving you money for this unless we know what it's for, unless we see it, feel it, send a staffer. Go with them. Find out what that is. They're very legitimate. And and I think what irks me, it's not anyone in this room, but some people post, I saw like a lot of posts from Rand Paul. Very strange man. I find him a very strange man. I find him almost a faux patriot. I don't even know what he really followed his lovely father. Very unique individuals. Strange, if you ask me. But only guys like that are chirping about the money, accountability. I don't think he gives a flying bum about accountability. I think he dresses up his non-interventionist policies, his belief that Russia has got to be, some polar opposite on the planet. We have to have Russia around. He's a Putin apologist, in my opinion. And this guy dresses up his concern, or he uses his concern for financial responsibility and accountability to really push a different agenda. And you know who's using that? The Russians. Do you know who quote him in their propaganda? Russia. It says something when the enemies of everything you stand for are more interested in using what you say against your country. That says way more than anything. So I want to put that in people's lap. Let's remember, like, Ukraine is fighting a war against genocide, and I don't think the first thing I should be wondering is every single penny exactly where it's. I'm sure it is, but I mean, they've shown us. The proof is in the pudding. The Ukrainians have stood up and they have showed us. I'm sorry if anyone. I don't mean to rant, but I take it very personal because we hear updates of genocides and we see children being killed, and right now in occupied Ukraine, Russians are murdering civilians as we speak. Don't believe me? We called it here before. We called it 3 weeks before Bucha was discovered. The news came in from different intelligence sources, friends of the space, who provided documentation. And I think that we should be preparing for a lot worse genocide. And I think, great to have concern. It's great to, make sure that you want the war to continue with financial responsibility. If people here genuinely believe that we need to have this transparency or talk about it in order to promote the continual flow, that's good. But I just hope that it's legitimate concern and not this Rand Paul kind of perspective, like, I just want to know where the money's going, just asking questions. I'm not a Putin fan. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. That's where we need to avoid. And I think Patrick was being fair. He's saying, hey, I want to know where that money's going so that the American public doesn't shut off those stuff. But luckily for us, the American public actually really supports Ukraine. So that's not an issue. It's a non-issue. It might be an issue with individual people, but the bipartisan support. I mean, anecdotally, we have people coming in from small towns in Georgia or Mississippi saying far-right Republicans, far-right Democrats, they all have Ukrainian flags. They've never seen people united by a cause so much. And what's the cause? It's not just to protect Ukraine. It's to protect the American values, the same values of humanitarianism, same values of freedom and expression, the philosophy that most Western countries subscribe to. We're not fighting to help Ukraine win Donbass. At the end of the day, we're actually fighting for the freedom of the world. And on that note, Walter.
Let's go. Thank you, Yehuda. Well said. Let's go to David. He wanted to add something to that, and then we'll move on.
Yeah, first of all, thank you, Yehuda, for that explanation. A lot of what you said I was going to say, but what I want to say is this. Look, I find it insidious to sit here looking at a budget that's been passed by Congress and certain appropriations and sitting back and saying, oh, well, we don't know where that money's going. What's happening to it when it gets to Ukraine? The vague assertion, the vague allegation is that the Ukrainians are corrupt and we need to do something about it, and the money's being wasted, and it's this Democratic administration that's too stupid to do anything right. We've heard these talking points from this individual since the beginning of the space, and I'm frankly tired of it because it's not factually based, it's based on an ideology, and it's based on an agenda. And let's back up a second and talk about where we are. Yehuda, you mentioned it. Excuse me, I was running. We are in the midst of a 21st century genocide in Europe. You said that. You were right. Walter spoke about this yesterday on another channel, on another space, in the most articulate way I have heard yet. We are talking about the murder of children. We are talking about the rape of women and children. We are talking about kidnapping. Yes? And last night I understand that question, the question was raised, well, we shouldn't call it kidnapping. We shouldn't use such aggressive verbiage. It's not a genocide, citing the International Criminal Code or whatever. Well, God damn it, it is a fucking genocide, and it is the rape of women and children, and people are being deported, and children are being taken, from their homes for genocidal reasons, because the Russians want to exterminate the culture, take the children, exterminate the future, right? And so here we're gonna go to an abacus and talk about $1 and $2. Let's step back here, and look at with perspective what is going on. These questions that are raised, I raise these as questions. I'm worried about the budget. I'm worried about, technically saying something which doesn't comport with statute. These are Putin talking points. Excuse me. These are Putin talking points, which have no place in the Walter Report and no place in the debate, because there is no equivocation here. There is no other side. There is no Russian narrative that has any value or any intellectual, merit. There is a crime being committed against humanity as we sit here tonight. And thank God that this space exists, and all of the people who have put hard work into it, Walter, Yehuda, others, Akash with your analysis. But let's be clear here. There is no other side to this debate, period. Not when you see cities ruined, not when you see Mariupol destroyed and rubble, not when you see the bodies in the street of Bucha. No. I'm not going to sit here and worry about a line item in a $58 billion budget when I know that my government, like you pointed out, Yehuda, does a pretty damn good job when it's in procurement and when it's in accounting and in this situation. And I think, as Akash pointed out, the eyes on Ukraine all over the world have never been as intense as they are now. So I suggest that if somebody wants to come up here with Putin talking points, just admit that's what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Well said. We have a number of hands, but there is a couple of people who just rejoined, and a couple that have been waiting for a long time. We will go to Mystical Colt, who's been waiting patiently. The mic is yours.
Yeah, I don't think that there's a bunch of money in this, but I think we've jumped in from point to point to point, and it's leading to incoherent misstatements in the past few minutes about a number of topics, jumping from corruption and different groups and such. And I think there needs to be some condensing to certain specific points, because I think we're getting misstatements from people because of them hopping around different subjects. And the government, I think, does a pretty good job normally of spending the money, but there are times where some of this money, you do ask where certain amounts of money do went, and there is a history of conducting investigations into where certain finances have gotten. Whether they find any wrongdoing or not is irrelevant, but they have found there is a history of conducting these investigations and such. So I want to put that out there, that it's not completely 100% flawless system.
Yeah, I agree. It's not flawless system. Every system has room for improvement. The problem is the perspective. This was the point. Having said that, we got Jason Smart, who's been waiting. So, Jason, to you, then Yehuda.
Thank you. I think actually guys are looking at this from completely different sides, and I don't actually think you disagree with each other as much as you think you do. And I will make this argument. So my background with this specific topic of budgets, I didn't work in the U.S. House Appropriations, but I did work in the state of Virginia's House Appropriations for a couple of years. And when you work with appropriations on the legislative level, there is typically oversight. Now, oversight, what's interesting about that is that it's usually assigned, the authority is assigned to that who is receiving the money. For instance, if it's money that is, in the case of the $45 billion, there's a certain amount of money that is assigned specifically for USAID. The money that's assigned for USAID is overseen by USAID. The money that is for something like the $19 billion that is broken up specifically for the different sort of weapons and stuff, that is going to be overseen by, let's say, I guess it's DOD. I don't actually remember who it was.
It's DOD.
Yeah, okay, perfect. So it's DOD. So it breaks down. Then you have the money that's for refugees, and you also have, and I don't remember the number perfectly, I want to say it's $7 billion, that was for the budget shortfalls in Ukraine. I don't, and honestly, I'm not a big Ryan Paul fan or anything like this, but I do think what Patrick may have been referencing is what his speech had said, which is that it was his, as I recall, and I could be incorrect, is that his concern was specifically for the shortfall, because that was, if I recall, a transfer that did not have direct oversight. Now, by contrast, I give you an oversight, a contrast to that question of oversight was the $1 billion that's in the House budget, which is already passed. It'll undoubtedly go through the Senate, and it'll definitely get the president's signature for Ukraine. It comes through in the 2023 defense budget. Now, that does actually have a number of stipulations. Among the stipulations listed is that it has Inspector General oversight, which is considered to be outside oversight. So it's not the internal affairs policing the police. It is rather outside looking in to make sure that there is everything's clean. Now, and to be frank with you, I'm not very worried that money's going to be spent. At the same time, I do understand the argument. And this morning I was in several TV interviews in Ukraine, in Kiev, and one of the things that kept coming up, though, they kept asking about this Victoria Sparks. And I'll make the argument to you guys that I made this morning on TV. And by the way, Ukrainian TV hosts were generally in agreement. They all do not like Victoria Sparks, that's for sure. But at the same time, there is an appreciation for the fact that, and I say, guys, I have no doubt Ukraine will fly through this. It'll be found that there is not a corruption concern. I have no doubt that it'll be found that there is not something to worry about with the chief of staff of the president. And as a result, in the end, it will clear up a lot of things when there's a State Department or IG report that comes out that says that Ukraine does not have these things to be worried about. That it actually, in the long term, yeah, right now it feels bad. It's not pleasant. I totally agree. 1,000%. I'm not defending. Let me be clear. I'm simply saying when it comes through and there's an outside report that comes out saying, no, there's nothing to be worried about. There is no corruption. It will help Ukraine in the long term, because I assure you, guys, that as far as Ukraine does have massive support right now in the U.S., I wrote an article about this about 2 months ago, I guess it was, with Steve Schmidt. Who's Steve Schmidt? He might be in his chat even. Steve founded the Lincoln Project, which is the Republicans who were helping the Democratic Party in previous election. Steve, in our thing, he said very firmly that he believed that there would be strong bipartisan support for Ukraine. Rick Tyler, who works for MSNBC, I also interviewed him. Rick Tyler's conclusion was the same, that there would be support for both sides and that it would continue. At the same time, and I don't remember if this was actually in the articles, but because I did chat with them before and after, is that there was definitely a concern, though, that what could destabilize American support, or European support, actually, that was open-ended. And one of the questions that kept coming up is if something were to happen, let's imagine like the worst case scenario, and I'm not saying this is going to happen, but let's imagine like what would be the worst case scenario is if somebody makes a scandal of the fact, which would be most likely actually not an American, it would be within Ukraine is what I'd bet, is one political party using against another that, look, this contract is floated to this political party versus that political party. And they would, if as an internal political fight, somebody would do that for their own political interest, which then would spill over to internationally, that they'd say, look, this is internal Ukrainian politics. Why are we involved and why are we spending our money there?
Yeah, that's a great point. It's also, why don't we just send sex crimes investigators over to make sure that if in the off chance Zelensky sexually assaults someone, that we have someone there to protect the image. It's a very strange avenue of approach. We're talking about a thing that hasn't happened, and to offset that thing that hasn't happened, let's prepare to do things now. Again, the United States of America is not Zimbabwe. I'm shocked at any concept that anywhere along the line, from the office of the president down to the State Department, over to the Department of Justice, that there would be any opportunity. I think that this idea of the policing the police is only relevant if you assume that there's a crime going to be committed. You know, do you have a reasonable suspicion?
Yeah, that's not the way that transparency works. That's the reason. That's specifically the reason we have the inspector. That's the reason we have the Inspector General's office, and that's why the House Appropriations Bill that was passed today by Congress specifically says that the IG will look into all the expenditures.
Right.
And by the way,
hold on a second.
No, let me finish, please. It's one point. Out of the $45 billion, you should the police should not police the police. Out of the $45 billion, $39 billion of that does have the police. It is normal and standard to have oversight for appropriations. That is standard to all budgets.
So hold on a second. So do you think? I'm sorry, I'm not an American lawyer or a constitutional lawyer. I'm pretty sure that the IG can have oversight anyway if they wanted to. They don't need permission. No?
No, it cannot.
You don't have a Treasury board? You don't have a Treasury board?
It's of course not. It's stipulated, for God's sake. Of course it's done by every individual minister in the secretaryship. Come on.
So you're now saying that every department in the United States can spend whatever it wants without any oversight unless Congress says so.
No, it's stipulated who has the oversight. It says who has the oversight. That is why in the bill that's $45 billion, it says USAID and names the office. I don't know what it's called. The oversight board is the one who's going to oversee this. In the case of the DOD, it's going to be this one. Every single secretaryship has its own oversight mechanisms in place.
So you're admitting that the vast majority of this money has an outside oversight, and $1 billion of it has an internal oversight. Dare I say the government trusts its own departments to do its job?Maybe. Do you feel that is a thing, or?
No, I said two times, and I'll say the third time. Out of the $45 billion, $39 billion has appropriation. In the appropriation, it specifically allocates not only the money, but who would oversee that money.
Yes,
yes, so we're clear on that. So the other question, though, here is the $6 billion, which is, I think, what Patrick was referencing. And that is the one that did not have a direct oversight. And so what I think...
direct oversight, outside, external oversight. Sorry, let's be clear about that. Because when you say does not have direct oversight, I think the message that you're sending, and I'm sure you're not trying to send it, is that somehow this is gray money that no one will know where it went.
No, I'm saying that it doesn't have the same typical to appropriations. Once again, given my years worked in the House Appropriations Committee,
we don't need the argument of authority. Just go on. Yeah.
But the fact is that you're arguing about something that I see that you don't have a base knowledge to make the argument you're making. That's okay.
That's fine. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, even if it's wrong.
It's not wrong because I'm telling you how appropriations work, and you're not listening. Is that typically?
Please do tell.
Typically it's a line that specifically says who has the authority to oversee a budget appropriation and to say who is the one that is going to be the authority to decide whether or not money was correctly expended.
Yeah. We're going in circles. I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm saying to you that the implicit trust given to that $6 billion to be spent, you may not be pretending, but the way you're phrasing it feeds into this Russian narrative that there's gray money going everywhere and the Ukrainians are going to steal it. And you even said, You don't see where you're going?
No, I totally think that's a baseless charge.
Do you
But
want?
secondly, I think
okay.
I'm
Okay, hold on. Let me finish. I let you talk. Let me finish. You know, it's a conversation, not a monologue. Let me posit this. I can tell you just by looking at my DMs, that's exactly what hundreds of people think you're doing. So I'm trying to help you out of that hole. You're saying to me that you're not saying that. What's the point in keeping when you keep referring to a slightly different oversight mechanism for some of the money, but not for all of it? There's got to be an end game. What's your point? What's your point? Are you saying that money is going to be spent? You suspect it will be spent wrong? Like, that's the whole point I'm trying to get at. No one's arguing with the 39 billion. What's the big deal with the 6?
It's the same thing as everything else. It's why your bank, you can hold them accountable. You just make sure that money's spent correctly. And this avoids in the future accountability. Like when you deal with law officers or anything else, you can require them to show you how your money has been spent. And the reason is very simple. It allows greater trust. It is actually in the interest of everybody to have transparency. Transparency means oversight. And though it's not an accusation of anything, it's just, for instance, I have a company, which is true. And I have 50-something employees. I don't know how many, 60-something employees. When I look at them, I do entrust them. I do inherently trust them. But I do still require them to fill out invoices. I still require them to fill out receipt documents. It's not because I don't trust them. It's just because, listen, if there's receipts, there's no arguments. There's no fighting. Nobody's accusing anybody of anything. There's a receipt.
We all get it. We all get the concept of what you're saying. What I think you should just address head on, because I feel either you don't understand my question, or I'm not saying it properly, or you're evading the question. That is, this other amount of money that does not have the type of oversight that you feel is the highest level, the most kosher, shall we say. What is your point about that? That it has no oversight, or it's not sufficient oversight for your liking? What's your point? That's what people are asking.
My question is, as I will say
no,
again,
my answer.
As
I need the answer. Hold on. What do you mean your question? Can you answer mine? Okay. You said your question. I thought you were going to ask me a question. I got confused. So the answer to our question, what's the big deal?
Your question.
I didn't hear that. Okay,
so
go ahead.
rephrase that again. Is that if as I said at the beginning, I repeat again, is that if we listen to what Patrick said, I think the point he was trying to make, that perhaps he didn't phrase the way I would have phrased, is that it's not about the 45 billion. I think the concern he had, which, as I repeat again, is not necessarily my concern.
We're going in circles. You said this. You said this.
Well, then why don't
I'm just asking.
Why didn't I catch the first time?
So I have no idea. So let me simplify the question. The 6 billion that doesn't have the super duper oversight, what's your concern with it? That it'll get misspent, or a perception that it'll get misspent? Can you answer that directly? I don't care what Patrick said.
I think that directly it's against everybody's interest that there's any money that's unallocated, is unclear as to how it was used after it's allocated. I think
okay.
That's an answer.
Interest. That's an answer. That's what everyone's. So you still keep saying it's in everyone's interest. You haven't said what the problem is. So I'm trying to figure out what the problem is. So what is the fear?
I think that it lends itself to further Russian propaganda when you have money that's unaccounted for. This opens itself to further propaganda efforts by Russia.
So your concern is the Russians will say, aha, out of 45 billion, 6 billion didn't have the exact same oversight as the other 39. Ukraine is corrupt. I guess it's a charge Ukraine will have to carry. I mean, I could say the same thing about why should I lock my front door? I don't want my 3-year-old to go down the road. Well, what's your concern? Well, I think that all parents should care about their 3-year-olds getting out of the house, and that's an important thing to care about 3-year-olds. What's your concern about the 3-year-old? Well, you know what? I think that 3-year-olds should be in the home. That's where I feel you're doing with this question. So I'm asking, what's the fear? Well, I'm afraid my kid will walk out and get hit by a car, God forbid. You see what I'm saying, the difference here, Jason? So I think the question is not being answered, but you've said, you know what, you think it's for propaganda. That's an answer. I don't think it's a good one. I think it's a non-issue. I think guys like Rand Paul gin it up to make it look like we're bleeding money. We're just throwing money. Hard-earned American taxpayer dollars are going to some corrupt, nefarious thing. And I think that is actually the Russian propaganda talking point, ironically. So we sit on different sides.
It's actually, I think, a misrepresentation of the fact. I think that the fact is that, well, I mean, you read Russian news, right?
Yes, I do.
And so when you read Russian news, I
read Tucker all the time in there, and Rand Paul, he's there.
They're
almost in love with him.
I mean actual Russian news. Do you read Russian news?
Yeah, I read Russian news, and I read about their love affair with Tucker Carlson and Rand Paul. I just find it funny we're talking about him here.
I'm completely uninterested in that. I'm specifically asking you a very direct question. Do you read like every canal?
You just asked me. I just said I read Russian news. This isn't a quiz for me. I read Russian news.
No, and you just said Tucker Carlson, and you said Tucker Carlson twice. I asked you, do you read news that is printed in the Russian language?
I said yes for the last time. Go ahead.
Okay.
I do read those too, so go ahead, Jason.
So my point is this, is that what concerns me the most, and I trust, absolutely I have no doubt Walter does as well, is that I trust that you guys do read it. My question is this, guys, is that I am looking at this in a long-term perspective because I'm interested in Ukraine's security. And this is like this typical problem in American politics. We get lost in like today's battle. We don't think of the long-term strategy of winning the war. The long-term strategy of winning the war for Ukraine, with American popular opinion, is to avoid anything that could be used against Ukraine. And what I worry about, and I mean this very sincerely, as somebody who's like studied appropriations, who spent years working on this, is that I fear the day that popular opinion in America will go to, why is it Kolomoisky's channel got this? Why is it Akhmetov's people got that? And all of a sudden it's become sort of a scandal in the U.S.
Sorry, Jason, be honest with me. Sorry, I got to ask you a question. I'm sorry to interrupt you because it's rude of me to interrupt. Do you really think Americans are going to say, why did Kolomoisky get the money? And someone, they don't know where Ukraine is, some of them. Really? You can't possibly be serious. Maybe Ukrainians might say that, but do you think Americans would say that?
I think Americans probably wouldn't learn his name. I think Americans would learn the narrative they would learn, at least, is that billions of dollars are disappearing. And where's it going? It's going to this super rich guy in eastern Ukraine. And that's all they need to learn. They won't learn anything further than that. And I really think that it does have the potential for happening. What can be done for the security of Ukraine, and I think it's in everybody's interest, and I don't think there's any pushback, and I don't think anyone here would push back, is that, listen, guys, and I think that's the point that Patrick's trying to make, is that anything that is given, and by the way, this is standard. I mean, I have worked with the U.S. government.
Anything that's given, let's go. Let's finish the point because we're going to go to the next question from Patrick. But I'd love you to finish. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I feel like you're, but it's hard to follow you. I'm being honest with you. So you feel that if anything that's given, and then please finish that thought because I'd love to hear it.
That there's simply receipts kept, as would be.
I agree, and we're on the same page. Then we're on the same page. I don't think anyone thinks that Ukraine is getting e-transfers from the State Department for things that they don't know, even if it doesn't have your extra special IG oversight on it. That's my position. I think that's all of our position. Akash?
I think the time has come for us to move on from this subject. I don't think we're making any additional progress, and everyone has had his say on it.
We're good. We're good. I mean, let's go.
Let's go. I was paying attention to the order just a little bit. I'll let Azovstal Avenger to kind of jump in. Then we'll go to Ian and Patrick. And Leonard, I love you, guy. You're next. Just try to be a bit more concise. You're after Ian. Go ahead, Azovstal Avenger.
Hey, mic check.
You're good.
Oh, hey. So as an American taxpayer, I just find that our budget is gigantic. We spend trillions and trillions of dollars, and I have no idea where most of that money goes. We have Commerce Department, we have Immigration Services, we have various different security services. I have no idea where most of that money goes. And every penny that goes to the Ukraine war effort is money that I know that it's going to a good cause. It's stopping genocide of free people in a foreign country that I support. And if a little of it gets misappropriated or wasted, I'm okay with that. I understand the idea of transparency, and I think what the previous speaker was saying was that if there is 100% oversight and transparency, it keeps these bad actors and Republican talking propagandists and people like Rand Paul from being able to attack and subvert that. I get it. But as far as like from a standpoint, we have so many programs with so little oversight where no one cares. We just saw billions, hundreds of billions of dollars go missing during the more than $1 trillion COVID aid programs, and really like it barely made a blip on the radar. People just understood that it was the cost of doing business for saving our economy. And as far as I'm concerned, if we misappropriate, or if a little bit of money goes to buy an NLAW without the proper receipts being made, and that NLAW kills a Russian tank, then Slava Ukraini. That's my attitude.
Hey, can I make a quick point, guys? Just a real quick point.
Please do.
Yeah, I mean, that's right. I just want to make one point. The immigration system in the United States is completely self-funded. That's all. That's all I had to say. It's not funded by taxpayer money.
Okay, there's 50.
Otherwise, everything you
50
said,
other
I agree with.
departments.
No, otherwise, I said everything you said was brilliant. I agree with you. Thank you.
All right, Walter, what's up?
Thank you. Go ahead, Azovstal, finish your thought, and then Ian.
No, that's it. Thanks, guys. And by the way, like, I don't disagree with any of the speakers. I think there needs to be every bit of oversight. I get it, but I'm just saying, like, we were spending $10 billion. What was it, like $10 billion a month on Afghanistan? Maybe even more of that on Iraq. We have no idea where that money went. Those governments were endlessly corrupt. There was enormous amounts of waste. There was enormous amounts of misappropriation in Afghanistan and Iraq. And, like, that's not what we're dealing with here in Ukraine. This is one of the most exemplary governments the United States has ever dealt with in foreign policy. I have absolutely no reservations of supporting them as a taxpayer. So let's actually give them more money and let them use it however they want, and let them buy whatever they want from us or whatever they think they need to resist this horrible criminal terrorist, I don't even want to call it a country. It's a terrorist state that's brutally massacring their people. I'm happy to give them whatever they want to resist. As a Jew, I think it's our moral responsibility.
You know, I'm going to type in there. I knew we were going with this. I mean, there's a time that everyone who watches Schindler's List or Holocaust, oh, if I was alive, I would have done something. When my grandfathers were fighting in that war, the to do something was to risk and lose millions of lives of soldiers, to risk millions of other lives, and spend in today's dollars trillions and trillions of dollars to stop a genocide. Where the Americans so far have spent 40-ish billion. That's not I don't think that's too much to ask for. And if a small portion of the 45 billion doesn't have the extra Gucci oversight, and we only just rely on government employees to do the right thing, because most of them do the right thing. For those of us who've worked in government our whole lives, 30 years plus, I think it's a little rich. That's just me. But thank you for that, Azovstal. Ian, go ahead. You're next.
Yeah, thanks. So there's some problems here with what we've just been talking about. So, Jason, I understand you were supporting Patrick's position regarding oversight and how important you think it is. And I agree with you. It is important. But unfortunately, it wasn't the oversight that Patrick had an issue with. It was he did not believe the United States of America should be sending any cash assistance to Ukraine. We should completely limit it to equipment. He claimed it was the responsibility of the Europeans to support Ukraine with any kind of financial assistance that didn't involve military hardware. He brought up the lack of an inspector general for any of the money that was appropriated in this recent bill, which now seems to be inaccurate. It was actually a fraction of the money that did not have an inspector general to oversee the money that was being spent. So it was a little bit misleading. And so the consideration that Patrick has a point here, everything should be transparent and it's in the best interest of Ukraine in the long run and stuff. That's not really his point. He was just using that as a way to justify his position that we shouldn't be sending them cash at all. So it's a little misleading there. I would also argue that, and I don't know what percentage it should be, but I think that there should be a percentage of the money that we're sending them that we don't require them to write on a billboard where the money is going. I think there's probably some money that should be spent quietly for good reason, and whether it's $8 billion worth, it's not from necessarily, I'm not in a position to judge that, but I think there's some money should probably be spent covertly, and we don't need to tell everybody what it's being spent on. So I mean that's the real issue that I have with this, is that the conversation about oversight came because Patrick had an issue with money being sent over there in general, and he thought that the oversight issue was going to make political support for Ukraine in the United States wane if there was a corruption issue that was found out, later down the line. And I'll take my.
Yeah, no worries, Ian. Well said. Listen, we've mentioned Patrick a bit. I think we'll flip over to him, but again, yeah, I just don't see, even if there was this, dastardly corruption that happens with 5 billion out of 45. I don't see it affecting U.S. public opinion. Maybe people realize. First of all, I don't think that'll ever happen. That's probably why. That's why I don't think that there's this requirement to have different oversight over that particular money. But Patrick, you've been quoted, and far be it from me to say that someone should say that he didn't get a chance to speak. So by all means, the mic is yours.
No, I appreciate that. And I'll be as brief as I possibly can, because I know I spoke at length earlier. My concern here is to head off a problem before it happens. And I get that from the outside, people think, oh, the U.S. is going to support Ukraine no matter what. If there is a major corruption scandal, U.S. support will turn on a dime, because in the aftermath of, as Estelle was talking about, Iraq and Afghanistan, the public has no tolerance for it. It doesn't matter that they are two completely separate conflicts under completely separate circumstances. No one will make the cognitive leap to say, okay, this is a different story. That will not happen. So I don't want to see aid dry up. To that end, military hardware is less fungible than cash. That's why I was making that argument. And just as an aside, David, anytime you say you can't ask questions or you're with the enemy, that's an authoritarian statement. So I found that, frankly, deeply offensive when you made the point, you all shut up and don't ask questions. No. We're in a frickin' democracy. We don't live under Putin's Russia or Xi's China. We're allowed to ask questions. Some of these are even legitimate, good questions, uncomfortable as they may be. You think I want to be talking about potential corruption issues? No. But it's something we better understand could be a problem and head it off before it becomes a problem. Otherwise, we may just suffer for it. So, yeah. Being able to ask questions is a hallmark of any free society.
I can respond to this trash.
Yeah, before you respond, David, just one caveat. I think that the concern that some people might share, Patrick, if I'm being honest with you, because I don't like this going around about stuff, and David will respond for himself, but some people feel that it's a disingenuous claim that you are having about corruption, maybe, and it's more geared towards you just don't think the U.S. should be spending any money. So even though they are spending the money that they are spending, you want to criticize it because you don't think they should get money at all, and you're hiding behind the IG report as a justification to not give money. I'm sorry to say it. I'm just letting you know that's what I'm getting in the DMs, and I personally don't care. About not I'm saying I don't care about your opinions. Everyone's entitled to opinion, but I think people I've got the sentiment a lot, and that is, why doesn't Patrick just say he doesn't want to give Ukraine money, he doesn't really care about it that much, and stop dressing it up as something else? And you respond to that in a minute, but David wants to go on, and then by all means, please respond, David.
Because it's not the case, and I take offense when someone calls me a Russian shill.
Okay,
no,
but sorry,
go ahead.
Those are your words, Patrick. Those are your words, Patrick, not mine. And I never said that you shouldn't ask questions or anybody shouldn't ask questions. But we all know that it is a method of disinformation for a question to be raised. I mean, we've seen it ad nauseum in this country over the last, previous administration, and we see it now with, oh, I'm just raising a question about corruption in Ukraine. There's no facts here to back this up, that the Zelensky government or anybody in that government is stealing money or is taking money from that appropriation. The question goes out there. It becomes a vague allegation. So now we spend what? This whole conversation has been derailed into a discussion of corruption in Ukraine.
It's actually not even a vague accusation. It's a vague possible future accusation.
Well, thank you. You're right. You're right. And it goes down to this provision in a bill about oversight. Look, whether or not there's an inspector, and I don't want to forget it. I don't want to get into it because I don't want to give it the credibility it doesn't deserve. It's bizarre. It is absurd to be talking about corruption in the same sentence as Ukraine right now. And that is my problem, Patrick. That is my problem. You put out a vague allegation. Okay, you don't say it directly. Others have said it much more eloquently than I do. I'm saying it right now. You don't say it directly. You don't say what your real point is, not to give money to Ukraine. You couch it in these pseudo-sophisticated terms, and that's extremely offensive. And if you're going to quote me, quote me. But I never said don't ask questions, and I never called you a shill. Those are your words. If you have that guilt in yourself, okay, I get it, I understand it, but I didn't say it, you did.
That was the exact point you made. And if you'd like, I can get very, very specific. The Corruption Perceptions Index, which is what every political scientist uses to measure corrupt countries around the globe, Ukraine ranks 122. It is in the bottom third of the 180 nations on the planet.
You know that's considered outdated, right, Patrick? And it's considered to have horrific lag and not be updated frequently, since we're talking about academic stuff.
This is for 2021.
Yeah, I know, but you understand they update it, but the people who actually academically look at the index, the actual academics who critique the index, note that it does not take into account anyone who cleans up their corruption. It is incredibly outdated in its methodology by not seeking updated information. So if you're going to quote stuff, understand the academic background of what you're quoting, which apparently you don't.
You know, Finance, I let other people speak when they were coming after me, so you might show a little common courtesy. Yes.
Well, you might stop showing for Russia. You know, if you stop doing that, I'll show.
Break. Hold on. Just do not talk over each other. Patrick, to you, then Finance. You'll have a chance to basically chime in.
Is the index perfect? No. Is it still the single most widely quoted data source? Yes.
So can I ask a question, Patrick? Patrick, let's just you brought up the 120 of the whatever of all the lists. Let me ask you a question. As a military man, Patrick, how can a country so corrupt defend itself so eloquently against the Russians? Do you think that maybe those numbers are skewed? They're wrong?
Yehuda, if you want me to break out examples from history where corrupt countries in extremis defended themselves very well, I can. Zelensky has done quite a good job, as far as I am aware, of trying to clean this up. And again, these are last year's numbers. Does that mean that Ukraine is the epitome of perfection and transparency, as several people have alleged? No, it does not. So I cite this for one simple point, and that is to say, asking the question didn't come out of the blue. It didn't come out of left field. People aren't making it up. They're looking at data that people who do this professionally have compiled and saying, okay, that's something I'm kind of concerned about that. What can we do to hedge against that as a possible problem?
So you're just doing this all in the name of making sure Ukraine keeps getting American money.
Well, yes, and I want Ukraine to get American military hardware until they win this war.
No, don't change what I said. Don't move the goalpost. I just said your only reason, your only concern, your only dog in this race is you just want America to give more and more billions of dollars in cash to pay off their debt, because in order to do that, you just want the IG report. If we had the IG report, Patrick, would you support all that money going over to Ukraine?
Yehuda, exactly. My concern is if any of it goes awry, if any of it goes missing, it will be used as an excuse to curtail all aid. That is my concern.
Yeah, but you still didn't answer the question. I know you don't want to, but it's very simple.
No, I am very mixed on direct cash aid to anyone.
Okay. So you're very mixed. I've heard, and I haven't heard you say it, I've heard you do not want to do it. I don't know, maybe people read your Substack. I don't even know what Substack is. So that's cool. But
before you join the conversation, his specific argument was that it should be up to Europe to provide the cash. So we all know that Ukraine needs more than just weapons. They need to pay their soldiers. They need to run a government, right? They have activities they need to do that weapons don't necessarily allow for. Civil society, and Patrick's argument was that let Europe do that. We should provide the weapons. So it's simply his, and he has the right to have that opinion. But the whole IG thing was a distraction because Patrick, you specifically suggested that the IG oversight was stripped from the bill, that it was asked to be in there by several very good discerning senators like Rand Paul. He suggested Rand Paul suggested we should just have the IG information in there, and that's just a really reasonable request. But it was stripped out of there, and that's apparently not true. There's only a small portion of the money that doesn't have IG oversight. So, so if that smaller portion had Inspector General oversight, would you then support all the cash going to Ukraine? No.
In the specific bill I cited was the $53.4 billion appropriation, which did have the IG protection stripped out. If there is another bill that has different oversight, that's not one I was talking about. I'm glad to hear it does. If there was stricter oversight, I'd be far more comfortable with direct cash payments. Yes.
So if IG is involved, then you support it.
Hang on a second. Let me
go ahead.
Leap in here. I'm going to say that I think that we've strayed into some adverse territory here, because we're not just talking about differences of opinion, differences of position. We are starting, more than just starting, to question one another's motives, and why, not what is a person saying or another person saying, but why is he or she saying it. And I don't think that is constructive, in part because it's impossible for us to make a claim on what's going on in someone else's mind. It's fair enough to say, I disagree with your position. I'm going to say I don't think it is fair, and I don't think it is constructive to ascribe motives to someone else. I'm also going to say that I think that we've talked ourselves into a bit of a lather here. I think that there's some people who are talking about the consequences of the perception of corruption, and there are other people who are talking about whether there's actually substantive corruption, and those two things are being blended together. I know that people still want to talk a lot, but there are other people who have their hands up, and I do think that we have done this one to death. It sounds to me as if everyone is agreeing there has to be the greatest possible oversight over funds that go to Ukraine, that Ukraine needs the money and has to come from somewhere in order to not only to arm itself, but also to maintain the fabric of its society, to pay its troops, and to maintain basic public infrastructure that makes it possible to use those weapons. There are clearly differences of opinion in this room about how far Ukraine has pulled itself out of the corruption vortex it was in. I'm going to abuse the podium and say that anti-corruption is my business, and I will say that I myself have been astonished at how much progress Ukraine has made over the past few years. And I would say most of that progress is down to the fact that the country and the population is in an existential crisis, and there's nothing that unifies a people more than the knowledge that either they unify or they die. I'm not going to say that there's no corruption in Ukraine, but I am going to say that there's no comparison between Ukraine and Afghanistan or Ukraine and Iraq. And indeed, there's no comparison between Ukraine in 2022 and Ukraine in 2020.
Ukraine in 2014 even.
No.
Thanks. I'll just overwrite here slightly. Before we go to Leonard with his brief question or comment, I'll actually let Tsibulia suspend with his beautiful Shvaino Karas, I reckon, avatar to chime in. And you have Makiyivka, Makiyivka as your location. So please do. The mic is yours, and we'll go to Leonard and Konstantin.
Yeah, so good morning, good night to everyone. It's night here. About Makiyivka, it's a small town near Donetsk, in Donetsk region. So as of now, it was occupied by Russians from 2014, which is exactly the date I was thrown out of my house there. It's a pretty beautiful city, full of beautiful people, I guess, but as of now, it's struggling with everything. And I hope that it will change in the near future with the occupation of it, so I can go back and live my normal life. As of now, I'm living in Dnipro, working in the IT sphere, and today was the second time Ukrainian AA systems shut down Russian cruise missiles, or whatever those missiles were, just over my head, which was quite an experience, I could say. I'm not sure. Maybe there is a topic I can disclose throughout the years of my experience if you want to.
I believe we have a unique opportunity to actually speak with a person from Dnipro live in our space. So can you
just give us more details about today's attack? What happened? Russian missile struck the residential area, right?
Yeah, so there is some information that I have from my perspective. There is some information I have from my friends and relatives in the city. As I understand how it basically started, there were some reports on like 1930, like half an hour before 20th hour, that Russians basically launched those missiles from somewhere in Caspian Sea, from Tu-95s towards us. No one knew where they would struck. No one knew, of course, because Russians don't tell us where and who they want to kill. But those reports were vague, and frankly, no one knew what to expect. After yesterday's missile hit in Vinnytsia, we all been like, I could say, agitated and waiting the worst, because that's what our basic state from February 24th. But as I can see throughout the city, almost no one gave any like proper preparations in terms of the signal about the alerts or all the stuff. So people are still trying to live their normal lives. Then it happened. I heard from my house, windows were open, so I heard a one really loud explosion. That, I guess, was one of those 6 rockets. Actually 4 rockets were shot down. 2 of them hit the city, killing 15 people. The one that was shut down right above me, so that was the loud one. And then there were two hits that were slightly less loud, I can say, but I felt them through the ground. So that's how powerful those explosions were. Despite, I could say, I'm not sure about how far away from me they were, but like from the maps to my house, I can say it was like 4.5, 5 kilometers from me, and I felt them. So that was something. I just got out, meet my neighbor. We talked about that. He said that his relatives live in Taromskoye. It's a nearby village. Seen those rockets flying from the Kamenskoye city. It's in the past it was Dnipro. Maybe you heard about it. So they were flying low, they were flying slow, and they've been visible. And again, thanks to our AA systems, I'm not sure what shut them down, but trails were pretty big. So I guess it was like S300 or something like that. Most of them were shut down, but still, as you can see from the reports, as you can see from the news, people died, and people died horribly. That's unfortunately our reality. And
just for those who were just tuning in, can you describe what happened on the scene? Because we've heard that there were massive fires after the missile strike.
Yeah, about the fires. So just like getting back before the strike and the moment of the explosion, we didn't know where it actually struck in the first place. We thought it was the devs factory. I'm living in a place where there are basically a lot of factories. Petrovsky Zavod, Devs, Yuzhmash. So Dnipro city is a big industrial complex of the city, inside the city. We thought it was struck on the previous targets before, on like 11th of March. We seen and felt this basic attack on the Petrovsky Zavod, which missed and destroyed the shoe factory. We thought it was the explosion right there. Then reports come in that it was more closer to the Poля Street, or it's avenue. I'm not sure how it calls as of now. It's just Poля. And then the first photos and videos arrived, and we didn't believe ourselves. Me and my neighbor, Uncle Sasha, we've seen the smoke. We thought, oh, they are AA guys. They shot all the rockets, because we thought that those explosions were in the air. We've seen the clouds of smoke in the air. We didn't see anything coming from the ground. Then the first photos and first videos came, and we've seen that people are burning in their cars. There are several buildings without windows and on fire. There was a truck that was completely destroyed by fire. I'm not sure about the driver of this truck, but maybe you've seen it in Twitter or somewhere on the news, that the hole that the crater created by this missile, it consumed this truck completely. So it was like General 7-ton something truck, and it was like fully inside there burning. And then there was first messages about actual victims of that. So as I know, the bus driver was killed. His head was almost torn apart. That was horrible. And I've seen the actual photos without the blur and all the stuff. That was horrible. Not as horrible as seeing a child being killed in Vinica, but still, that's quite an experience. Seeing the at least 2 cars, like sedans, burning with people inside them. And there were messages of people just passing by, being hit by shrapnel, and also burned. So there are official messages about the actual victim count for now, but I am pretty sure that there would be more, because there were people that were struck pretty hard and like pulled away from the scene on the ambulances to the nearby hospitals. And it's like mutilation, hands, legs missing, that stuff. So as of now, there's actually an air siren in the city right now. I've just been smoking on outside, heard it. And there's one thing, after the initial explosions, maybe like hour or 2 after that, there were additional explosions. And at first, officials said that nothing to worry about, it's okay, it's the like secondary munitions from those rockets being exploded by DSNS teams who are just demining the place. Then there was messages, like controversial messages, I could say, from local publics in Telegram and Twitter, saying that there were actually 3 more missiles striking the city. So I'm not sure who to believe about that, but 6 rockets, 4 of them shot down, 2 struck the ground, killing a lot of people, destroying, at least blowing windows out of one industrial, I'm not sure, is it like fabric, I'm not sure, like industrial building. I guess it may be that was the actual target of Russians to destroy, but they didn't succeed because missiles struck in the middle of the road. That says something about their precision strikes, as they claim. The same was in Vinica, where they claimed that they struck some military base in the center of the city, and all we've seen is a lot of mutilated bodies, burned down bodies, and a hole in the ground in the middle of a square.
Well, probably according to Russians, these were neo-Nazis or whatever, right?
Yeah, we are all here
Neo-Nazis
Nazis, like reading the Mein Kampf, doing those party hails, all this stuff. Yeah, all the time. I was born Nazi. Yeah, that's what they believe.
Yeah, and there was another attack on Kramatorsk today, actually, where Russian missiles struck the central square, which was probably a command and control center of Azov or whatever. So
it's actually a city council, just like, you know, building where people meet to decide what to do with the city. Maybe that was the reason for them to be dead. At least one person died in Kramatorsk, as I've seen.
Yeah, I believe we'll let the audience ask you questions. Yehuda, Akash, whoever has a question, please do ask. We have an individual from Dnipro. The city just a couple of hours ago was under Russian rocket attack with multiple civilian casualties. Yehuda, David, Akash, if you have any questions, please do shoot.
I have a question, if you don't mind.
Absolutely, go ahead.
How, like, this is a question for me. I don't think it will be very interesting to the audience, but I will still ask. I'm trying to, keep track of it. I'm from Kharkiv myself, so I have a lot of information from Kharkiv. But how many people would you rate? There are a lot of missile strikes on Dnipro, on. It seems like they try to target the industrial areas, but obviously they don't care if those missiles land in residential or any other areas. So my question is, how many people would you say in the percentage, just your personal estimate, how many people did leave Dnipropetrovsk? And how many people did come in terms of percentage of the Dnipropetrovsk population, the Dnipro population?
So in terms of how many regular residents of Dnipro left the city, you mean?
Yeah, how many residents and how many other residents came in? Because I know a lot of people from Kharkiv region and Lazovia and
Zaporizhia Oblast, people from Berdyansk, Mariupol. I've been hosting at least 2 families from Mariupol and Kharkiv here. My friend, Mr. Revo, if you've seen him in the Twitter, in our Ukrainian Twitter, been here because he lost his house in northern Saltivka. So asking basically 2 questions in terms of how many constant, like regular residents of Dnipro left. I didn't see much change. I can say maybe 5 to 10% of city residents left, like left, and you can see that from regular, like walking outside, going to the stores, on how many people are outside on regular days comparing to the situation before February 24th. I can say it's 5 to 10%, just from my perception.
Hey, can I ask a question about Dnipro? Do you know that Dnipro, I'm sure you do, has the largest synagogue complex in the world?
Menorah.
Yeah, the menorah. It's a building shaped, for those who don't know, like the menorah. It's the Chabad Lubavitch big building. It's the largest, like, the community, Ukrainian Jewish community center in the world. What happened to it? Is it empty?
It's completely functional. It works as always. Is a business center. There's a clinic nearby. There's a whole commercial center nearby. It's most city. I'm not sure who owns it, but pretty sure it's has some relations to those who own Menorah. I can say that for sure. But
are they functioning? Did they run away? Are they able to function there, is what I'm saying. Are they interfering? Is the Russian, fear of the Russian invasion, is it hampering religious life?
Okay. I didn't see much change. My current job's office building is just behind Menorah. So I've been there 3 days ago and 2 weeks ago before that. And I can say that it functions as usual. There's a lot of people doing business, people doing stuff.
I'm not talking about the business side. I'm not talking about the business side. We're talking about the religious side, the spiritual side of it. Do you know anything about that? Have they left or have they stayed?
As I can see, the religious part of Menorah, like the synagogue, it works. It's open and it hosts those who need help and those who visit it regularly.
I've heard they made it into a hostel and a soup kitchen, and people can eat there and everything wherever they need to.
Yeah, it's as of now, it's a volunteer center, I can say, because it was acting like one from the 2014, because Jewish community is very helpful in everything what happens in Ukraine. Our Jews are Ukrainians. They are not like Jews or like some distorted, some distanted people. No, they are just residents of Dnipro city. They are Ukrainians. They feel like that, and they help those who are in need.
Well, the neo-Nazi government, obviously, you think that they'd be scared all the Jews away, but instead you're saying the Jewish community in Ukraine who are Ukrainians are actually opening the doors of the largest religious center in the world and hosting Ukrainian soldiers and civilians, and they're not running away. Everyone's staying put. They're going to deal with the Russians as they come. Amen.
As I heard, there's a father and son who, Jews, obviously, I guess father is a rabbi.
You want to look at my profile?
Oh, okay.
Look at my profile.
Oh, I see it. Oh, so that's you.
No, it's not me. It's my profile.
I'm sorry. That man looks really.
It's Asher. Yeah, it's Asher and David. It's that's who I know them, but it's my homage. Yeah. My homage to them.
They are fighting for Ukraine, so. Yeah, neo-Nazi government, swastikas everywhere, and Jews for Ukraine, Jewish president, a lot of Jews in the parliament, the biggest Jewish community in Europe. So yeah, we are Nazis here, obviously. How else can it be?
You guys are pretty bad at being Nazis. Do you even Nazi?
Yeah.
Sorry,
I guess we are.
Anyway, I think it's just so bizarre. And again, these are Russian talking points. It comes and goes. Lavrov says it. Lavrov makes a crazy comment, and it dies down a bit because it's so stupid. And it'll come back. Give it a couple weeks.
Yeah. That's his job to say nonsense and portray it as an official statement from Russian government. And I can say at talking bullshit, he's doing a pretty good job.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. Please go on.
Sure. Any other questions about Dnipro?
Yeah, I have a brief question. How does living in the city overall feel like? Because we hear that the strikes are quite often. Does Russian use artillery, or it's mostly rocket strikes? Because somewhat, just in relation to the other cities, somewhat close, Mykolaiv is under constant Russian
attack,
right?
Yeah.
How about Dnipro? How does living in the city feel like right now? And we'll go to Konstantin, Mari, and Mark then. Go ahead.
Yeah. So in terms of the safety of the city, I could say Dnipro is one of the safest cities in Ukraine as of now, despite being absolutely close to Donetsk Oblast, to Luhansk Oblast, and to the Zaporizhia, which is half occupied. As you know, as you can see from the reports, from the news, there is nowhere safe in Ukraine because Russians have missiles that shoot for 5,500 kilometers. So if they want to, and they always do, strike everywhere they want in Ukraine, they would do that. Because they want to do that and they can do that. Actually, in terms of army in Ukraine, those who help us may consider giving us those things that made Russians incapable of striking us. That's a different topic, but just my opinion. In terms of how the city feels from inside, it's pretty quiet here, despite constant air raid sirens, messages of possible missile attacks or the stuff. The difference between Dnipro and Mykolaiv, as you said, Mykolaiv is on a really close distance to occupied Kherson, which we will see free, and I want to visit that city because some of my friends are living in there still. They didn't have any chance to leave, but I want to see them alive, well, and without Russians. That would be really great. Mykolaiv is really close, is so close to Russians that they often don't even need to use any rocket-propelled artillery like MLRSs, Uragans, Smerches. Grads are not shooting that far, but Uragans and Smerches do. Yet they have Sta-S, which shoots like 35 kilometers far, 152 millimeter artillery, which is more than enough for them to shell the city, and they use it often. Recently, you've seen, may have seen reports that they started to shoot Nikopol city in Dnipro region, which is slightly to the south by the river. On the opposite side of it is Energodar. And before so, we don't know why they had the opportunities, because Dnipro is not, the river is not that like wide. It's like 1.5 kilometers the widest. They had the opportunity to shell the city. They want to spread terror. That's all they do. That's what they are unfortunately successful in, I could say. They started doing that, but it doesn't work with Dnipro, because Dnipro is in the center of the region. That's first. I could say the motivation to not let Russian Nazis inside the city and inside the region is the highest here, because if you've seen the reports of casualties, of military casualties from our side, from Ukrainian side, from 2014, Dnipro suffered the most. The most people who unfortunately died in this war protecting our land were at least until 2019. I'm not sure about the current reports, because everyone's fighting for Ukraine who are capable of fighting for Ukraine. Every region is fighting now. Until 2019, from 2014, the most casualties from our side in military were from Dnipro region, not just the city, Dnipro region, Dnipropetrovsk region. People here know the price of war. We've seen it, we've felt it. I personally been under missile strikes as a refugee from the start of this war, not just from February 24th, from May 25th of 2014, when the KYIV Spetsnaz freed the Donetsk airport, and I guess that was strike regiment of our air forces from Vinnytsia, who used Su-25s to actually strike Russian trucks. Maybe you've seen those photos from 2014 when airport was freed from Russian terrorists. At that time, they were just called separatists or terrorists. Now we know that there is no difference, and never was any difference between Russians and Russians, because they're all Russians. Dnipro, as of now, is a fortress. We are eager to protect our land, maybe even more than anyone else. I cannot say that residents of Kharkiv are not like that. They felt the war, they've seen it, they are feeling it every day, because they're under constant shelling. Some of my friends are from Kharkiv, and some of them suffered a lot. They lost almost everything. And I want to see Kharkiv rebuilt. I want to see Kharkiv peaceful. And, not want to spread any hate towards Russians, but I will. I want to see Belgorod city completely obliterated into ashes, as they did with Mariupol, because my family members are from Mariupol. At least two of them.
You've changed the Russian national psyche. They're no longer Russian. They're slowed down.
Yeah. Why change Russians if they want to kill you? Maybe you should kill them before they kill you. There's no way to change them. They don't want to change. They support that. You've seen the messages of how they laugh at deaths of the children in Vinnytsia, and you've seen maybe today's comments about Russian whatever missiles that war.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
that was that. Yeah, well,
sorry, go ahead.
I'll just say, just on a tangent here, that part was specifically just sickening. Russians were cheering for Ukrainian children being killed and asking for more on Russian social media. I don't know what's...
You got to tell them that it was on a picture of the child that was killed with the mother's body, I think, her foot, and the Russians were chiming in, laughing and encouraging, saying more, and derogatory terms for Ukraine. I mean, it's almost like a bloodlust, like an animalistic. I mean, I'm always the first to don't dehumanize groups of people, but animalistic.
About animals, I'm not sure if any animal can be that cruel. I haven't seen and haven't studied any animals. I was pretty good at biology in school. That would be just wild, just angry for no reason and wanted to kill. Maybe dolphins, but they don't do it for fun. They do it for food.
It's hundreds of years of believing you're superior to everyone else, especially your neighbors.
Yes.
Combined with 7 years of a communist regime that put the Russians on the top of the food chain and everyone else below them. And they never had their desovietization. They just got to walk away from hundreds of years of oppression and murder and rape and impressment of soldiers and deportations and genocides and famines and forced famines. And they just got to be welcomed into Europe in 1991 as, hey, welcome to the club. And we thought, like idiots, that they'd be like,
nothing had
cool.
happened,
Nothing has happened. And quelle surprise, we say. They do what they do. It's not a shock to anyone who knows them. It's not a shock to the world. What is a shock is how pathetic they performed in their military, which is a grace, and I'm not going to complain. And their hubris and their arrogance. I've never been more happy to watch Russian telegram channels as of late when HIMARS was deployed, and how angry they are, and how shocked they are, and they're turning on their leaders in the sense that they're complaining that Putin is too mild, was actually the translation. He's too mild.
He isn't good enough on killing Ukrainians because why is he so bad at killing Ukrainians?
It's a crazy messed up world.
I can say that it's sickening, but who is sick?
No. Let's go. Some other Ukrainians wanted to speak to you, Konstantin or Alona. Go ahead.
Yeah, I believe Konstantin had a question, so please do ask. And Alona is originally from Dnipro too. Konstantin, if you have a question, shoot.
I'm sorry for repeating this. I had this question before and I asked it. It just was not a bit answered. So I was wondering, how many would you say? How many people are coming in from from Kharkiv from Kharkiv region? I'm sorry that I have to repeat it. It was. I'm really sorry about that. Yeah, because in Kharkiv there is a lot of villages like Lazavai. I'm sure you've heard about Lazavai and people being evacuated from there, and same for Barvenkovo. And as a Kharkiv native, for me it's quite important thing, and I wanted to ask you, like, how many people do you see, and just your comment on this, because for me, every bit of information is super important.
In terms of specifically people from Kharkiv and Kharkiv region, before February 24th, it was usual to see people with Kharkiv plate numbers, AHA. maybe like 1 in 100 cars in Dnipro were from Kharkiv region. As of now, it's almost third. A lot of people from Kharkiv and Kharkiv region are now in Dnipro, at least in terms of cars. In terms of how many like physical families moved here, I can't say for sure because I didn't see everyone, but at least 100,000 people moved here, at least, and that's like just from my perspective. I'm not walking on the streets every day asking, "Are you from Kharkiv? Are you from Donetsk?" or anything. I can just see and maybe feel that people are a little bit different in terms of how they speak, how they behave, and how scared they are. Because people in Dnipro, we are. I can call myself a resident of Dnipro because I've been living here for 9 years. I can say that who is from Dnipro and who is not. The locals, we are relaxed most of the times. It's ugly to say, but we are used to that. People from regions where they fled from, especially from Kharkiv city itself, they are distracted, they are disoriented because that's the new city, that's unfortunately for them new life. And I hope they would be able to regain their previous lives, rebuild their homes, get back and just live their normal lives. For many of them, you can see that in their eyes. Just saying, I am psychologist. My main degree is psychology. I can maybe say read that in people's eyes. They are highly traumatized, and that's logical, but it's a bad word to use. Logical, nothing of that should be logical, but that's it. That's the reality of this war. Refugees are here. They came, they want to at least try to live normal lives. And Dnipro, I could say I guess the city itself is capable of providing the quote-unquote normal life, because stores are open, transport is working. I mean, like in-city transportation. You can even try and travel from here because our railway works. Our railway station.
Even you have the subway right there.
Yeah, actually, that's a funny part of the city. I am living just near this subway, near one of the end subway stations. It's just 5 stations, but it's a great bunker. Unfortunately, we have to use that sometimes for such.
Thank you.
Things.
And do you know if Interpipe is working, or it's? I know it's a huge part of the economy.
Yes, it does. It does. One of my friends has relatives working in there. His father, and he says that Interpipe is operable. There are some issues with the, I guess, logistics as of now because it's war,
Yeah, I understand. Yeah. Thank you for addressing this. And I want to just a small thing to add to what you were saying. As someone from Kharkiv, we're absolutely grateful for Dnipro, taking all the refugees from Kharkiv region. And on top of that, if no one knows, Dnipro is like a core of. It was like a military core for us. 93rd Brigade is from Dnipropetrovsk, 25th Air Assault Brigade is from Dnipro, and those are core units. And whenever it comes to territorial defense, whenever it comes to territorial to the volunteer battalions from people, just. If you want to get volunteers to fight, that's Dnipro. That's where you have people with absolute steel nerves and absolute